The choice was made long ago, and now the price must be paid. We thought we could contain what we awakened, that our hunger would be our strength alone. But a seal only sleeps, it never forgets. And somewhere right now, a lock just clicked open. To be able to survive in this place, looks like this little girl's strength is at least at the level of a divine sovereign. However, this is our domain, just obediently become our nourishment. Another low and terrifying voice sounded out. Following that, two pairs of distorted black eyes emerged out of the interlacing darkness and color of the realm. Two universe-devouring beasts. In the entirety of the chaos dimension, the number of universe-devouring beasts would not exceed 30. Even if a person traveled across space millions of times, he might not encounter a universe-devouring beast even once. But if you met one, it would mean that you had encountered great misfortune. This was because this location was a space between dimensions, a place where it was extremely hard to release profound energy. Due to this fact, unless you were ridiculously strong, if you met a universe-devouring beast, your only option was to flee with all your might. However, a universe-devouring beast's ability to control and interfere with spatial properties far exceeded that of other beings. It could easily cut off its target's pathways, leaving them nowhere to run. So even if the victim was not devoured by the universe-devouring beast, he would be engulfed and destroyed by the collapsing spatial tunnel. And if you met two universe-devouring beasts at the same time, even the word doomed would not be adequate to describe your situation. Facing these two feared spatial demons, Jasmine did not choose to flee. Instead, her face turned cold, and as she sealed up the spatial distortion, she said coldly, "Are both of you courting death?" "Us, courting death? Ha 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 ha. Not once has anyone ever dared speak to this king in such a fashion. I see, you are actually a pitiful spirit with no physical body. No wonder you are able to survive for such a long time in this realm." Pitiful spirit. Those two words made Jasmine's starry eyes sink and immediately turn crimson. Her entire body gave off such a terrifying killing intent that even the spatial storm seemed to still for a moment. "You're courting death." Jasmine extended her finger, and a ray of dazzling scarlet light shot out from her fingertip. The intensity of that light was comparable to the light of millions of gathered stars. Instantly, Jasmine's surroundings became completely silent. The entire space warped into a rapidly enlarging, all-devouring black hole. The universe-devouring beasts halted their advance towards Jasmine, at the same time, gazed upon the red light which caused even space to tremble. Two pairs of savage, terrible, and distorted eyes began to flinch, revealing shock and a deep terror. A trembling voice cried out, "Heaven, heaven, heaven slaughter star god." Impossible. The heaven slaughter star god was clearly poisoned with the absolute god-slaying poison which is said to cause certain death, and already fell 4 years ago. This isn't possible. It seems like the both of you know a lot. Jasmine's starry eyes became even colder, and the killing intent she released became so thick that it could pierce both the body and soul. Since that is the case, then it just means that you are even more deserving of death. One, root, heaven. Her finger made a gesture in the air as her voice fell. Instantly, a scarlet line extended across the span of this bizarre realm, seeming to bisect it. Once this scarlet line imprinted itself upon one of the universe-devouring beast's body, it mercilessly crossed between both its terrified eyes. In the next moment, both eyes split in two and dissipated, as a murky black shadow completely melted into this strange dimensional crevice. This universe-devouring beast, which had existed for millions of years, had died without being able to utter a cry. "Lord Star God, mercy, please spare me." The other universe-devouring beast retreated in terror. Before, it still suspected that the red light was a bluff, because it knew that the one person who could use this ability had been eliminated, never to appear again. But now, after seeing its companion get obliterated within their own domain in the span of a breath, it had been scared out of its wits, and with an odd cry, fled at the greatest speeds into the deep recesses of the spatial dimension. "Want to escape? HMPH." Jasmine smiled in cold disdain, and her fingertip once again flared with red light. But before the scarlet light could shoot forth, her face suddenly went pale, and the gathered profound energy ray dissipated during this short pause. The universe-devouring beast had already fled into the depths of the dimensional sea, disappearing without a trace. After more than 2 years of dwelling within the sky-poisoned pearl, and not using an ounce of profound energy, more than 1/3 of the absolute god-slaying poison within Jasmine's body had been cleansed, and the amount of strength she could use far exceeded that of the past. However, it still had not reached the stage where she could act rashly. She immediately stopped her chase, stilled her body, quickly suppressing the poison which had almost flared up again, and once again gazed in the direction of the primordial profound arc. She forcefully pushed the primordial profound arc, strengthening the spatial storm within the arc. However, she was unable to determine if Xianxia could sustain himself under the force of the spatial storm. If he could not endure it, and she was not by his side, it would greatly increase the possibility of both their deaths. After a short internal struggle, her worry towards Xianxia won out, and she gave up on the case, tearing open a dimensional rift which leads straight back to the interior of the primordial profound arc. Before she entered the rift, a voice which could freeze one's soul spread across this peculiar realm, defying its law which negated the transmission of sound. If you dare to spread the news that this princess is still alive, this princess will definitely wipe out your entire universe-devouring species. After breaking through to the sky-profound realm, Xianxia had managed to stabilize himself within the spatial turbulence. But this respite did not last for long, as he suddenly felt the turbulence become even more wild. It was as though the light ripples on the ocean suddenly morphed into monstrous tidal waves. In the span of a few breaths, his body had once again become drenched in blood. Xianxia once again clenched his teeth stubbornly, and grunts of extreme pain could be heard spilling out from his mouth. He circulated all the profound energy in his body, and the golden pagoda hovering over his head began to spin rapidly. The exhaustion and recovery of profound energy, along with the subsequent damaging and regeneration of his body, proceeded at a much higher pace and frequency, several times faster than what it was before. It reached a point where it was too horrible to imagine. If Xianxia's profound energy had not undergone a massive breakthrough, he would not be able to endure for more than 30 breaths within this spatial storm, even with his dragon god's physique and the great way of Buddha aiding him. As Jasmine mutely monitored Xianxia's condition, her delicate features, as if crafted from fine jade, showed no expression. In the blink of an eye, 14 hours had passed, and Xianxia's body began to shake and twitch. The horrifying spatial turbulence had torn open his chest multiple times, almost destroying his internal organs and nearly ripping his throat apart on several occasions. Jasmine knew that Xianxia had already reached a critical point. Her eyes flashed, and a colorless light flashed forth from her hand. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to solidify. Following this, the spatial turbulence became noticeably gentler, and its intensity was gradually lessened to the level that it was 14 hours ago. As the hurricane swathing him died back down into a strong gale, Xianxia, who had always maintained a sitting posture within the spatial storm, suddenly slumped onto ground. As his body rapidly replenished his blood, he laid there taking big breaths. After a while, he reassumed his sitting posture with much difficulty. Without making a single motion, he concentrated intently, and the injuries on his body began to recover. Even though the spatial turbulence had subsided considerably, Xianxia's absorption of nature's energy had only slowed slightly. Within the gentler spatial turbulence, Xianxia used an hour to more or less recover from his wounds. And even though his profound energy was protecting him at the same time, it still recovered by half. Xianxia opened his eyes, his gaze surveying the continuously distorting space, and he saw Jasmine looking at him expressionlessly. He took a deep breath and spoke between clenched teeth. "What happened just now? Why did the spatial turbulence suddenly surge to such a terrifying extent?" Jasmine blandly replied, "This primordial profound arc has always been like this. For such fluctuations to occur is extremely normal. But don't rejoice yet, because another spatial turbulence of that magnitude will surely occur again. In fact, it might even be more terrifying than the last. It will also last for a longer period of time. Don't forget, the primordial profound arc only appears on the profound sky continent once every 300 years, if it does not need stop to appear at other locations. So why would it need to take a full 300 years to appear again? And while it is traveling through space in the next 300 years, all manner of spatial turbulence could occur. Your moment of respite won't last much longer. If you don't want to die, hurry up and concentrate so you can recover your physical strength and profound energy." During the month within the primordial profound arc, every second was like hell for Xianxia. If he relaxed even a little, his body would have been torn into shreds. At this time, the state of the spatial turbulence would be tantamount to purgatory for any living being from the profound sky continent. However, for Xianxia, who had endured a spatial turbulence many times greater, This was like a perfect paradise. As he resisted the turbulence, he began to observe his surroundings. Even though the spatial storm was terrifying beyond compare, the walls and floor in this place did not even suffer any damage. Not even the smallest of scratches could be seen. The degree of toughness of this place was, undoubtedly, extremely terrifying. Even if Xianxia was able to withstand the spatial turbulence in this place, the walls which surrounded him would prove to be yet another unsurpassable barrier. Every brick and stone in this place had endured countless years of spatial storms, yet he was unable to find even the slightest of scratches. Even if he could survive these spatial storms, how would he be able to destroy this stone door to leave this place? That thought flashed in Xianxia's mind, but he immediately suppressed it and fully focused his mind. He took the opportunity to recover his physical strength and profound energy while he still had the ability to resist the spatial turbulence. He would not be discouraged so easily, nor would he fall into despair. Otherwise, how could he have endured until now in this hellish place? As long as his breath still lingered, even if he had to endure something which far exceeded the limit of ordinary humans, his will would never break. Furthermore, now was not the time to think of a way to escape, but to put all his effort into surviving this place. Then, like Jasmine had said, bit by bit, he would adapt his body to the spatial turbulence here. The calm of the spatial turbulence did not last long. 2 hours later, it started to rage once more, and in an instant, it seemed like countless terrifying death gods were roaring towards Xianxia, using their cruel scythes to mercilessly slice apart his body. Xianxia's eyes enlarged, and with a furious roar, he released the profound energy within his profound veins to its highest degree. At the same time, the great way of Buddha began to revolve at the highest level as well. He did not know when this present plight would end. And he might even die in this place at the end of it all, however. He would never surrender his will or his body to death. This time, Xianxia endured for 14.5 hours. Xianxia, who was constantly in a state of complete concentration so he could resist the spatial storm, did not notice the change in the amount of time he could hold out against it. But Jasmine had calculated it precisely. Even though it was only a 30-minute increase, but it was enough to reveal that Xianxia's body and profound strength had undergone a startling number of subtle changes after he had been tempered by the last 14-hour storm. Once Xianxia reached critical point again, the spatial storm subsided once more. Xianxia, who had one foot in the grave, collapsed on the floor and began to desperately gasp for air. Then he used 40% of his concentration to resist the calmer spatial storm, and the other 60% to recover his profound strength and heal his wounds. Once he had recovered to a sufficient degree, the spatial turbulence started to go wild once again. On the third try, Xianxia endured for 15 hours, and on the fourth, he endured close to 16 hours. Time, within this inescapable tiny space and a seemingly endless spatial catastrophe, slowly flowed along. In this period, Xianxia did not engage in combat with anyone, but every breath he took was even more dangerous and life-threatening than any fight. His body had slowly become tougher and tougher each time it regenerated. He had no leisure to train his profound strength, but it experienced a startlingly explosive growth, becoming stronger and stronger as he released and recovered his profound energy at a frightening frequency. 8 months later, Xianxia's profound strength had broken through straight to the 5th level from the initial stage of the Sky Profound realm. He had averaged 1 level every 2 months. This was the Sky Profound realm we were talking about. Going from level 1 to level 5 within the Sky Profound realm was much harder than going from the initial stage of the Elementary Stage Profound realm to the peak of the Earth Profound realm. This meant that the speed of his improvement in these 8 months was even faster than his speed of improvement in the 3.5 years, since he received the evil god's profound veins. This rate of improvement was enough to ceaselessly amaze and confound the greatest experts of the Sky Profound continent. At the same time, because Xianxia was mostly in a state where he released his profound energy at the maximum output, even though his profound energy level rose at a ferocious rate, it was especially stable and condensed. At no point of time did his profound strength experience any of the lightness or instability that normally came with a rapid increase of profound energy. This time, he actually endured for 5 days. Jasmine muttered to herself softly. Her eyes had clearly documented Xianxia's every change. At this moment, Xianxia had once again reached to the critical point of what he could endure. Following the substantial weakening of his profound strength and regenerative ability, Xianxia's body began to violently distort. A snapping sound was heard, and Xianxia's bones began to fracture under the might of the spatial storm, while his meridians began to rupture. "Looks like that is about enough." Jasmine stretched out her hand, meaning to cut off a good portion of the spatial storm. At this time, Xianxia suddenly let a scream of anger. Discontentment and pain ripped out from his mouth. His profound strength and spirit were supposed to be exhausted, but they began to swell up fiercely as Xianxia doggedly resisted the spatial storm's attack against his body. Jasmine's movement consequently became slower as she saw that Xianxia's body started to emit a flash of dull, profound light. She muttered to herself, saying, "Is he going to make a breakthrough again? That's not right. R-O-O-O." A low and astonishing dragon cry started to resonate from Xianxia's body, causing the space around him to tremble. As the dragon's cry resonated, the shadow of an azure dragon surfaced behind Xianxia. The dragon's shadow expanded rapidly, continuing for a full 5 breaths before vanishing gradually. At the same time, Jasmine could feel the presence of the primordial azure dragon from Xianxia's body, albeit a presence which had seemingly entered the wilderness of death. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp, clear sound of bones moving began to come from Xianxia's body. However, this was not the sound of bones fracturing, but the sound of bones slowly regenerating. Even his flesh began to regenerate, but his spirit remained barren and weak, tottering on the brink, however. It was in this exhausted and strained spiritual state that he tenaciously withstood the impact of the spatial storm. "His dragon god's bloodline has reached the concentration of 1,000th, Jasmine said in an astonished voice. She was far clearer than Xianxia on the significance of possessing 1,000th of the dragon god's bloodline. Under normal circumstances, within the body of a mortal from the lower planes, it would take many years for the tiny amount of dragon god's marrow in Xianxia's body to just produce 1 drop of the dragon god's blood. But in this primordial profound arc, after having his body undergo a countless number of rebirths, while stimulating the dragon god's marrow at the same time, with the addition of the nourishment which came from the energy of heaven and earth produced by the great way of Buddha, all of this combined together to increase the thickness of Xianxia's dragon god's blood by nearly 20 times in the span of less than a year. The current Xianxia, even without releasing the slightest bit of profound energy, already had a physique which was strengthened to the point where his body could take an attack from a low-level throne, and basically not receive any real wounds from that strike. Seems like he can continue to resist for a while longer. Jasmine lowered her palm, and with eyes that rippled with red light, continued to scrutinize Xianxia, observing every single change that was happening to him. At the beginning, she kept making plans to make Xianxia mighty, for the sole purpose of reconstituting her body. But as Xianxia's strength increased bit by bit, with a speed which far exceeded her initial calculations, a desire was unconsciously formed in her heart. The desire to see just how far this human could go before she left him, and this desire continued to grow more and more intense. Only she herself had not noticed it yet. Time continued to flow, and unwittingly, from the time Xianxia had entered the primordial profound arc, a full 18 months had passed. And Xianxia had survived within the never-ceasing spatial storm for a full 18 months. The sounds of the spatial explosions were ear-piercingly loud. However, whether it was Xianxia or Jasmine, both had grown used to this noise. And the other thing they had grown used to was the presence of each other. The reason why Xianxia could bitterly endure all the way in this life-threatening and scary place was because he was not alone. Because while Jasmine continuously warned and scolded him, she also accompanied him and supported him. Even after meeting such disaster, there was still someone who faced it with him together, someone who time and again rescued him from his confusion and hesitation by pointing him in the right direction. As for Jasmine, in these past few years, only Xianxia was besides her. Even though her appearance had never changed from the time she had met Xianxia, in terms of age, she had grown from 13 to 18 years old. In her life, more than a quarter of her time had been spent solely with Xianxia, with even more years to come. And because it had become habitual, and because one tended to neglect what one has become accustomed to, neither of them ever had this thought cross their mind. If one day both of them had to go their separate ways, how would that be? It has already been half a month. Jasmine mused as she observed Xianxia's current state, after he had achieved what could be said as yet another inexplicable breakthrough. Xianxia had endured for a full 15 days before his situation became precarious again. Just as Jasmine was about to obstruct the spatial storm, the entire space began to tremble fiercely, and a gigantic roar issued forth from all directions. This situation persisted for as long as 10 breaths. This new permutation caused Jasmine's eyebrows to furrow, and she was about to release her aura to investigate what was happening to the primordial profound arc, when all of a sudden, the spatial storm calmed down rapidly, and the unceasing, fierce, and wantonly destructive spatial rifts disappeared. Even the distortions in space began to shrink into small ripples before finally disappearing completely. And in the end, even the sound of the spatial explosions had completely disappeared. Everything had become perfectly still. The spatial turbulence, in a situation where both Xianxia and Jasmine had not been prepared for, had disappeared. And the only reason that the spatial turbulence would disappear was that the primordial profound arc had stopped. Stopped? How come it stopped? Jasmine knit her eyebrows together. Can it be that the primordial profound arc does not only stop over in the profound sky continent, but at other locations as well? The spatial turbulence had completely disappeared. It was not that it had subsided like before, it had completely disappeared. This change gave a jolt to Xianxia's completely fatigued spirit, but he was in a state where he was unable to speak or pay close attention to his surroundings. Instead, he desperately concentrated his spirit and started to heal his wounds using Great Way of the Buddha. Without the presence of the spatial turbulence, the Great Way of the Buddha absorbed the energies of heaven and earth at a rate which was tens of times slower than before. Even though his recovery was much faster than a normal person, compared to the 18 months he spent in the spatial storm, it was exceptionally slow. Without needing to divide his attention to resist the spatial turbulence, Xianxia's heart had completely stabilized. This feeling was like he had stepped from purgatory straight into a dreamlike paradise. Even though he was mentally drained, and his whole body was weak and suffering from immense pain, this relaxed feeling almost made him feel like floating. A full 18 months. He had endured in this purgatory of 18 months, and now he finally saw the brilliant, vivid dawn. Jasmine did not disturb him, nor did she go outside to investigate. Her body sank down, and she stood in front of Xianxia, observing his current state while simultaneously gazing at the surrounding walls, which were tougher than heavenly stones. Her expressionless, dewy eyes were without ripple, her thoughts a mystery. A whole day had passed, and the atmosphere remained quiet and still, with no sudden outbursts appearing. When it had appeared in the profound sky continent, it had stopped for half a year. There was no way of telling if this stillness would last half a year as well. There was also no way of telling where the primordial profound arc had stopped at this time. And for an entire day, Xianxia simply sat cross-legged on the floor, the wounds on his body healing up to roughly 70%. His breathing had become stable as well, and his spirit had recovered greatly. Therefore, now was precisely the right time to rouse Xianxia. Jasmine, who had been napping the entire day, opened her eyes and looked over Xianxia. She prepared to wake him up when Xianxia's body began to undergo a sudden change. The dull golden pagoda rotating slowly over Xianxia's head started to spin rapidly, and the color of the pagoda slowly became richer and richer. From dull gold, it gradually turned into a shiny gold color. Following that, the golden light began to sink and spread across Xianxia's body. It was as if Xianxia had put on a layer of hazy golden clothes. Could it be? Jasmine's starry eyes flashed with deep surprise. Xianxia himself had entered an exceptionally subtle state. Suddenly, he couldn't feel pain, nor could he hear any sounds. It was as though everything in the surroundings had all disappeared in an instant. He felt as though his body was currently floating lightly and swimming freely in the boundless sky. Between heaven and earth, and within the chaotic space, it was as though his existence was the only one which remained. Endlessly majestic and incomparably calm forces of nature poured towards him. The forces enveloped his entire body and gushed into his body, healing his injuries, restoring his profound energy, and refining his body. These forces of energy felt familiar, yet foreign to him, and they much, much purer than before. No. It should be said that though they were the same forces of energy, it was as if they were forces of energy of another stage. His consciousness was telling him that his Great Way of the Buddha had once again made a breakthrough. And the breakthrough this time was completely different from the few breakthroughs in the past. The first few breakthroughs could be said to be breakthroughs of levels within the same stage, while the breakthrough this time, that bizarre sensation, was totally a breakthrough of a large realm from a stage to a much higher stage. Back then, when he made a breakthrough into the third level of the Great Way of the Buddha, Jasmine had once told him that every 3 levels of the Great Way of the Buddha was a watershed. The first 3 could be considered as the entry stage realm. After entering the 4th, it would mean stepping into the middle stage realm, and to step into the 4th level with the body of a mortal was even harder than ascending to the heavens itself. Yet currently, with the time span of 3 years from his previous breakthrough, he had already successfully stepped into the 4th level of the Great Way of the Buddha, which Jasmine had termed as a task, even harder than ascending to the heavens itself. The cultivation of the Great Way of the Buddha was not reliant on battles, nor was it reliant on the existence of profound energy. Its growth was mainly reliant on comprehension and insights. In these 18 months, Xianxia's Great Way of the Buddha had basically been circulating at every second, and more than 80% of the time, it was in the circulation state at its largest degree and highest limit. The large amount of forces of heaven and earth absorbed could hardly be calculated. Subtly, his communication with the forces of nature and his comprehension to the Great Way of the Buddha had been constantly deepening. He had finally broken through the bottleneck of the 4th level and stepped into another brand new realm of the Great Way of the Buddha. His body was also being reborn from the baptism bestowed by the Great Way of the Buddha of a higher level, and it was a rebirth of an extreme degree. Following after Xianxia's breakthrough of the Great Way of the Buddha, the recovery speed of his wounds instantly accelerated as well. The wounds on his body were closing at a speed viewable with the naked eyes. Through Xianxia's closing wounds, Jasmine could see that his blood was clearly mixed with a thin gold color. The 4th level of the Great Way of the Buddha, the first step towards the legendary body of the saints. He had actually used less than 5 years, at a speed even faster than Big Brother, Jasmine lightly muttered. Currently, she was actually a little out of sorts. Even with her knowledge and experience, she was still deeply astonished by Xianxia's breakthrough this time. For the first 3 breakthroughs, although Xianxia had always made them ahead of her predictions, they had merely startled her a little. While this time, her feelings really had to be described with the word shock. Because the breakthrough into the 4th stage of the Great Way of the Buddha was a completely different concept from the first 3, although his breakthrough was greatly related to the 18 months of hell-like cultivation in the dimensional turbulence. Jasmine clearly knew that was not the entire reason. The most important reasons were comprehensive ability and luck. In other words, the affinity and favor the natural chaotic space had towards him. Otherwise, when swapped with a person who had the same body, same strength, but different comprehensive ability and comparatively normal luck in the same spatial turbulence, forget about 18 months. Even if he was given 18 years, or even 180 years, or even 1,800 years, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through into the 4th level of the Great Way of the Buddha. The truth in front of her eyes had told Jasmine that Xianxia's comprehensive ability and his luck had actually far surpassed her brother's. In 4 hours, Xianxia's body was completely refined. The Buddha pagoda above his head disappeared, and all the external and internal injuries on his body were completely healed as well. He opened his eyes, and during the instant his pupils glowed, a hint of golden radiance flashed past. Very good, Jasmine, on this extremely rare occasion, nodded with praise. I did not expect that you would actually break through into the 4th level of the Great Way of the Buddha so quickly. You're already capable of absorbing the forces of nature of an even higher level. The refinement from the 4th level of the Great Way of the Buddha grants you an arm strength of 50,000 kilograms. The current strength and recovery speed of your body is not the slightest bit inferior to the bestowal of the Dragon God's bloodline either. With the integration of the Dragon God's bloodline, although you still lack a lot in terms of power, the strength of your body is not at all inferior to a half-step monarch. Based on recovery speed, you have even surpassed an actual monarch. Currently, you should be able to wield purgatory relatively easily. However, even though your growth is astonishing, you shouldn't rashly activate the rumbling heaven gate. The 1st level of the Great Way of the Buddha bestowed an arm strength of 2,000 kilograms. The 2nd level of the Great Way of the Buddha bestowed an arm strength of 4,000 kilograms. The 3rd level of the Great Way of the Buddha bestowed an arm strength of 10,000 kilograms. But there was a huge leap in magnitude in what the 4th level bestowed, an arm strength of 50,000 kilograms. Although the increase in body strength could not be felt intuitively, it was naturally still to an astonishing extent that was similar to the increase in arm strength. With his current body, recovery ability, and level of the Great Way of the Buddha, Normal spatial turbulences were basically no longer able to cause him actual harm. He could live within without feeling a hint of pressure, and even if he were to sleep openly, it would be no problem at all. Xianxia felt that his own body was incomparably light. His vision and hearing ability had become more sensitive as well. Slightly stirring his thoughts, his body began to float up. After his profound strength had broken through into the sky-profound realm, he finally possessed the ability to fly as well. Within the time span of 18 months, his profound strength had consecutively crossed 8 levels. Currently, he was already at the 8th level of the sky-profound realm. In a year and a half from the peak of the Earth Profound, he crossed into the late-stage Sky Profound. Xianxia summoned Dragon Fault and grabbed it in his hands. As a heavy sword with a mass of 10,000 kilograms, he would still feel a great sense of heaviness even while wielding it with both hands. But currently, when grabbing it with a single hand, it felt so light, it was as though it did not exist. He had not endured this 18 months of hell-like experience for nothing. He could clearly feel that his current strength was many times stronger than before he entered the primordial profound arc in a short 18 months. With such growth, it was enough to cause anyone's expression to pale from shock. However, Xianxia was neither too shocked nor overjoyed, because only he himself, out of this entire world, knew what he had experienced in these 18 months. Has the primordial profound arc halted? Xianxia looked at the surroundings and asked Jasmine. It should have halted, though I don't know what kind of place it has stopped at, Jasmine answered. But this isn't the problem you should be worried about right now. What you need to think about now is how to leave this place. You have 2 choices. If you know the art of formation construction, you can try fixing the profound formation on the stone door. If you don't have this ability, then you're only left with this one choice, and that's to forcefully break the stone door or the walls. In regards to whether Xianxia knew how to construct profound formations, Jasmine naturally knew that very well. Hence, if Xianxia wanted to leave this place, the only method was to break the stone door. However, every stone and brick in this place came from the primordial era. Their degree of toughness could only be said to have surpassed the understanding of a normal person. Xianxia had merely experienced 18 months of spatial turbulences, and his body was already injured countless of times. If not for the existence of the dragon god's physique and the great way of the Buddha, he would have already died countless of times. While the bricks here had actually experienced for God knows how many years of spatial turbulences. However, no matter where his line of sight landed on, he couldn't find the existence of even a hint of crack or damage. Although Xianxia's strength had greatly surged, to have him break open a stone door that countless years of spatial turbulences could not leave a scratch on. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't exactly realistic. However, if he wanted to leave this place, this was his only way out. He had to try it, and perhaps a miracle would actually appear. Xianxia grabbed Dragon Fault, sensed the strength on his body, which was formidable to the extent where it was hard for him to believe it himself, and said, "In this period of time, my strength and profound strength had greatly rose several times. I might really hold the possibility of damaging this stone door. Even if I'm only able to create a small dent to it with a single try, if I were to continue endlessly, there will definitely come a day it breaks completely." "Try it then," Jasmine said calmly, as she patiently looked at him. In regards to the degree of toughness of the stone door, naturally, she was able to understand it more than Xianxia. Even Xianxia's current level of strength was something she was more clear of than Xianxia himself. Xianxia took a step forward and stood before the door. Breathing in lightly, he activated Burning Heart and raised Dragon Fault with both of his hands. Then his brows knitted, profound energy gathered, and he smashed a falling moon-sinking star over. Clang, an incomparably ear-piercing smashing sound rang. Xianxia's ears felt as though they were pierced by metal needles. He temporarily lost his sense of hearing under the intense pain, as an incredibly large rebound that had far surpassed his expectations assaulted him. Xianxia's arms instantly numbed, and Dragon Fault flew out of his hands as well. It then smashed onto the wall with a clang and fell onto the ground. Xianxia was sent directly flying as well, as his back heavily smashed against the wall at the back, stunning him completely from the collision. From this incredibly large rebound, Xianxia could make a rough estimate on how enormous his current strength had grown from before. And from a rebound like this, other than a slight and temporary mess to his brain and blood flow, he didn't receive the slightest bit of actual damage. He hurriedly stepped forward, and his eyes landed on the position the stone door was struck with Dragon Fault. and that position was no longer as smooth as a mirror. Instead, an extremely small white dot had appeared. Although this white dot was so small, it could be ignored if one did not pay attention. A white dot had indeed appeared. As time flowed, there wasn't any trace of the white dot being restored to its former state. Joy instantly surged inside Xianxia's heart. Although it was merely an extremely small white dot, it had already clearly meant that this stone door was not impregnable, and the current him already possessed the strength capable of damaging it, even if it was merely a small scar. Not to mention that he didn't even use his full strength earlier. Oh! Jasmine's line of sight fell on that white dot as well. Other than a light response, she did not express any other emotions. I might really be able to slowly break open this door, Xianxia said excitedly. The spatial turbulences had stopped, his strength had risen explosively, and currently he was able to see the hope of escaping this place. It was impossible for Xianxia to not feel excited. Reaching out his palm, Dragon Fault had already flew back into his hands. Tightly grabbing onto Dragon Fault, his eyes flashed with a radiance filled with confidence. Purgatory? A shallow, profound light shone from Xianxia's body, and his aura instantly turned violent. Within his eyes, a scarlet red, similar to the color of fresh blood, lit up. Phoenix flames surged at this moment as well, as they hurriedly enveloped the entire blade of Dragon Fault. With the Purgatory state activated, although his body still felt a little heavy, compared to the feeling from before, of a mountain pressing on his body and his organs seemingly about to shatter, it was completely different. He believed that if his profound strength were to make a breakthrough into the Emperor Profound realm, he might even be able to casually, and without pressure, continue maintaining it like evil soul and burning heart. This time I'm definitely able to break open a small crack, Xianxia confidently growled. With every small crack, there will come a day when I will be able to smash open a huge crack large enough for me to get out. As his words fell, Xianxia's aura had already expanded to the extreme. With a loud roar, Dragon Fault, which was filled with phoenix flames, was smashed downwards with all his might, destroying sky, decimating earth. Boom! The space surrounding the stone door completely sank, as though the entire world had shaken for a moment. Xianxia had already done the preparation needed to endure the enormous rebound. During that one moment when Dragon Fault and the stone door collided, his hands began to numb at the same time. Suddenly he felt that his hands had oddly lightened. Clang! Violent forces of energy were sent towards Xianxia, ruthlessly smashing onto him, causing him to puke out a mouthful of fresh blood. His back once again smashed heavily onto the wall behind, and the crash was much heavier than before. Dragon Fault had once again escaped his hands as well. However, this time, Dragon Fault had split into two, which flew into two different directions. Within the distorted space, the sound of a long and painful dragon cry stirred. Actually, in the original settings, Dragon Fault should have been broken by Yue Xinghen when he used the Sun-Moon Calamity. But during the chapter, when Yi Xinghen forced the two of them in desperate straits, I had actually forgotten to this matter. So it can only be broken here now. Bang, bang! Dragon Fault broke into two pieces, landing heavily to the left and right of Xianxia, and no longer showed any signs of movement. The tip of the sword that was shaped like the head of a ferocious dragon slowly lost its energy. Light faded completely from the dragon's eyes as it became a dull gray color. Xianxia laid on the ground, blankly staring at the scene in front of him, and did not come back to his senses for a good while. After that, he stretched out his arm, making the gesture to summon Dragon Fault. However, Dragon Fault was destroyed, and the still immature spiritual consciousness within the sword along with it. The sword showed no response to his summons. Xianxia stood up, picked up the two pieces of Dragon Fault wordlessly, and then slumped in a corner, mutely staring at the destroyed sword in a daze. 4 years ago, he had received Dragon Fault from the trial grounds of the Dragon God. Afterwards, it received a power-up from the lingering spirit of the Azure Primordial Dragon, becoming an Emperor Profound weapon. All this time, it had accompanied Xianxia, braved innumerable obstacles with him, and fought with him shoulder to shoulder. Dragon Fault had become akin to another limb for Xianxia, and had also become his most reliable companion, their prestige growing with each accomplishment they achieved together. But today it laid broken, and at his own hands no less, snapping due to his own strength. Your strength is now already in a different realm as compared to what it was previously. It was, after all, only an Emperor Profound weapon. Your present state of strength is already more than what it could bear. This stone door has unparalleled hardness and practically reflected the full strength of your blow back. That dragon fault would break from that is completely reasonable, Jasmine said in a flat voice. Once Xianxia had entered the state of purgatory, she could basically predict this outcome. Ah, Xianxia let out a long sigh. He picked up Dragon Fault with care, his hands slowly caressing the ice-cold body of the sword, and softly said, "My old friend, we have already fought together for so many years. Little did I expect that you would end up being destroyed by my own hands. Maybe it's better this way. It was about time for you to take a rest anyways. Once I leave this place, I will think of a way to restore you." After he finished talking, Xianxia kept Dragon Fault, and his heart soon recovered its equilibrium. His eyes fell upon the portion of the door which Dragon Fault had smashed. There was no longer a white dot, but rather in its place appeared a small crack. Xianxia's spirit was shaken, and he swiftly moved closer to the door. His eyes did not deceive him. A small crack had appeared on the flat surface of the stone door. This gap was only as wide as the fingernail of his pinky, and the depth of the crack was equivalent to the thickness of one sheet of paper. However, it could at least be counted as a crack. But this did not make Xianxia happy in the least, because this small crack had been bought at a costly price, the destruction of Dragon Fault. Without Dragon Fault and him using his bare hands, it would be impossible to recreate such a flaw. "Please, find her." This caused Xianxia, who was lost in thought as he stared at the crack, to violently snap his head up and look forward. "What happened?" Jasmine asked. "I heard that voice again, the same voice I heard the day we first entered the primordial profound arc," Xianxia said while standing up. Once the dimensional turbulence began its assault, all of his energy was spent resisting it. He heard only the sounds of explosions and the tearing of space, and nothing else. Even if the voice tried speaking to him during that period, it would definitely have been engulfed by the sounds being made by the dimensional turbulence. Now that the dimensional turbulence had subsided, that strange, ethereal voice, whose location could not be pinpointed, sounded once again. "What exactly did you hear?" Jasmine asked as she furrowed her eyebrows. Xianxia thought for a while and then said, "The voice before only came intermittently with long pauses in between. It seemed to be asking me to find someone and then save him. It also mentioned the sky poison pearl. The same voice that spoke to me again just now asking please find him still requested that I find someone." "That voice mentioned the sky poison pearl?" Jasmine's eyes flashed, and after she pondered a while, continued, "Ignore the voice for now. You are currently trapped in here and can't even save yourself, much less going to save someone else. You should figure out a way to leave this place first." Xianxia nodded his head and sat down cross-legged on the floor. After racking his brains for a long time, he retrieved the flame dragon heart that he was always reluctant to consume from the sky poison pearl. After using phoenix flames to cook it, he began wolfing it down. After more than a year of not eating anything, even though his body was not very affected by it, his stomach had long ago entered a state of extreme hunger. He had never gone without food this long before, even counting both his lives. Xianxia quickly filled his stomach and followed his meal with a huge bowl of dragon's blood. He rubbed his stomach and sighed in satisfaction, after which he asked, "Jasmine, how long have I been in here?" 18 months. 18 months, to think that so much time has passed." Xianxia's face was filled with bewilderment, and he hurriedly turned his head towards Jasmine. "If I have been in here this long, then the seal that you had placed upon yourself should already be released, right?" Jasmine eyed him coolly and said in a cold voice, "Why? Do you want to borrow my power to leave this place? If you have recovered your strength, then that would of course be the best method." Xianxia said, his face was filled with hope as he continued, "It has already been more than 3 years since you sealed your strength. According to what you said initially, regarding the time frame of this seal, your powers should have already recovered by now. If you want to rely on my strength to leave this place, you should give up on that train of thought." Jasmine turned her face away and huffily said, "When my strength has recovered, I will naturally inform you." "So that means your strength still has not recovered yet?" Despair and disappointment flashed on Xianxia's face, but these feelings quickly subsided. He looked at Jasmine and suddenly laughed. He walked towards her and stood in front of her, and lightly hugged her as she looked on in surprise. It was completely out of Jasmine's expectations that he would suddenly perform such an action, and she subconsciously struggled against it. But how could her powerless body struggle free from Xianxia's embrace? She shouted with fury and a hint of confusion, "You, what do you think you are doing?" "Of course I am hugging you," Xianxia said with a grin. After I sent Zur away, I thought that I was definitely going to die. Who would have thought that unexpectedly I managed to survive yet again this feeling of not losing my life, not losing hope, and of course, not losing you is really great, so I suddenly had an urge to embrace you. I am your master. Did I allow you to hug me? Jasmine said in a furious voice as she struggled weakly. Yun-Chi said innocently, but what's wrong with a hug? Back then I even kissed you, and you weren't as angry with me as you are now. The kiss he was referring to had occurred when they met the flame dragon, and Jasmine had used all her power to eliminate it, aggravating the poison in her body and nearly caused her soul to fade out of existence. In order to save her, Yun-Chi had fed her a large amount of his blood mouth to mouth, of course. Jasmine would definitely not forget what had happened. When Yun-Chi mentioned it, her body stiffened, and her shyness turned into rage. Her rage and killing intent suddenly exploded. She stopped struggling and instead said in an extremely cold voice, "Let go." However, even though she spared no effort to project a frightening aura in the end, she bore no true killing intent towards Yun-Chi, and even her fury arose from shame, so this didn't even arouse any feelings of deterrence within Yun-Chi. The corner of Yun-Chi's mouth moved, and he uttered a dispirited, "Fine," softly as he relaxed his hold around Jasmine. Jasmine retreated swiftly, stared at Yun-Chi with a face filled with anger, and said, "If you dare touch me without permission again, don't think I won't dare to cripple your hand once I have fully recovered." Yun-Chi pressed down on the tip of his nose and slowly nodded. "Oh, thank you for reminding me. Once you have recovered your powers, I won't be able to hug you anymore, so shouldn't I hug you more now while I still have the chance?" Having said that, Yun-Chi narrowed his eyes and advanced towards Jasmine, assuming a posture that indicated he would hug her once again. Jasmine ground her white teeth, clenched her small hands tightly, and with a cry, turned into a ray of red light which disappeared from Yun-Chi's eyes, immediately returning to the sky-poisoned pearl. "You are the kind of person who always goes around tricking and bullying girls, that my big brother said was most hateful, a lecher. Now you dare to extend your devilish hands towards the body of this princess. If not for, I would definitely kill you. HMPH. After Jasmine finished her rant, she fell silent, and no matter what Yun-Chi did, she simply ignored him. Yun-Chi sat in front of the stone door, his eyes staring at the tiny crack. Closing his eyes, he concentrated all his energy into thinking of a way to escape. After not moving for a few hours, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they shone with a strange light. He raised up both his arms and rested his palms on his thighs, facing them upwards. Following this, in the same moment, his right hand began to smolder with phoenix flames, while in his left hand there grew a small, delicate tree of frozen end. Yun-Chi closed his eyes once more, his chest violently rising and falling. This was followed by slow and steady breathing. The atmosphere grew much heavier than normal. In this thick silence, the heat from the phoenix flames and cold energy from the tree of frozen end started to pulse chaotically. The hot and cold energies offset each other at first, and this was also in accordance to one of the most basic natural laws of the world. But as time passed, the two conflicting energies which were supposed to offset each other began to separate and isolate themselves. 2 hours later, the tiny space had gradually been divided into two different realms. One half was as hot as lava, the other as cold as abyssal ice. Two realms which should offset one another somehow managed to coexist together in a completely open space without interfering with each other in the slightest. At this time, Yun-Chi finally began to move. Slowly, he began to bring his right hand, burning with phoenix flame, and his left hand, maintaining the frozen end energy together. This was done in an extremely careful manner, and from his expression, it seemed that every little movement Yun-Chi made required him to consume a large amount of mental energy and physical strength. A foot of distance required a full 30 breaths before his left and right hands could finally touch one another. At the moment the phoenix flame and frozen end touched, there was no melting of the frozen end or the suppression of the phoenix flame. Instead, the crimson phoenix flames and the crystal blue frozen end began to blend together, frozen end being immersed in the phoenix flames and vice versa. After a while, both the phoenix flames and the frozen end energy had completely coalesced together and formed a cluster of bizarre flames which gently swayed in the air, giving off an icy blue light. At the same time, the space which was divided into two different realms had combined together as well. Moreover, this combination did not mean that the hot and cold energies had suppressed each other. Instead, it was the feeling of bone-chilling cold and bitter heat existing simultaneously, chaotically interweaving and interlacing together. I succeeded. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at the ice flame which danced upon his palm. Initially, when he was in frozen cloud Asgard, his first attempt at successfully forming this heaven-defying ice flame took him an entire 2 days' worth of time. However, after the explosive growth of his abilities and mental strength, coupled with his newfound enlightenment regarding the energy of heaven and earth, he only needed a short 2 hours to succeed on his second try. Moreover, his power-up also caused the might of the Phoenix Flames and the Frozen End Divine Arts to increase dramatically. This current ice flame, compared to the one formed in frozen cloud Asgard, was mightier by far. Xianxia's hands, which were controlling the ice flames, began to shake, and it seemed that he might lose control of this cluster of ice flames. This kind of heaven-defying, unnatural combination manifested as an energy which defied both the laws of nature. Even though what he produced was just a tiny cluster of flames, 70% of Xianxia's profound energy and 50% of his mental strength had been consumed. "Be sure to not let me down," Xianxia muttered as his eyes flared and he pushed his palms forward, striking the stone door with his cluster of ice flames. I'll issue note. In the Chinese language, the it/she/he pronouns all sound the same. The voice is saying her, but Xianxia thought that he had to find a him. This is not incorrect, thanks. The ice flames left Xianxia's palm and latched onto the surface of the stone door. There was no roar of power, nor was there any eruption of phoenix flames or frozen end energy. In fact, there was not even the slightest bit of sound or light that normally came with the release of power. The ice flames simply slowly extinguished themselves and disappeared without making a single sound. However, fist-sized depressions had appeared on the parts of the stone door where the ice flames had landed. These depressions curved inwardly to form perfectly shaped hemispheres. The surface of these depressions were extremely smooth, comparable to a perfectly crafted mirror. It was as if this surface had been polished using the world's most exquisite craftsmanship. After observing these depressions closely, Xianxia's face was filled with joy and surprise. Before, when he had activated Purgatory and used his strongest attack, even after breaking Dragon Fault in the process, he had only been able to cause a crack the size of his pinky nail. It had barely given him the slimmest glimmer of hope that he could one day escape from this place. However, because of the miracle caused by the ice flames, he could clearly envision the day he would walk out of this place. "Very good," Xianxia said excitedly as he clenched both his fists. "If this is the case, I might only need to repeat this process several hundred times until I can create a big enough gap for me to escape." Once again, Xianxia spread out both his eyes, ignited his phoenix flames, and concentrated his frozen end. But this time, before he could even begin to combine the two, his mind swam, and a deep sense of fatigue seemed to have come forth from his profound veins. The reaction of both his mind and profound strength caused him to hesitate for a moment. He released both the phoenix flames and the frozen end energy and began to meditate, focusing fully on recovering both his profound energy and mental strength. After a while, Xianxia's profound energy and mental strength had recovered to around their peak condition, and he once again began to fuse together the ice flames. This time, the fusion took slightly less time than it had before. Once again, he smashed the ice flames against the stone door in the exact same spots which he attacked before. After the ice flame had once again done its silent and deadly work, the width and the depth of those fist-sized depressions had noticeably increased, but the surface was still as smooth as a mirror, with no hint of roughness. Xianxia's only goal right now was to escape this place where he had been trapped for the last 18 months. So the rest of his time was spent on two activities. The first was the fusion of ice flame. The second was the recovery of his profound energy and mental strength. Every day was spent repeating this process over and over again, unknowingly. The time he took to fuse the ice flames became faster and faster. Initially, he could only fuse it twice a day. However, this rose to thrice a day, then 4 times a day, after 5 months had passed. When Xianxia was in peak condition, he could even forcibly fuse the ice flames up to 5 times a day. Compared to how it was initially, the time required to fuse the ice flames and the profound and mental energy it consumed had all been reduced by several times. Moreover, after undergoing this process, both his profound and mental strength had been greatly tempered. Profound sky continent, blue wind nation. Presently, 2 years had already passed since the news of Xianxia's death in the primordial profound arc, while Xianxia was undergoing a life-and-death struggle in the primordial profound arc. Blue Wind Nation had long ago descended into chaos and become a land beset by war. Blue Wind Nation's capital, Blue Wind Imperial City. Your Majesty, it is a disaster. New Moon City has been completely occupied, and both Governor Murong and General Zhen Hui have fallen in battle. Some disciples from the New Moon Profound Palace tried to organize further resistance, but they have all been killed in battle as well. Presently, New Moon City, Bluefure Region, Solid Earth Territory, have all been lost to us. The bearing of bad tidings caused the expressions of everyone present to change agitatedly. Blue Wind Palace Chief Dongfang Ziu said in a shocked voice, "How can it be this fast? Didn't New Moon City have 400,000 troops garrisoned there?" Reporting to Palace Chief Dongfang, yesterday the Divine Phoenix Empire's siege unit was bolstered by the sudden addition of 4 experts from the Divine Phoenix sect. They were reportedly all Tyrant Profound level experts. Over half of our 400,000 troops were killed under the might of their Phoenix flames. Half of New Moon City has also been burned into cinders. The heavily wounded soldier shouted as he began to sob loudly. 4 overlords. All of those present were amongst the highest echelons of power within Blue Wind Nation. But once they heard such news, sweat broke out all over their bodies as their faces blanched and their hearts began to birth a feeling of utter despair. All of their gazes began to concentrate on Kang Yue. Kang Yue was dressed in a set of gold clothing, wearing a purple gold crown on her head. She stood on the tower of the city gate, gazing towards the south. It seemed as if she could see the faraway flames of battle. Her expression still retained its majesty, and her beautiful eyes were filled with calm, as if the loss of New Moon City had not affected her in the least. She was no longer that gentle and delicate Princess Kang Yue, whose whole existence revolved around Xianxia. She was now the Empress of Blue Wind Nation, held the ultimate authority within her country, and was responsible for leading her people in these dark and troubled times. She turned around as her phoenix-like eyes surveyed the people around her, and spoke in a voice as calm as water. "Everyone, now that New Moon has been lost, does anyone have anything to say?" All the officials gathered looked at each other, but no one stood forth to speak. Divine Phoenix Empire was just too strong. Compared to Blue Wind Nation, the disparity between the power of both of these nations could be said to be akin to heaven and earth. Engaging in war with the Divine Phoenix Empire could not be termed as a battle. It was instead a one-sided massacre and suppression. The Divine Phoenix Empire invasion had not even lasted for 2 years, yet Blue Wind Nation had lost more than half of its territories, and even more importantly, the 5 most important major cities had been lost as well. In fact, it was likely they would soon come knocking on the doors of the Blue Wind Imperial City itself, without even considering the present Blue Wind Nation. Even if it was a Blue Wind Nation which was stronger by 10 times, it still would not be enough to withstand this assault. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and fighting spirit were nothing but fleeting shadows. Under this death-like oppressive silence, one person couldn't tolerate it any longer and stood up, shouting, "Royal Sister, this battle is unwinnable, and any further resistance, besides increasing the number of casualties, is utterly meaningless. Divine Phoenix Empire's army is already pressing upon our gates, and will reach Blue Wind Imperial City in no time at all. To surrender now and end this war is the most correct decision." The one who spoke was precisely Second Prince Kang Yi. No, following Kang Yue's coronation as Empress, he had already been elevated to that of Grand Prince, no longer remaining a princeling. After those words left his mouth, the faces of several of the generals present darkened with fury. However, these generals were strictly in the minority. The eyes of the large majority present flickered, because what Kang Yi had said was what was buried in the heart for the longest time. It was just that they did not dare to voice it out. "How presumptuous of you!" Kang Yue shouted in rage. "Our nation is imperiled, New Moon City has fallen, but instead of thinking of your country and hating the Divine Phoenix Empire, you dare to say such shameful things in front of everyone. You have utterly disappointed this Empress." Kang Yi saw the reactions of the people surrounding him, clenched his teeth, and harshly cried, "Royal Sister, in regards to the strength of Divine Phoenix Empire and the continued existence of our Blue Wind Nation, we are all well aware of the impending outcome. All of this so-called resistance is simply meaningless. If we surrender and take the initiative to welcome the Divine Phoenix Army, the war will end immediately. Our Blue Wind Nation will be absorbed under the banner of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and not only will we be allowed to live, We will even be granted significant status as nobles." "Silence!" Empress Kang Yue's beautiful brows arched, and she yelled in fury. "Kang Yi, as a grand prince of the imperial family, how can you utter such outrageous and shameless words? Have you forgotten the atrocities Divine Phoenix Empire has inflicted on our nation? Have you forgotten how many of our citizens died to defend our country? Have you forgotten how our royal father died, in the face of this national grievance and in front of the bones of countless heroes? You dare to show such cowardly behavior and would choose to be a defeated dog?" Kang Yue's chest violently heaved, her extreme disappointment and anger clear for all to see. "Because this was your first offense, this Empress will, for the time being, forget what you have just said. However, if you dare say anything to besmirch the dignity of our imperial family again, this Empress will definitely not spare you." Being fiercely reprimanded by Kang Yue in front of all the high officials caused Kang Yi's face to darken. He once more clenched his teeth and shouted in a discontented voice, "Royal sister, I am not cowardly or afraid of death. It is for our Blue-Wind Imperial family, for the lives of all of those present, and even for our entire Blue-Wind nation that I say these things. Divine Phoenix Empire is everywhere. All the large sects have surrendered, and even Zyro sect took the initiative to welcome them and express their loyalty. We can only continue on if we survive, and to be able to tolerate momentary shame is the hallmark of a real man. Moreover, royal sister, now that you are the Empress of Blue Wind, if you take the initiative to surrender, the Divine Phoenix Empire may even let you continue on as the Blue Wind Nation's ruler. If you do not do this, there is only a dead end awaiting you. The two fates are as different as heaven and earth. Royal sister, please come to your senses." "Bastard!" Empress Kang Yue roared in a low voice, her majestic gaze turning cold enough to pierce bone. "Men, drag Kang Yi out below this tower and behead him for all to see." Once the words had come out of Kang Yue's mouth, all the people present were thrown into a state of shock. Immediately, more than 10 senior officials hurriedly stood up, but before they could utter a single word, they were cut off by Kang Yue's icy voice. "Whoever dares to plead for his sake will be implicated as well." 2 golden-clothed imperial guards strode forth and firmly took hold of Kang Yi, preparing to drag him out. Kang Yi had never in his wildest dreams thought that Kang Yue would actually execute him. After all, he was Kang Yue's blood brother, a prince of the Blue Wind Nation. He cried out as he struggled, You dare to kill me. I am Grand Prince of Blue Wind Nation, your royal brother. All that I have said was for the sake of the survival of the royal bloodline. On what basis do you have to kill me? If you kill me, how can you face our dead royal father? If this Empress does not kill you, then I really would not be able to face our royal father, and will let down all the ancestors of our Blue Wind Imperial family. The fact that our Blue Wind Imperial family has birthed such a wretched and cowardly degenerate who would rather be the slave of the enemy is our true shame. There is no need to drag him outside, behead him immediately. Royal sister, you wait, royal sister. Ah, shunk. As the blade of the Imperial Guardsman rose and fell neatly, so too did Kang Yi's head fly from his neck in front of everyone present. Blood flew everywhere as his head landed on the ground and rolled a far distance, leaving a scarlet trail of blood gurgling in its wake. A heavy gurgling sound issued from the throats of all who were present, and those who originally stood forth to plead on behalf of Kang Yi retreated in profuse fear, both legs going soft immediately. After Kang Yue had ascended to the throne, the Blue Wind Profound Palace that was under the command of Dongfang Xiu became completely loyal to her. Controlling both the power of the Blue Wind Profound Palace and having the status of Empress was equivalent to having the greatest control over who lived or died. Even though Kang Yi was a grand prince, if she wanted to kill him, no one would dare to stop her or express discontent. Blue Wind can completely collapse, but it can never be allowed to yield and live out an ignoble existence. Blue Wind may be extinguished, this Empress may die, but as long as this Empress draws a single breath, I will fight Divine Phoenix Empire to the death now. Who else among you wants to surrender? Empress Kang Yue's gaze swept across all who were present, her voice carrying a heavy threat and a faint killing intent. As her voice fell, over 100 senior officials in the venue fell to their knees hurriedly, and not a single sound could be heard after. No one dared to mention the word surrender anymore. Dongfeng Xiu stood at the forefront, and he silently watched Empress Kang Yue, his heart letting out a long sigh. He had stayed by Kang Wan's side for the longest time. It could be said that he had watched Kang Yue grow up. In the palace where a silent war was constantly being waged on all sides, her heart had remained as clear as still water. A a soft and tender blossom. She loathed conflict and never used her status as a princess to ride roughshod over people of lower status. She was gentle and compassionate, and forget about killing others. As she was growing up, she couldn't even bear to hurt someone. After she and Xianxia got married, she cared even less about the affairs of the imperial family and even forgot her status as a princess, as she committed her entire heart to Xianxia. After Xianxia left for frozen cloud Asgard, she spent her days gazing at the window wistfully, and did not hesitate to ask the palace maids for instruction, to learn the things a wife was supposed to know. All her thoughts were focused on becoming Xianxia's most splendid and perfect taste. But the present Kang Yue had become a completely different person, killing decisively, towering above all others, and at times even becoming cruel and merciless, cold and callous. Her previous softness and grace had completely disappeared. 2 years ago, once they received news that Xianxia had died within the primordial profound arc, Kang Yue had fainted on the spot and fell deeply ill. 3 months later, Divine Phoenix Empire dispatched their 3 million-strong army to rush across their border, beginning a large-scale invasion. This threw Blue Wind into chaos as it faced a precarious situation. Another 3 months later, Kang Wan was assassinated, and even on his deathbed, he could not find someone to succeed the throne. The princes had spent their entire lives jostling for position, scheming to win the approval of Kang Wan, as they all dreamed of becoming emperor. But once Divine Phoenix Empire invaded, Blue Wind's only fate was to perish. Who would be willing to be the ruler of a dead nation? All of them would rather hide away. However, at that time, Kang Yue, who was still mired in the pain of Xianxia's death, appeared at Kang Wan's bedside, and using her weak shoulders, willingly took on the burden of fighting against the doomed fate of her nation. In the history of the Blue Wind imperial family, there had never been a female ruler before. However, when Kang Yue ascended to the throne, there was not even a single objection from the princes. Instead, they all let out a long sigh of relief. Dongfengxiu still remembered when Kang Wan grabbed Kang Yue's hand, both his eyes filling with tears as he said every word softly. "Yue, it will be hard on you." After which his gaze froze and old tears fell as he died, filled with regret. Yes, it was indeed hard on her. She had to simultaneously shoulder a widow's pain and the calamity of a doomed nation. If it was any other regular girl, this task would be impossible. But she was capable of doing so, and after ascending to the throne, she never shed a single tear again as her disposition underwent a huge change. Or it was more apt to say that in the face of this calamity, she had no choice but to change. All that she had experienced and endured as empress over the last 1.5 years was even more than what Kang Wan had endured over his decades of rule. And her present might and disposition of a ruler was not any less than Kang Wan at the outset of his rule. Her every word and action was filled with imperial power. Dongfengxiu was not sure if he should rejoice or if his heart should grieve. "General Feng, you will immediately lead all the cavalry under my command towards the south. At the same time, send a sound transmission to Great Desert Lord Zheng Wanli and advise him to give up on the northern and the western front. Then, immediately set out towards the south, march through the day and night if you have to, but you must meet at the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, which is to the north of New Moon City, after which you will conceal yourselves on both sides of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, and once the Divine Phoenix Army arrives, you will ambush them from the left and right. Always bear this in mind. The deeper you journey into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, the fiercer the profound beasts will be. Therefore, conceal yourselves on its periphery if you can and never attempt to delve deeper." When she mentioned the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, Kang Yue's heart began to tremble, because it was after they had gone through that period of joy and sorrow together in the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range all those years ago that their hearts had become one. "This general has received your command." An awe-inspiring general who was radiating martial power and in full armor gave a salute, after which he raised his head to ask, "Your Majesty, if Zheng Wanli travels south, he will pass by the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. Should he once again ask Heavenly Sword Villa for help?" Empress Kang Yue's slender eyebrows twitched, and her gaze fell in the direction of Heavenly Sword Villa. She spoke in a voice as cold as ice. 1,000 years ago, my Blue Wind ancestor and the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Villa were sworn brothers for life. Both parties mutually supported one another, with one having all political authority, while the other had all the power. They swore a blood oath with each other that they would live and die as one. and if one party was facing imminent doom, the other would definitely pour out all his power to help. In the past, when our blue-wind imperial family was in a state of upheaval, and my royal father was poisoned by scoundrels, for them to not extend any help at all was already tantamount to being unvirtuous and unjust. However, at that time, the imperial family was not truly facing destruction, so they could still be forgiven. But at this present time, on the occasion of our demise, 2 years ago, when we sought help from them a total of 9 times, even to the point where we groveled and begged, they shut themselves in their villa, ignoring us completely. Since they are empty of righteousness, why should we shame ourselves any further? General Feng slowly nodded his head. I understand. I will set off immediately. Wait! Empress Kang Yue turned around and said, even though we have broken off all relations with them, we should still pay Heavenly Sword Villa a visit. As Empress Kang Yue's voice fell, her hands unraveled a sheet of dull golden silk. She gathered profound energy in her finger and wrote the following words swiftly. Your faithlessness hath earned mine contempt, your disregard hath aroused mine spite. This empress shall always remember this. If the blue wind doth see the dawn and its gentle breeze chances upon the heavenly sword, there will be no reconciliation, for only hate and enmity remains forevermore. Empress Kang Yue did not hide anything while she was writing, and those close to her could all that was written. After she finished writing, she folded the silk and passed it to General Feng. Dispatch men to Heavenly Sword Villa. You do not need to see anyone, just throw this thing at the foot of the Heavenly Sword mountain range. No matter if Blue Wind lives or dies, what I have said today will never be taken back. After gazing upon the delicate characters which were saturated with majestic power, General Feng nodded his head heavily, kept the silk sheet carefully, and quickly withdrew. Empress Kang Yue saw him off and turned around after, gazing into the distance, her thoughts hidden from all who were present. I am a daughter of Blue Wind, wife of Xianxia. Even in death, I will never defile their glorious names. Primordial profound Arc Xianxia sat cross-legged in front of the stone door and stared intensely at that large hole on the stone door. Through this large hole, he could already clearly see the scenery outside. This was the result of his consecutive fusions of ice flames for half a year. After a total of more than 600 destructive strikes from the ice flame, the hole on the stone door had expanded to a size even larger than an adult's head. However, after trying several times, it was still insufficient for him to leave this place. It was still lacking that small bit. The frozen end and phoenix flames in Xianxia's hands once again successfully fused together. Compared to the first few attempts, the time he took to fuse them this time was very short, and even the process itself was a little casually done. In half a year from repeating more than 600 times without rest, when he fused ice and flames, it was no longer as difficult as before. Speaking from another perspective, his understanding towards this heaven-bending law had gradually become more thorough during this process. This time, it will definitely succeed, Xianxia muttered, as he struck the ice flame in his hand towards the side of that hole. The destruction of the ice flame was completely soundless, and as the demonic ice-blue-colored flames dissipated, it could be seen with the naked eyes that the width of the hole had stretched by a small degree. After visually measuring the current width of the hole, Xianxia took a deep breath. Just as he was about to stand, suddenly, the profound energy in his profound veins stirred for a moment. This is another breakthrough. Xianxia hurriedly stabilized his body in a sitting posture, focused his mind, and slowly guided the profound energy in his body. Every fusion of a single ice flame consumed an enormous amount of profound energy. Hence, with every successful fusion, it was a form of refinement to his profound strength to a very large degree. On the 140th fusion, his profound energy broke through into the 9th level of the sky profound realm. It had only been 4 months since then, and his profound level was once again confronted with a breakthrough. Just like the one before, the breakthrough this time was, a matter of course, incomparably successful. In less than 8 minutes, the profound energy in his profound veins had completely calmed down, and the aura being emitted from Xianxia's body had undergone an evident change. The profound energy of the earth profound realm was like a mist, while the profound energy of the sky profound realm was as dense as a white syrup. Now that he had crossed into the peak of the sky profound realm, the profound energy within his profound veins were so dense, it was as though they were about to solidify. Scarlet-colored and blue-colored light intersected each other with their glows, causing the entire space of profound veins to look as though it was a dreamlike world. Xianxia opened his eyes, looked at his own pair of hands, and muttered to himself. It seems like I'm not really far off from the Emperor Profound realm as well. Give me another year or less, and I will definitely accomplish in becoming a throne. Xianxia stood up. His eyes stared intensely at the large hole on the stone door before he stuffed his head into it. Just like before, his head effortlessly crossed through. However, his shoulders were still stuck at inner rim and were unable to pass through. Xianxia stretched out his neck, straightened his body, and struggled to fold his arms. Then, leaping with his legs, he greatly exerted his strength. In an instant, with a boink sound, his shoulders, which had been stuck inside, instantly snapped into the hole. Success? Although the snap was very painful, Xianxia revealed a joyful look. He strongly moved his body, pulled along both of his arms, allowing his own upper body to move forward within the hole, little by little, to the point where he was struggling while grimacing in pain, and his face and neck had turned red. If not because there wasn't anyone in the primordial profound arc, even if Xianxia had to wait for another half a month, he definitely wouldn't be willing to act like this, which would ruin his image in front of others. I simply don't believe that I'm not able to get out. Xianxia struggled for a good long while before his arms had finally struggled out a half of the door. He widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and exerted his strength with all his might. With a sweep sound, the clothes Xianxia was wearing were completely torn apart, while like an unleashed cannonball, his entire body was suddenly shot out from the hole. Then his head smashed head-on with the wall at the front not far away. Xianxia stood up while holding onto his head. Turning his head around, he saw the stone door that was embedded with a large hole, and that stone door was actually more than 30 meters away from his current location. I'm out, I'm finally out. Even though his head was in severe pain from the crash, Xianxia was still celebrating to himself with incomparable excitement. From back then, when he thought that he was in a situation of absolute death, to surviving in incomparably sufferable conditions, he had now just escaped from the place where he was trapped in for 2 whole years. It would be hard for him to not feel excited at all. Don't be happy too soon, Jasmine's voice resounded coldly. You have only left a small stone room. You're currently still in the primordial profound arc. Do you know how to leave this primordial profound arc? Jasmine's words caused Xianxia's emotions to speedily cool down. He pondered for a moment before replying. No matter how big this profound arc is, it should still have edges. As long as I find the edges and use the ice flame like I did to break open the stone door little by little, I will definitely be able to get out. HMPH, you're really naive. Jasmine snorted coldly. You used exactly half a year to break open a small stone door. The thickness of the walls at the corner of the primordial profound arc is at least 10,000 times more than the stone door, and their tenacity far surpasses a mere absolutely ordinary stone door in the interior. What are you going to use to break them open? This, I know it's not really realistic either. However, if I want to leave this place, it's not like this is the only way. Xianxia continued. The primordial profound arc will appear in the profound sky continent once every 300 years. Every time, those who enter will always be expelled by the primordial profound arc's aura. Xianxia pondered as he said with a heavy expression. According to past records, usually, the primordial profound arc will stop for half a year. Then, the arc gate will open on the very last day, and everyone who have entered the profound arc will be expelled at the final moment. And counting the time the primordial profound arc had suddenly halted previously, it's been about half a year since then as well. That aura might arrive any time soon. As long as I leave this fortress and wait for the arrival of that aura, I will be able to leave. What you have said might indeed become reality, Jasmine lightly said. Then, do you know what place the primordial profound arc has currently stopped at? Since you know that the primordial profound arc will only appear once in the profound sky continent every 300 years, then, the place it has currently stopped at is naturally impossible for it to be the profound sky continent as well. If you leave due to the aura, then, you will be brought into some unknown place. In the profound sky continent, there seems to be no records on other similar spaces where the primordial profound arc has appeared in. In other words, the place where you will be brought to is extremely possible to be completely unrelated to the profound sky continent. The distance between two might be extremely far, and it might be a place where you will be unable to once again return to the profound sky continent forever. Xianxia's body suddenly stiffened. Very evidently, this primordial profound arc does not merely stop in the profound sky continent. It seems to be undergoing spatial transference abiding by a certain pattern. At every fixed period of time, it will stop at a fixed place and stays for a fixed period of time as well, with 300 years as a complete cycle. Jasmine slowly said, "In the boundless universe and chaotic space, there's countless galaxies, countless astral planes, and countless dimensions. The blue pole star where you reside in before is merely one of the most normal and inconspicuous among them. The primordial profound arc has undergone exactly 18 months of spatial transference. With this amount of time, it's sufficient for it to reach a faraway place that you're unable to imagine or understand. So far away that even if you succeed in stepping into the divine profound realm and spend your entire life, it will still be impossible for you to return to the profound sky continent. Could it be that I have to wait here for 300 years, until it once again returns to profound sky continent, before I choose to be expelled by the aura?" Xianxia was silent for a long while before he said, startled. In actuality, in the recent few months, he had thought about what Jasmine had just said. However, it was hard for him to accept this reality. If he were to leave the primordial profound arc now, he would appear in another completely different world. It might be impossible for him to return to profound sky continent as well. However, if he were to wait here for more than 300 years, given his dragon god's physique, and the protection from the great way of the Buddha, even if he did not have profound energy, living another 300 years wasn't a problem at all, to the point where he would not have any hint of having aged either. However, combining his two lives together, he had only lived for less than 50 years. Just how was he supposed to face such a long span of time of 300 years? Just what would happen to profound sky continent after 300 years? 300 years later, the people he were concerned about, grandfather, little aunt, Kang Yue, Yuanba, Kinyu, would they still be around? If they would they still remember him then? If they would remember, then how would he face that situation? Jasmine sensed that Xianxia's state of mind and aura had become a little messy. She lightly voiced out, "Forget it, there's no need for you to be so pessimistic. Give me another few more years, when the deadly poison is completely cleansed from my body, when you have helped me accomplish all 4 conditions that I require, allowing my body to be reconstructed, no matter what place you're in. I will still be able to bring you straight back to profound sky continent." The 4 conditions Jasmine set for Xianxia were: enter the sovereign profound realm in 30 years, 3 tyrant profound beasts profound pellets, 35 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals, and a netherworld Udambara flower. These items can be gathered not just from the profound sky continent. And in reality, it's seemingly impossible to find them in the profound sky continent as well, especially when it comes to 35 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. HMPH, even when all of the purple vein divine crystals of the profound sky continent are pooled together, it still wouldn't be enough to make up 35 kilograms. You can simply use the aura of this profound arc to bring you into the world it has currently stopped in. In this world, it might be easier to find the items I require. Jasmine's words had instantly dispersed the clouds in Xianxia's heart, and his eyes once again shone. In regards to Jasmine's ability to bring him back to the profound sky continent after Jasmine had remodeled her body, Xianxia did not suspect it in the slightest. Because Jasmine was initially someone who had come from a place other than the profound sky continent, and it wasn't just its distance being extremely far and long. Even their levels were extremely far away from their own world. "Great," Xianxia slowly nodded, as he temporarily placed down the reluctance in his heart. "If it really only stops at every place for exactly half a year, then it should be about time. Now I shall hurry out of the fortress and wait for the aura to expel me. Hopefully, it doesn't send me to a dead world." As he said that, Xianxia no longer hesitated. His body flew, and he hurriedly looked for the staircase down. From the top of the stone stairs, he directly leapt down and landed on that circle-shaped stone stage on the first floor of this mysterious fortress. Just as he was about to lift up his leg to fly again, a voice suddenly resounded in his ears. "Please, find her." Xianxia halted his footsteps. Ever since the first day he had stepped into the primordial profound arc, and after he spent half a year to break open the stone door, he had heard this voice several times. Basically, every 4 to 6 hours it would voice out again. However, this time it was different from every single one before. Back then, the voice he heard was frail and insignificant. If he did not focus his mind, it would be a little hard to hear, as it seemed to have come from an extremely far place. While this time it was so close, as if it was right next to his ear. "Who are you, and where are you?" Xianxia stopped in his tracks and began to shout in all directions. The voice that had just appeared had sounded like it was right next to his ear. The space within the primordial profound arc would only begin to vibrate violently if the primordial profound arc was going to employ its energy field within the hour. Seeing that the space within the arc was completely still, Xianxia was not in a hurry to leave. During these past 6 months, he had always wanted to figure out the origins of this incessant voice which only he could hear. Just like always, it would take very long for him to receive a response once he shouted those words. Xianxia's gaze began to sweep across all 4 corners. Just now, he could clearly hear that the voice had originated from a location very near to his own, and the true voice would weaken as the distance grew greater. Spirit sound transmission functioned in the same way. He could almost confirm that the origins of the voice was no further than 10 steps from where he was right now. Xianxia slowly walked to the middle of the stage, his eyes meticulously scanning every corner of the area. At this moment, a weak red light flashed across the corner of his eyes. His gaze froze and landed at portion where the stage leaned against the end of the wall. Xianxia had observed this speck of red light from the first day he had entered the profound primordial arc, and he had even found where the light came from. But at that time, he didn't have the ability to blast the floor open. Thus, he had to shelve his curiosity and amazement regarding the red light, and even though he had a faint feeling that there was a hidden space underneath the floor, there was nothing he could do to find out at the time. Xianxia walked over and stood at the location which he had located just now. He bent down and he observed a tiny fissure at his feet. A sliver of red light was pulsing up from the ground through that fissure, the pulses coming intermittently. Xianxia took a deep breath and focused profound energy within his fist, and threw a punch towards the tiles at his feet. Bang! Xianxia's fist was sent flying away, but the feedback Xianxia received from the feel and the sound of that blow proved that the stone tiles were not thick, or at least it was much thinner than the stone door he had used half a year to blast open. He stopped hesitating, sat down, and began to concentrate. In the left hand, frozen end energy, in the right phoenix flames. Xianxia had been repeating the process of fusing both energies near constantly for the last half a year. So the entire process of guiding and controlling the energies came extremely naturally to him. A short while later, frozen end and phoenix flames had merged in Xianxia's hands to form a blossom of gently swaying icy blue flames. Xianxia flipped his hands over, allowing the ice flames to gently float downwards and fall on the stone tiles. To Xianxia's surprise, the stone tiles below his feet were much thinner than expected. In fact, it seemed to have the thickness of a single sheet of paper. Once the ice flames had fallen on the tiles vanished like swiftly melting ice. The ice flames spread and carved out a perfectly round hole that was about a foot wide before extinguishing themselves. As he gazed into the hole created by the ice flames, Xianxia saw that there was indeed a hidden space underneath, and in the middle of this space, a red light swayed and flickered. What was hidden beneath here? Did this mean that voice had been transmitted from this place all along? A foot-wide gap was just big enough for Xianxia to jump into. Xianxia hesitated for a while but decided to take the plunge after all, and he jumped straight into the gap. The hidden space beneath the platform was not deep. Xianxia had only descended 20 feet or so before his feet touched the icy, hard surface. There were no dangerous presences that he could sense in his near vicinity, but Xianxia's nerves became pinched when he directed his gaze forward. This area was not big, it was not even wider than 30 meters. The space was completely empty and clean, save for the middle of the area where a ball of red light stood. The ball was about Xianxia's height. It appeared to be uniformly round, and the red light it released would wax and wane, but the light was generally gentle and did not contain any attacking power. This was. Xianxia strode over to stand directly in front of the ball of light. The red light was not intense, yet it was very thick, and it prevented Xianxia from seeing past it. But his instincts told him that there was definitely something cocooned within this red light. What exactly was it? The profound primordial arc had existed for an extremely long time. Using Jasmine's own words, it was to the extent that it was ancient beyond your imagination. Despite having existed since ancient times, this ball of light was still able to emit this red light. This was demonstrated just how unusual it was. Xianxia extended his arm, experimentally reaching towards the ball of light. "Do not touch it!" Jasmine's voice resounded in his head and caused him to stop his action hurriedly. He retracted his hand swiftly, and his body retreated with the speed of a lightning bolt. HMPH, attempting to touch this thing before you have even figured out your current circumstances. Do you want to die? Jasmine snorted coldly. What exactly is this ball of light? Xianxia asked. A ball of light that had endured for countless eons. What it contained was surely a power beyond his comprehension. His attempt to touch it with his hand had indeed been risky. This is not some ball of light, it is an extremely strong protective barrier. Jasmine said in a heavy tone, It may look like it has no ability to attack, but if you had dared to touch it, it would have immediately launched a counterattack, and its weakest counterattack would have been enough to kill you tens of thousands of times over. For Jasmine to use the words, extremely strong, as a descriptor sufficiently demonstrated how terrifying this red ball of light really was. And Jasmine's words that its weakest counterattack would have been enough to kill you tens of thousands of times over was definitely not overstated in the least. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated yet another few steps. You have finally come? A voice as light as smoke slowly resounded in this area. This time it was not a spirit sound transmission, but a real voice. Moreover, it was a voice belonging to a woman. This time even Jasmine could hear this voice clearly. The voice seemed even nearer than it was before. It was almost as if it came from directly in front of Xianxia. Xianxia turned his head swiftly to scan all four directions, cautiously asking, Who exactly are you? As Xianxia's voice fell, a dim white shadow slowly emerged from the side of the ball of red light. It was the silhouette of a woman dressed in white. Her body was small and slightly bent, and half her hair was white as well. All of this indicated that this was an elder who had long ago stepped into her twilight years. You are? Xianxia said unwittingly as he startled. The silhouette of the elderly lady in front of him seemed blurry. It was blurry to the point that it seemed like a floating column of white smoke that could be blown away by a gust of wind. From the day he had entered the primordial profound arc, Jasmine had told him that the entity that had called out to him could indeed be a spirit body which was exactly the same as Jasmine. But Jasmine's spirit body could be seen by the naked eye, and it looked no different from that of a real girl's body. And because she was connected to him, he could even touch her, and it felt no different from touching a real body. But the spirit in front of his eyes was formless and wavering, seeming like a candle in the wind. I am a guardian. I am guarding my little mistress, the old lady said in a light but extremely ancient-sounding voice. If she was using spirit sound transmission, it could only be used once in a long time, but now that she was talking face to face, she experienced no such obstacles. I have always been looking for you, and I have been looking for you for so long, so long. You have been looking for me? Xianxia asked, pointing to himself. After which he eyed his left hand and continued. Oh, is what you were looking for the sky poison pearl? Correct. I controlled this profound arc, jumping from dimension to dimension, all for the sake of finding the sky poison pearl. Wait a minute. Xianxia's expression revealed utter shock. The profound arc you mentioned is this huge profound arc that I am in right now. It is under your control. In the beginning, it was indeed under my control, but at that time I had also been poisoned with a devilish poison, and every breath would erode my life and very soul in order to retain my awareness so I could continue to guard my little mistress. I gave up my body and 80% of my soul. What is left is only a lingering spirit, who is powerless to pilot this profound arc. But the profound arc followed the memory imprint I had left at the beginning, relentlessly traveling through a set cycle of dimensions, repeating endlessly, each cycle lasting 300 years. The profound arc's energy has been continuously depleting, and now, its energy source has just about dried up. Thank the heavens for being merciful. Before my lingering spirit is extinguished, and before the arc's destruction, you have finally arrived. Xianxia's mouth gaped open as he quickly digested this old lady's gentle yet exceedingly shocking words. This incomparably big profound arc was actually controlled by someone, and the old lady in front of him actually had the ability to control such an astonishing profound arc. And the reasons for the profound arc's appearance in the profound sky continent, and the reason for it to appear every 300 years, was also because of this old lady. Her spirit is indeed on the brink of dissipation. Jasmine said in dull voice laced with pity, It might happen at any moment. In fact, this will happen within the span of 100 breaths. To be able to finally find the person she has been looking for just as she was about to disappear, perhaps she doesn't need to be pitied. Within 100 breaths, Xianxia's heart was given a jolt, and as he gazed at the misty form of the old lady, he asked, Who exactly are you? And why are you looking for the sky poison pearl? What is it that you want me to do? The old lady could not detect any evil intent from Xianxia's person, and this was what comforted her the most. She slowly said, "I am only a guardian, my little mistress, and my race has long been forgotten by the world. There is no need to mention them anymore, my little mistress. Her body has been inflicted with a terrible devilish poison within all the realms. Only the sky poison pearl can cure her. In order to stem the invasion of this devilish poison, our little mistress was sealed into the coffin of eternity." Coffin of eternity. The old lady's voice grew more and more ethereal. Chaotic turmoil, the terrible battle of gods and devils, the overturning of the sky, the weeping of the gods and the heavens. I brought my little mistress with me into the ark to flee. The coffin of eternity sealed her body and soul, allowed her presence to disappear into the chaotic space, and allowed her to escape that heaven-destroying calamity. If one day the sky poison pearl can cleanse the devilish poison from her body, and she can once again awaken, and my bitter life will finally come to a happy end. Devilish poison, devilish poison. The words that had been repeated by the old lady caused Jasmine's breathing to go wild, because the poison she had been inflicted with was also a kind of devilish poison, and it was the deadliest of all devilish poisons, absolute god-slaying poison. And similarly, only the sky poison pearl could fully cleanse this poison. The old lady's voice grew dimmer and dimmer, and the contents of her message began growing garbled. She didn't wish to reveal the status and origins of herself or her little mistress, but she involuntarily revealed fragments of the previous situation. And it was at this time that her already mist-like form began to grow even thinner. She was a guardian, and in order to fulfill her duties, she willingly abandoned her body and 80% of her soul, to continuously fulfill her duties as a lingering spirit to the point where she dissipated. How could Xianxia not be moved? He looked at the lump of red light and said, "Your little mistress is being protected by the ball of light, right? The sky poison pearl is indeed on my person if it can really help to save your little mistress, and it will not cause any harm to me. I will do all that I can." "Thank you, your eyes are sincere and determined. I can sense a strong soul within your body, but what's even more stronger is your unmeasurable potential. Therefore, I can finally feel assured and free myself. I will be in another world praying for my little mistress, and you?" "Thank you." The elderly woman's voice grew weaker and slower. When the last sounds of her voice fell, Xianxia didn't even have time to question her, before her figure disappeared into thin air as though it was dispersed by the wind. The remains of her soul have also disappeared. It lasted for almost as long as I predicted. It's a pity that she would never reincarnate, nor would she go to the so-called another world, Jasmine said plainly. Xianxia looked at the ball of red light in front of him, and just when he was about to ask a question, the ball of light suddenly stopped flickering and completely froze in position, then suddenly pinged softly. It was like the sound of glass shattering. In an instant, a vertical crack appeared on the ball of light that was frozen in position. Soon after, the ball of light instantly evaporated, as though it was a soap bubble being pierced, turning into numerous red shards scattering in the air before breaking into even small pieces and slowly disappeared in the air. The red protective ball of light dispelled, but not all of the red light disappeared. Following the disappearance of the red protective ball of light, a crystal coffin that was emitting a weak red glow appeared in front of Xianxia. Inside the crystal coffin laid a person who was much more petite than Xianxia expected, a little girl. The girl's body was petite, and her hands laid crossed in front of her chest as she laid silently in the coffin with a tint of a serene and lonely expression. She had long hair that was naturally scattered behind her. Her hair reached all the way to her lower back and was bright red. It was not a flame like fiery red, but instead a ruby-like sparkling red. The girl had a face that seemed like it was carved from jade. Within its perfection, there was an immaturity that only a child would possess. On her cream-colored face was a cute, exquisite nose that pointed upwards and watery, tender lips that were gently closed. Below her similarly red eyelashes were eyes that anyone would believe to be a pair of star-like eyes if she opened them. She wore a bright red imperial robe, but her clothes seemed to be very thin, bringing out all the contours of her petite body. Only a pair of snow-white slender arms and a pair of white and tender legs were revealed, and on her feet were a pair of crystal-clear ruby princess shoes. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there were ruby bangles on both her wrists and ankles. The bangles were very small and stuck tightly to her skin on her slender wrists and ankles. Such a cute girl. Wait, why is she a little girl? This is the one that person referred to as Little Mistress. Xianxia stared widely. This girl looked to be younger than Jasmine when he had originally met her, and at most in her early teens. Although she was very young, she possessed beauty that would be able to bring about calamity. Perhaps anyone that saw her would think that they had seen a sleeping doll. "Wouldn't you be more willing to save her now, you big pervert?" Jasmine replied half-mockingly and half-hatefully. "Would she be any danger to me?" Xianxia automatically chose not to hear the last 3 words Jasmine said. "Oh, a big pervert like you who specializes in cajoling women would be afraid of a girl as young as this. You also know that she could possibly be a person from the primordial era. What happens if she's as powerful as you?" Xianxia said as his face revealed his cautiousness. Before meeting Jasmine, Xianxia would never believe a pretty girl that looked like a doll could be linked to the word frightening. However, having an exception such as Jasmine made Xianxia unable to not raise his cautiousness against the young girl lying in the coffin. Jasmine remained silent for a while before replying. "This crystal coffin should be the coffin of eternity that person mentioned. My consciousness isn't able to enter it, and her aura is completely sealed in. Not one bit is leaking out. Thus, I'm unable to tell whether she would pose a threat to you or not. If you're scared, you can just ignore it." Xianxia did not hesitate as he walked forward, then stood in front of the crystal coffin. "Since I have already promised that person, I should still fulfill my promise. Furthermore, such a cute little girl, no matter how I look at it, she doesn't seem like anyone bad, and if I save her, I would be considered her savior." As he spoke, Xianxia placed one of his hands on top of the crystal coffin and pushed with a little strength. However, he did not expect that such a light push would cause the lid on the coffin to crash open. Just before the fragmented soul had dispersed, it had obviously dispelled the protective ball of light and the coffin of eternity. "It is indeed the aura of a devilish poison. Quickly, help her detoxify the poison," Jasmine suddenly said anxiously. "Once the coffin of eternity has been opened, the suppressed devilish poison would already be awakened. Quick, cleanse it with the sky poison pearl. Otherwise, with no means of resisting while unconscious, her life, consciousness, and soul will be consumed by the poison." As Jasmine spoke, a black shroud of fog that was growing thicker with frightening speed appeared around the body of the red-haired girl. Xianxia frowned and nodded slightly as he quickly raised his left hand, placing it on the girl's chest. A jade-green glow instantly appeared and enveloped her. Xianxia had not heard of the term devilish poison before, but he felt an extremely terrifying poisonous aura from the girl's body. Even with his memories from 2 lives, he had not experienced a poisonous aura like this before. However, it was similar to the frightening poison that was on Jasmine, except that it was not as domineering as Jasmine's. In this world, there was no poison that the sky poison pearl could not cleanse, and under the cleansing power of the sky poison pearl, the devilish poison within the red-haired girl was being subdued gradually. Then it was consumed and cleansed, resulting in the black shroud of fog being dispersed and completely disappearing very quickly. After 30 minutes, the devilish poison on the girl was finally completely purified. The fact that it took so long for the sky poison pearl to cleanse, it meant that the devilish poison was extremely powerful. Judging by the strength of the devilish poison, if it had completely invaded the girl's soul, just like Jasmine's situation, it would even be considered short if it was completely cleansed in tens of days. The sky poison pearl's cleansing light had disappeared as Xianxia removed his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The girl still remained peacefully sleeping, making one to not bear to make a sound lest she woke up. Xianxia suddenly seemed to regain his senses and placed his hand onto her chest again. After a while, he removed his hand and his face was confused. "No signs of life?" Jasmine asked. "Not the slightest bit of life. Does that mean that she's actually already dead?" Beside Xianxia, a red light shone and the silhouette of Jasmine appeared as she stared at the girl in the crystal coffin, using her sense to scan her body but unable to detect any signs of life. She then mumbled, "So it's true, looks like you have wasted your efforts." Xianxia felt a hidden sense of regret in his heart. He had used all his efforts to purify the devilish poison in the girl and didn't dare to allow a lapse in concentration. However, after completely cleansing the poison, he found out that, as his hand was on the girl's body during purification, he didn't detect any signs of life from her. Even now that the poison was completely cleansed, there were no signs of life at all, obviously. At some point in time within the coffin of eternity, she had already lost her life, but her guardian did not know as she still remained, senselessly and bitterly guarding her. She was so determined that she didn't let her fragmented soul scatter in anticipation for that glimpse of hope. Now that her desired sky poison pearl had arrived, she finally dissipated peacefully. But what a pity it was lucky that her fragmented soul has already dissipated. If not, having to see this scene, she would probably be unable to rest in peace. Xianxia didn't give up as he used his hand to press at her neck, forehead, wrist, and chest. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she was always within the coffin of eternity. Her body temperature didn't seem cold. Her skin was soft and tender, yet smooth as jade. However, no matter how Xianxia tried to probe, he couldn't feel any signs of life. There wasn't even the flow of blood either. Xianxia had finally given up as he let out a sigh inwardly. He spoke while raising his head and looking at the sky. Old Senior, Junior has already fulfilled his promise and completely cleansed the devilish poison from your little mistress' body. However, things didn't go as planned. All I can do is to let her continue sleeping peacefully. As he spoke, Xianxia pressed his hand on the cover of the coffin of eternity, just as he was about to reseal the lid and not interrupt the girl's slumber. The girl's red eyelashes suddenly moved gently. Following that, her eyes that had been shut for an unimaginable amount of time gradually opened. These were a pair of ruby-like stunning eyes. The moment her eyes opened, it was as though the dark sky had suddenly been lit up by the shine of stars. Jasmine's eyes would occasionally turn red as well. However, it was the red of bloodthirst. The red of the eyes in front of him now was like the most perfect color formed from the accumulation of the very essence of heaven and earth. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Xianxia didn't move at all. He seemed frozen. His eyes still locked with the little girl's opened eyes. It seemed as though he had turned into stone. He repeatedly confirmed that there were no signs of life on her body, and even Jasmine came to the same conclusion, but she managed to open her eyes, and they were a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes. As Xianxia looked at her with a stunned expression, her beautiful red eyes stared back at Xianxia. After some time, she finally blinked and eventually sat up within the crystal coffin. Realizing that Xianxia was still staring at her in a daze, she blinked once again. Suddenly, her eyebrows curved and a pair of thin, cute crescents appeared above her eyes. Her face had an unbearably cute smile. "Hi, big brother." After suddenly waking from a slumber that lasted who knew how long, appearing at a dark and empty space after seeing only strangers, the girl didn't seem to be nervous or scared, not even lost or puzzled. Instead, she smiled brightly and greeted him. "This little girl's not dead." Xianxia was always extremely confident in his medical skills and never doubted if he could determine whether a person was alive or dead. However, this little girl in front of him obviously did not possess any signs of life, yet she could actually wake up. "You're not dead." Xianxia stared in awe at the girl and blurted, asking an exceptionally moronic question. The girl blinked her eyes as it was still hazy from the long slumber and said softly, "Could it be that I'm already dead?" "That's not what I meant. What's your name?" Xianxia asked. The girl's aura was extremely weak, not different from a completely normal girl. "Name? Ugh." The girl was deep in thought for quite a while before replying with a grin. "Don't know. Does Big Brother know?" In normal circumstances, when a person didn't even remember their name, their natural reaction would be to feel lost or confused. But the red-haired girl smiled cheerfully instead. The smile was undoubted innocent, as even with Xianxia's ability in seeing through people, he couldn't feel any acting or pretension. It was as if not remembering her own name was just a very, very small, unconcerning matter. "You don't remember your name? Then do you know where your home is, who your parents are?" Xianxia asked very seriously. The girl stretched strongly and directly shook her head. "Of course I don't know. I completely don't remember." "Then do you remember your age? How old are you?" The girl thought for a while before raising her hand to rest her face and shaking her head. "I don't know, but Big Brother is so annoying. I'm just a little beauty. How can you just ask a girl her age so casually?" Xianxia, number percent. Looking at her, her soul had probably been affected by the devilish poison, or perhaps she has been in slumber in the coffin of eternity for too long. She probably lost her memories of her past. Jasmine said plainly. Just as she had finished speaking, the young girl's eyes looked towards her and started sparkling brightly like stars. "Wah, little big sis, your clothes are so pretty. It's red. Red, I love red." Although Xianxia had bought numerous clothes for Jasmine, the one she wore the most was the first one Xianxia bought for her, the smoky red fairy dress that was embedded with rubies. This mysterious girl had red hair, red eyes, and even wore red clothes. Obviously, she liked red just like Jasmine. Therefore, when she saw the elegant, smoky red fairy dress that Jasmine was wearing, her love for it instantly overflowed. But this was not the main point. The young girl's reaction caused Jasmine's brows to twitch intensely, replying in shock. "You can see me?" Jasmine didn't have a body, only a soul. Unless she showed her soul figure on her own, or if the opponent was sufficiently powerful, no one could see her except for Xianxia. It was obvious that Jasmine was now in a figureless state, yet this little girl was able to see her existence. "Of course I can see you, my eyes aren't spoilt." Jasmine's reaction caused the girl to turn her head to one side. She found that she was in the coffin of eternity and softly said, "Wow, what a beautiful crystal bed. Was this where I was sleeping in? It's so pretty, but it's so hard it's not really comfortable. Big brother, can you carry me out? The crystal bed is so tall, if I climb out, it will affect my image as a beautiful young lady." Beautiful, beautiful young lady, image. The corners of Xianxia's mouth and eyes twitched obviously as he lended a hand to young girl. Seeing her unsuspecting look, he seriously asked, "Little girl, are you not afraid that I'm a bad person?" "Bad person?" The little girl's small face looked up as she thought very deeply for a while before uttering a sudden "Aya," and retreating her body backwards whilst her cream-colored face revealed a frightened expression. "Big brother, could you be the legendary Big Baddie?" "Wah, baddie, don't eat me. I'm just a small beautiful young lady, not tasty at all. Eat me when I'm grown up, okay? Number yen%, of course I'm not a bad person." The young girl's reaction caused even Xianxia's heart to spasm uncontrollably. "Amen." The young girl nodded her head strongly as her eyes flashed, and she spoke pitifully. "I knew Big Brother couldn't be a big baddie. Then can Big Brother carry me out, pleasey? Pleasey?" Xianxia stretched out both his hands, using one hand to support her slender waist and another hand to support her small butt, effortless lifting her out from the crystal coffin, placing her down outside. At that moment, Xianxia's face revealed a sense of shock. Before the girl woke up, him not detecting any signs of life from her body might have been a misjudgment. But when he just touched her body, he intentionally probed her body's condition. Yet he did not detect any signs of life at all. Not only were there no signs of life, there wasn't even any sign of blood flow. What exactly was going on here? Wah, so comfortable. After leaving the crystal coffin, the girl stretched again strongly before lifting up her face and looking at Xianxia with her ruby-like eyes. "Big brother, where are we gonna play? This place looks so fun. Don't you want to know who I am, or where this place is, or why you're here?" Xianxia asked in confusion. Is this important?" The girl had a face of confusion before raising her small hand up and shouting excitedly. "Playing is still more important. Big brother, little big sis, quick, bring me to a fun place. I want to see the blue sky, the green grass, and all the colorful flowers." This little girl's reaction was completely unlike a normal person's behavior, and this caused Xianxia's human brain to continuously hang. She had been in a deep slumber and lost nearly all her memories. Yet she did not seem to care for all this, not even caring about who she was. Xianxia had seen numerous innocent people in his 2 lives, but he would never encounter a second like this. He used a pleading expression and looked at Jasmine, but found that Jasmine was staring at the girl with a serious expression. "Goo-woo!" A strange sound rang from the girl, and she started touching her stomach with her small hand. Her originally excited face fell. I'm suddenly very hungry." As she finished, she turned and stared at Xianxia. "Big brother, I'm suddenly very hungry. Do you have anything nice to eat?" After sleeping for so many years, suddenly feeling hungry was a very normal thing. Xianxia searched the sky poison pearl before removing a dried biscuit. "Here." After having the experience of nearly dying under the sword management terrace, Xianxia always kept a large amount of food and drinks with him. The food would naturally be the easily kept dried goods. The girl took the biscuit, smelled it with her tiny nose, and blinked her watery eyes before replying softly. "What a weird smell, it doesn't look nice at all. Is this really edible?" Of course it's edible. Even though it looks unappetizing, it is actually fragrant once you bite it. Xianxia casually replied while muttering in his heart, "Having something to eat when you're hungry is already very good. When I was under the sword management terrace last time, I nearly died of starvation and had to risk my life by eating dragon meat and drinking dragon blood. You're much luckier than me. At least you have a big biscuit to eat." This girl smelled this biscuit once again, and after hesitating for some time, she finally opened her mouth and bit into the biscuit. It was obvious that she then took a lot of strength in order to bite off a small piece. "So tough, my teeth nearly spoiled." The girl complained softly before carefully starting to chew. Just as she began to chew, the girl's face fell. Pew-poo-poo, pepe. The girl instantly spat out the biscuit that she had not completely chewed, and even spat out the residue in her mouth strongly. Judging from her looks, she couldn't wait to get rid of the taste of the biscuit from her mouth. Disgusting, too disgusting, I don't want that so bad, so bad, so bad. Logically speaking, even if one used to lead a sheltered life after being hungry for a long time, anything that is edible would be nice. However, looking at the girl, it was as though she had been fed poison. She had an expression of grievance, and her eyes turned watery, as though she was about to cry. Xianxia helpless frowned and searched the sky poison pearl again. Eventually, he found a piece of the rose cakes that Kang Yue had personally made for him. Seeing this piece of rose cake that Kang Yue had made, Xianxia became distracted for a little before he snapped back into it and nearly withdrew the cakes. Looking at the face full of grievances the girl wore, he still placed onto her hand. All right, the biscuit before might not suit your taste, but this is called a rose cake. It's sweet and fragrant. You'll definitely like it. Sweet. Fragrant, really? It smells slightly unpleasant. The girl took the rose cake that was as big as her palm and looked at it with suspicion. With the lesson she gained from the biscuit just now, even if she was very hungry, she was still very careful and only took a small bite. Pooh, wah, disgusting. The girl once again spat out what was in her mouth, and even the rose cake had fallen onto the floor. Xianxia hastily rushed over to pick it up. With a pained look, he started to blow the dust of the surface of the cake before keeping it again. Looking at the girl's face, she had obviously found it very disgusting. The delicious rose cake had caused the beautiful small face to turn into a face of suffering. Xianxia helplessly asked, "It can't be that you only eat meat." Not eating biscuits probably means that she likes to eat meat. Meat, what's that? Is it edible? Delicious? Xianxia removed a piece of smoked bacon from the sky poison pearl and passed it to the girl. How about you try eating this? The girl received the smoked bacon in anticipation and sniffed it lightly with her small nose. This time, without even biting, she threw the smoked bacon far away with a whoosh. "Wow, so smelly, disgustingly smelly, I don't want to eat that thing." "Then, what do you want to eat?" "I want to eat something delicious." "Something delicious, what's that?" "Something delicious, I just want to eat something delicious." This little girl did not possess the vital signs of a living being, yet she was very much alive, and even though she was clearly hungry, she did not eat dried rations or meat. Xianxia was beginning to suspect that this girl was not even human, but her appearance was exactly like that of a human, and even if she was some kind of spirit who transformed into a human, she should still eat rations or meat. What caused Xianxia to collapse was that even though the little girl's stomach kept rumbling heavily, she herself didn't even know what it was that she liked to eat. Rumble! An oppressive sound suddenly rang out, and the space began to quake slightly. Ah! Such a strange sound. Ah, the ground is shaking. Is something fun about to happen? The unusual vibrations within this space caused the little girl to get excited. Her gaze shot around in all four directions, her scarlet eyes flashing, her excitement allowing her to temporarily forget her hunger. Vibrations in space is the precursor that the primordial profound arc is about to deploy its energy field. "We need to leave this place immediately," Jasmine yelled in haste. The stirring of the space around them had aroused Xianxia's suspicions. Once the vibrations began, it would take about an hour for the primordial profound arc to generate a repulsing energy field. This repulsion field was the only way for him to leave the primordial profound arc, and this occurrence could be said to be perfectly timed. If he had delayed leaving the stone room for a day, he would have been unable to use this energy field to expel himself from the arc. The end result would have been Xianxia having to survive for another 18 months within the spatial turbulence. Xianxia swiftly levitated himself, turning around to rush towards the gap he had created with his ice flames. When he was about to exit, the frantic voice of the little girl echoed beneath him. "Ah, big brother, where are you going? Bring me with you, bring me with you." Xianxia turned his head towards the girl and asked suspiciously, "You can't fly?" "Fly?" The little girl scrunched up her face as she sincerely pondered the question. After understanding the meaning behind the word fly, she stamped her little foot and said, "I am still such a young beauty, how could I fly?" Even though this little girl's constitution and personality were extremely weird, she still seemed to be nothing more than a normal little girl. Even though she had a tsundere personality and was clingy, he definitely could not just leave her here unattended. So Xianxia had no choice but to fly down and bring her back up with him. "Wait, bring the coffin of eternity along as well. It is an extremely unusual treasure," Jasmine reminded Xianxia. Yun-Chi flew down again and deposited the coffin of eternity into the sky-poisoned pearl. After that, he rushed out of the gap and returned to the first floor of the mysterious ancient fortress. Wow, what is this place? It's so big! The little girl twisted her body while she was in Yun-Chi's arms, her gaze running all over the area, as if she was not worried she would drop at all. You have no impression of this place at all? Yun-Chi asked. Impression? Not at all. I don't remember anything. The little girl shouted crisply in a lovable voice. And those words, I don't remember anything, seemed to be shouted with a peculiar pride. What was up with this girl's personality? Exactly what kind of parents could have raised such a child? Forget it. Everything else could be addressed once he had left this place. Yun-Chi increased his speed and flew towards in the direction of the ancient fortress gates. This ancient fortress was simply too large. Even though his present speed far exceeded his previous speed, it still took him more than 15 minutes to travel the distance from the end of the castle to its exit. There was still roughly 1 hour before the repulsion field would appear, so there was still more than enough time. But Yun-Chi still rushed forward, as he did not want to chance anything. In a short amount of time, which was exactly 15 minutes, Yun-Chi could see the castle exit. And all this while, he had to endure the excited yelling of a girl right next to his ear. He was not given a moment of respite throughout. If he did not have enough love in his heart, and this little girl did not have the potential to be a game breaker, he might have just tossed her there and then. Yun-Chi's body flickered like an arrow, shooting out of the gates of the ancient fortress and reached the world outside in no time at all. The light had grown bright. Yun-Chi slowed down and was stunned by the scenery that laid ahead. Initially, he had entered the ancient fortress from a flat and boundless wilderness. That wilderness was purely just a wilderness. With barrenness and openness being its only special characteristics, it was unforgettable. But right now, what appeared in front of him was a vast swathe to yellow-green grass, and at a distance, all he could see was a sea of ancient, towering trees. The leaves, branches, and trunk of these ancient trees were largely blue and black in color, and showed no signs of vitality. What happened? This definitely was not the place from which I had entered the ancient fortress. Yun-Chi said with a shocked expression as he turned to look at the towering ancient fortress. Its roof was so high it could not be seen with the naked eye. My guess was right, Jasmine said in an exceptionally calm voice. Remember what I had told you at that time, that it was extremely likely that this fortress would move around, and looks it was really the case. If not, it would have long ago been discovered by those from the profound sky continent. Yun-Chi's heart grew even more bewildered. If that was truly the case, then how exactly did this gigantic ancient fortress move around? Did this mean that it possessed a life of its own? Yun-Chi came to realize more and more that there was nothing that was impossible in this boundless universe. Before he was 16, he was a mere weakling, and the world he recognized was confined within the bounds of floating Cloud City. Nowadays, as he continued to grow in strength and reach greater and greater heights, the world that he could see had also expanded greatly. Yet the feeling he got was that he had become smaller and smaller in the grand scheme of things. In this world, who knew how many more incredible things existed, things which could overturn his understanding in the blink of an eye, such as the little girl that was beside him right now. Where is this place? Is it a fun place? There is so much grass and big trees too, but the grass in this place isn't green at all, and it looks like it is about to wither. The little girl measured her new surroundings with curiosity, filling the air with her lovable shouts as she spoke to herself. Plop, ah, ow, 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 ow. The little girl had slept for too long, and she was in a state of extreme hunger. Her body was already soft and weak, so after her exertions, all of a sudden she collapsed onto the ground and made no move to get up. She kept crying in pain, and 2 huge tears had welled up in her eyes. Yun-Chi turned around helplessly and picked her up from the ground. His emotions were an entangled mess right now. Originally, he had followed a mysterious voice, reached a mysterious place, saw a mysterious protective ball of light, and received a mysterious mission. His heart had been filled with anticipation, thinking that the little mistress of someone who could control such an enormous, profound arc had to be some big shot who could shake the heaven and earth. And once Yun-Chi had saved her, maybe she would feel a deep gratitude towards him. Either way, this person would still owe him a debt for saving her life. To Yun-Chi, this entailed an immeasurable amount of benefits. Would she give Yun-Chi a treasure which defied the heavens? Or use her powerful strength to help Yun-Chi fulfill any desire? Or maybe she could even have sent him straight back to the profound sky continent. But in the end, the person he had rescued did not have any great ability, and he did not attain any benefits because this person was just a little girl. Not only that, but in this place, other than him, there was no other person, and this little girl did not emit a single iota of power from her body either. If he left her here, she was dead meat, and if he brought her together with him out of the primordial profound arc. Damn it, this was simply just adding a huge burden to himself. If he was by himself, he could do whatever he wanted and intently pursue anything without any distraction. He could even venture into the most dangerous places. But if he brought along this huge burden with him, just thinking of this made it hard for Xianxia to breathe. And if he just dumped her somewhere, in the end, he did save her, and he couldn't bear to do something against his conscience. The little girl turned to Xianxia with tears in eyes, but realized that Xianxia was just standing there daydreaming, and he completely missed the pitiful look in her eyes. She pouted and said in a tender voice filled with grievance, "Big brother, it really hurt when I fell, but you didn't even care about me." Goo goo goo. The little girl's stomach sounded in a very timely fashion. She covered her little stomach, her expression becoming pitiful. "Woo, I am very hungry, so hungry that I wanna die. Big brother, won't you please find something for me to eat? You need to at least tell me what you want to eat, you know," Xianxia said with an expression filled with agony. "Woo, I dunwo. What kind of person doesn't even know what she wants to eat? But I really don't know." Xianxia almost went crazy. "Okay, I'll go find something for you to eat." Xianxia could only say this to pacify her. After which he strode forward and observed the surrounding area, trying to look for any unusual phenomena. "Big brother, where are you going?" Once she saw Xianxia leave, the little girl hurriedly followed after him. After this, she shadowed his every movement. Where he went, she followed. When he stopped, she also stopped. A pair of scarlet eyes were fixed anxiously to his body, as if she was scared that he would suddenly run away. "You can't be prepared to keep following after me like that, right?" Xianxia said as he turned around, his face filled with frustration. "Of course I am. If such a lovely and cute little beauty followed you, it should definitely make you happy, right?" The little girl used both her hands to prop up her face as she made a cute pose. Xianxia bent at the waist and revealed an evil and sinister expression as he said in a low voice, "Little sister, I forgot to tell you, but I am actually a super big pervert who specializes in tricking little girls much like yourself." "Oh, I can testify to that," Jasmine said to his side in a neutral tone. "Super big pervert." The girl bit her finger and suspiciously blinked her eyes. "What is that? Can it be eaten?" "A pervert refers to a super big bad guy who specializes in tricking all kinds of beauties and eating them after." Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said with an evil expression, "Are you afraid?" "Well," the girl cluelessly blinked her eyes and said, "Even though I don't really understand, it sounds really awesome. Anyways, I don't care about this. Go find me some food to eat already." Number percent, Xianxia's entire being was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. He had a premonition that unless he mercilessly dumped this little girl somewhere and let her fend for herself, he would never be rid of this huge burden. The vibrations in the space were slowly getting more and more violent. Xianxia walked to the front of an ancient tree and looked out into the distance. All he saw was wilderness. Even after he strained his eyes, the result was still the same. He would not be able to make it to the end with the time he had remaining. He sat on the ground, thinking about the situation with the little girl as he waited for the repulsion field to come. "I am finally going to leave this place." Thinking back on the 2 years he had spent in the primordial profound arc, Xianxia sighed deeply in his heart. The difficulties he had endured in the past 2 years was beyond the imagination of normal people. At the same time, his cultivation had received an immeasurably large boost. But even though his improvement was tremendous, he still could not find a way back. That lingering spirit said that she controlled the profound arc to visit various places in search of the sky-poison pearl. Then every time the profound arc stopped, it should have been in a place with as many living creatures as the profound sky continent, and it would not be a barren world. At least, I hope it's not. Xianxia was unable to foresee what kind of world he would be brought to, and he could only console himself for the time being. But whatever world he landed in, what would decide his fate and level would always be strength. Once he thought of that, he retrieved both the broken pieces of Dragon Fault and laid it by his side. The destruction of Dragon Fault was an extremely huge loss and regret to him. Without Dragon Fault, his battle's strength would inevitably fall significantly. Once he reached the new world, he had absolutely no confidence that he could find a weapon to replace Dragon Fault in a short period of time. Looking at the completely lifeless and fractured Dragon Fault, he mumbled to himself, "Once I reach the new world, the first thing I must do is find some way to repair you." Sniff, Sniff, sniff. From Xianxia's side, there suddenly came the heavy sound of sniffing. The originally hungry and despondent little girl stood up with a whoosh and was sniffing the air with her little nose as if her life depended on it. It smells so good, smells so good. I can smell something nice to eat. Where is it, where is it, where is it? As the girl sniffed the air, the saliva from her mouth overflowed. She sucked it back in heavily, but as soon as she did so, her saliva continued to drip to the floor and she could not stop it. The little girl searched for quite a while, but once her eyes landed on the fractured dragon fault, they emitted an extremely bright light. Something delicious, something delicious. The little girl screeched with joy and practically bulldozed her way forward, grabbing dragon fault. Her extremely bizarre actions caused Xianxia's face to twitch exaggeratedly as he said in a powerless voice, "Stop messing around. It's really very heavy. My God." After the little girl grabbed Dragon Fault, she immediately stood up and carried Dragon Fault in her arms, carried it in her arms. Even though Dragon Fault was broken and had lost all its energy and presence, its heavy weight had not changed. Each piece weighed at least 10,000 kilograms. But this girl who would feel tired from walking and even collapse from time to time, she could actually effortlessly pick up a piece of Dragon Fault. And looking at her right now, she did not even break a sweat. Drip, drip. Saliva uncontrollably poured from her mouth, causing the body of the sword to become drenched in a blink of an eye. The girl sucked in her saliva, and with eyes flashing with excitement, opened her mouth and bit down on the blade of Dragon Fault. Crunch! The place where the girl had bitten down on was missing a large piece. The little girl drummed her cheeks, making loud chewing sounds, as if she was chewing sweets, and with a gulp, she swallowed what she was chewing. Xianxia looked at the missing portion of Dragon Fault, which was outlined by teeth marks, and his eyes widened, his entire body becoming a statue, his mouth gaping so widely that one could shove a full-grown yak into it. Earlier, Jasmine had said that the boundless universe comprised of countless planets and countless astral planes, which were levels above that of planets. The blue polar star was nothing more than one of the countless extremely normal planets. Even if it was suddenly destroyed in this boundless universe, it was nothing but the disappearance of something similar to a tiny speck of dust, and it could not bring forth even the smallest wave. The blue polar star was comprised of 97% water and 3% land. The domain of the profound sky continent, which in the knowledge of the profound sky residents was especially huge, merely took up 1/100th of the blue polar star's surface. In the boundless universe, it could not even be considered as a speck of dust. In such a huge world, there would always be a possibility for an outrageously strange living being to exist. It might even be possible for a living being which could eat anything to exist. This little red-haired girl in front of him, for example, did not eat wheaten food and did not eat meat products. Instead, she was actually eating Dragon Fault. And in regards to this point, by gritting his teeth, he seemed to be barely able to come to terms with this. But Dragon Fault, before it was broken, it was an emperor sword, and it was even an emperor profound heavy sword. It had grown while Xianxia fought and killed all this while. It had savored upon countless amount of fresh blood, had destroyed numerous boulders, had leveled a mountain, and furthermore, had even shattered countless of armor and weapons. Even if it had currently lost its spiritual consciousness and powerful aura, its degree of tenacity definitely would not drop that much. Even if it was Xianxia whose strength had explosively increased, unless he were to make use of the ice flames, it would be hard to use his own strength to destroy it. In regards to using his teeth to bite it apart, even if he were to use all his might, he shouldn't even think about leaving a single scar. However, this little twerp who looked as though did not possess any aura and even felt that a biscuit was hard to bite on, had actually bit a large chunk of Dragon Fault with a single mouthful. And then after chewing 2 to 3 times, she swallowed it down, swallowed it down. Delicious, so delicious. The starving little girl had finally managed to eat a delicacy. Her cheeks flushed from happiness, and even her pair of eyes were emitting out ripples of crimson-red glow. She impatiently took another bite, and with a kabank sound, an even larger chunk of Dragon Fault's blade was bit off by her. And then, chewing another 2 to 3 times, she swallowed it down. Then she directly carried Dragon Fault next to her mouth, opened her mouth wide, and bit it. Like eating corn, she bit it in a horizontal manner, and in a blink of an eye, the part where the blade was bit with numerous holes. Only at this moment did Xianxia finally regain his senses from a stoned state. Letting out a strange noise, he pounced over, and snatched the broken dragon fault back from the little girl who was still vigorously biting on it. Seeing the once mighty and peerless sword blade being bitten into a jagged state, not being to find even a single untouched spot from top to bottom, and was even completely stained with shiny saliva, Xianxia's heart had almost cried out blood. "Ah, that's my food. Return it to me." After her food was coldly snatched away by Xianxia, the little girl who was happily eating earlier, instantly became anxious as she leapt and jumped about, trying to snatch the broken sword from Xianxia's hands. Frustrated, Xianxia widened his eyes and loudly shouted, "Who gave you the permission to eat it? This is dragon fault, it's not food." "But it's clearly yummy food. Hurry and return it to me." "Return it to me?" The little girl jumped as tried to grab it, and a long strand of saliva was still hanging down by the corner of her lips. However, her body was after all too small. No matter how she jumped, it wasn't sufficient for her to reach Xianxia's shoulder height. And at this moment, she suddenly recalled that there was another piece of delicacy on the ground. She closed her mouth, instantly gave up on the piece in Xianxia's hands, turned around and sprinted towards the other broken sword piece. And at this moment, Xianxia immediately reacted at the same time as well. His heart trembled as he charged over with blinding speed. However, even with his speed, he was still a step slower than the little girl. The little girl had already hugged onto the upper broken blade of dragon fault, still effortlessly, and then began to run away. Still thinking of running, Xianxia's eyes revealed a fierce light. Although dragon fault had been broken, it was still possible to be restored. However, with its lower half already bitten with full of holes, even if it was restored, how would there even be a hint of domineering aura from holding onto a dragon fault filled with bite marks? No matter what, he could not allow her to bite on the upper half of the sword blade as well. Furious, Xianxia instantly used his maximum speed. However, even with his maximum speed, he realized that he could never approach her. The little girl wildly sprinted, her crimson-red hair swept up a long red blur behind her. Her speed was simply quick to the extreme, and in her embrace, she was still hugging onto dragon fault, which was more than 5,000 kilograms in mass. What kind of situation was this? Xianxia first stared with widened eyes. Right after, he turned completely exasperated and immediately activated Purgatory. His speed immediately rose explosively and caught up to the little girl in an instant. The moment the little girl turned her head and saw that Xianxia's hand was just about to grab onto her hair, she instantly cried out, "Ah, you can't steal my delicious food. You can't." As she cried out, the little girl's speed instantly rose all of a sudden as well. Her entire figure, as though she had turned into a stream of red light, became further and further away from Xianxia's line of sight. She had shockingly thrown off Xianxia, whose speed had already been raised to the absolute limit, far away. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Not only was the little girl unbelievably fast, as she wildly sprinted, she was even directly putting dragon fault next to her lips, and with incomparably shocking speed, started chewing it. When Xianxia heard the clanking sounds, he raised his head and realized that in a blink of an eye, close to half of the broken dragon fault in her hands had already disappeared. At that moment, Xianxia's eyeballs were close to falling out, and the remaining half of the broken sword did not escape the fate of being eaten either. As he simply heard the crunch, crunch, crunch sounds, another small part of it had once again entered the little girl's mouth. That chewing speed of hers could not even be compared by her sprinting speed either. Following after, the crunch, 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 munching sounds came again, and even the remaining hilt of dragon fault was cleanly eaten by her. After finishing with the dragon fault, the little girl finally stopped running and instantly stopped. She turned around, raised her chest up high, and as she chewed in an intoxicated manner, she unclearly said, "Woo, I finished eating it. It's so delicious. There's no use even if you chase after me again, okay?" Xianxia stopped flusteredly as well, and his eyes stared straight at that little girl who carried a pure, satisfied expression. That gaze of his was as though he was looking at a little monster. Oh, that's not right. It's a huge monster. That strength which could casually carry dragon fault which weighed 5,000 kilograms, and that speed which he could not catch up no matter what he did. The key point was that teeth that could eat dragon fault as though it was candy. This seemingly tender and frail little girl who did not have any presence of life, nor any energy aura, just what kind of monster was she? And forget about the weight of the half-piece of dragon fault, just by its size, it was seemingly comparable to this little girl's height. However, after she ate the entire thing, her stomach actually did not look bloated in the slightest. Just where did it go? However, to the current Xianxia, The anger in his heart had slightly suppressed his astonishment. The upper half of Dragon was completely eaten by the little girl, while the lower half was bitten full of holes as well. There was definitely no possibility of Dragon Fault being restored any longer. However, the culprit for this entire mess was, after all, merely a little girl of tender age. The naive and spirited look in her eyes were impossible for anyone to not love them, and Xianxia was completely unable to harm her in the slightest. Instead, he could only roar out loudly. Why, you little brat, didn't I say that you're not allowed to eat it? It's not food, it's my sword, Dragon Fault. It's something very important to me. How can you eat it? But it's a really yummy food. With Xianxia's loud roar and his completely reddened face, he seemed to be really angry. The little girl's snow-white neck slightly shrank as she weakly said, "Woo, big brother, can you not scold me? It's just a really tasty sword. At the very most, I can give you one back." "What tasty sword? That's Dragon Fault," Xianxia roared out in grief. "It's not just a mere sword, it's a companion and friend which had accompanied for many years. It's the most important thing by my side. There's only one in the entire world. When you ate it, it's gone forever, so how are you going to give it back to me?" The more he thought about it now, the more he felt that being a busybody and saving this little brat was the worst decision he had ever made in his entire life. In just the short span of time after he saved her, he could forget about receiving something in return, and he could forget about how troublesome this matter was as well. But she actually ate his Dragon Fault. The little girl's neck once again shrank back, however. Her little face revealed an unsatisfied expression. With her nose raised, she said, "What I will give you in return is more incredible than the one I ate earlier. HMPH?" After saying that, a crimson-red light suddenly radiated from her body. Within the light, she slowly floated up in the air, and her entire figure was completely enveloped by red light following after. The red light exploded apart in the sky, and then completely dispersed. Xianxia's pair of eyes was once again largely widened. The number of times he was shocked on this day was most probably more than the number of times added up in several years. Following after the dispersal of the red light, the little girl's figure had completely disappeared. Floating in the sky, what appeared in Xianxia's eyes was, shockingly, a crimson-red odd-shaped gigantic sword. The entire sword was completely crimson-red in color. The blade was filled with rows of messy deep-red inscriptions, and an extremely light layer of obscure red glow was enveloping it as well. The length of the blade was more than 9 feet, which was larger than Dragon Fault by 30%. And with this length, it had even surpassed an absolutely large number of spear-related weapons. The sword of the hilt was straight and bulky, and above the hilt, the base of the blade was shockingly more than 2 feet in width. Moving up the blade, the width of the blade irregularly shrank, and at the end of the blade, it had already shrank into an incomparably sharp tip, radiating with a cold, crimson-red light. It was larger than both the Overlord's colossal sword and Dragon Fault. However, different from the heavy and thick blade tip of the Overlord's colossal sword and Dragon Fault, it was actually incomparably sharp, enough to produce a piercing strike with immense penetrative power. However, putting aside its outer appearance, this sword actually completely lacked an imposing atmosphere. It was lifeless without a single hint of aura emitting from it, as though it was crafted from nothing more than the most normal profound metal. Xianxia's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. What he was shocked about was naturally not because of the sword itself. Rather, it was because this sword was transformed by that little girl right in front of his eyes. The gigantic crimson-red sword swirled around in the air, and then, with the sword tip pointing downwards, it descended under Xianxia's stunned gaze. With a light sound, the blade tip deeply stabbed into the ground at the bottom, which was extremely hard itself. And even though the part where the blade tip had stabbed into the ground, the straightened, gigantic crimson-red sword was still much taller than Xianxia. The top of Xianxia's head was only comparable to the bottom of the sword hilt. Following after its descent, Xianxia realized that at the bottom of the gigantic crimson-red sword's hilt, at the center of the widest part of the sword, a marble of about 17 to 18 centimeters in diameter was embedded in it. Within the marble, astonishingly, he saw the little girl who had disappeared. The height of her body had already turned into about 17 centimeters tall, and although she had turned especially pocket-sized, her clothes, the color of her hair, her face, and even her eyes could still be seen clearly. She who was within the marble placed her hands on both sides of her waist and laughed out loud triumphantly. "Hey, I succeeded, as expected, I'm really amazing. "Big brother, did you see it? Isn't it much better than that, farmer faulty thing? It's dragon fault." Xianxia's voice slightly trembled, possessing frightening strength. With speed that Xianxia was not able to catch up to, and eating up dragon fault, the little girl now revealed to him her fourth ability. She could actually turn into a sword. Furthermore, it was a sword that was bigger than the Overlord's colossal sword and dragon fault. And such a huge sword could only be called a heavy sword. After turning into sword, she could still make a miniature version of herself appear within it. Xianxia was currently feeling faint and even wondered whether he was dreaming. Although there were many mysteries in the boundless universe, this was still too outrageous. Xianxia stared at the scarlet greatsword beside him, rang the sounds of the girl's satisfied flaunting. In his shock, he couldn't even tell what the girl was shouting about. He looked from up to down, from left to right, unable to describe how he felt. With his experiences from 2 lifetimes and the calmness he got after being baptized by the spatial storm, he was still unable to comprehend this creepy matter that was in accordance to the laws of life and the world. When he looked carefully again, he suddenly saw that on the 2 sides of the core pearl, each side was imprinted with a word. The 2 words were both deep red and completely the same as the patterns that were imprinted on the blade. If one did not look carefully, they would very easily miss it. The 2 words were on the left devil and on the right slayer. "Slayer, devil, no, it should be devil slayer," Xianxia muttered. "What? Devil slayer?" Xianxia's muttering caused a huge reaction from the pondering Jasmine as she instantly came beside Xianxia and asked, "Where did you see those 2 words?" Xianxia pointed towards the left and right of the core pearl. Jasmine's gaze swept past the words devil slayer as deep shock appeared on her face. "You know this sword?" Xianxia asked immediately. Jasmine didn't answer him, but instead still stared at the deep scarlet greatsword as though she was trying very hard to try to remember something. After some time, she finally said softly, "Could it be?" Halfway through speaking, Jasmine suddenly looked up and said, "Go look at the other side of the sword, see if it's the words devil slayer as well." Xianxia nodded and swiftly turned the sword to the other side. At the same position, he found another 2 similarly colored words. However, the 2 words were not devil and slayer. The left side was heaven and the right was smiting. "Smiting heaven?" Xianxia muttered and frowned. "No, from the position of the words, it should be heaven smiting. Heaven smiting devil slayer. Heaven smiting, how could it be those 2 words?" Seeing the words, heaven smiting, Jasmine's expression changed drastically as shock and confusion appeared together on her face. "Could I be wrong? No, this feeling it obviously is." "Jasmine, what exactly did you figure out? Do you know this sword's or this little girl's origins?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "I'm not sure." Jasmine slowly shook her head. "My previous guess was too whimsical, and the words, heaven smiting, threw my guess off by nearly 90%. You don't have to ask any more. What I'm guessing, even if I explain to you, would only serve to confuse you and not clarify matters. However, I do understand why there aren't any signs of life on her." "Why?" "Because it's highly likely she's not human, nor is she any ordinary living being," Jasmine slowly explained. "She's probably a celestial spirit that exceeds any living being." Celestial spirit? This was the first time Xianxia had heard of this concept. The strength of a living being needs to be built upon cultivation, but for a celestial spirit, they possess exceptional powers of heaven and earth at birth. However, the existence of celestial spirits had already been extinct since the ancient era and should not exist within this era. I have only heard of them from my brother. However, this girl is from the ancient era and has many peculiarities. Even with my understanding, I cannot explain them. Therefore, she's likely a being that isn't from a normal clan of the ancient era, and her characteristics are similar to the celestial spirits that my brother described. Therefore, I think there is at least a 50% chance she come from a celestial spirit clan from the ancient era. Jasmine's words were very calm, but Xianxia could still hear the hesitation in her voice. Because even if it was Jasmine, she had never interacted with a celestial spirit before, and what she said were all merely speculation. And with Jasmine's profound realm and knowledge, if she was stunned by the girl's peculiarities, any guess, no matter how ridiculous, would not be too overly exaggerated. "Go and try the sword," Jasmine said suddenly. The scarlet greatsword did not possess any aura, nor was it imposing. Even though it was massive, it didn't possess any overbearing aura that a heavy sword should have. Xianxia placed one of his hand on the sword's hilt and casually grabbed it. The scarlet greatsword did not move one bit. Although it was a casual grab, with Xianxia's arm strength, He at least possessed a few thousand kilograms of strength, yet he was unable to move this unimposing greatsword at all. Xianxia was stunned as his face revealed great shock. After he recovered from the shock, he stood up properly, placed both his hands on the sword hilt and activated the purgatory gate. All his profound strength and arm strength gathered to both his arms. Ha! Xianxia howled as his arms began to rise. Under his full strength, the scarlet greatsword was lifted off the ground as he swung the sword to create a slash, leaving behind a scarlet trajectory. Holding onto the scarlet greatsword in midair, his muscles tightened and his veins bulged. He felt that he was not holding onto a sword but a mountain. The weight he felt in his arms was at least 10 times that of Dragon Fault. It was at least 100,000 kilograms. If it were not for the fourth stage of the Great Way of the Buddha granting him 50,000 kilograms of arm strength, and using his own strength and profound strength, he probably would not be able to lift this sword at all. The brat was only 20 to 30 kilograms, and he could lift her with half a finger. How could she turn into a sword that was this heavy? Although this scarlet greatsword was bigger than Dragon Fault, it was at most bigger by 30%, yet it was at least 10 times heavier. The concentration of its strength should be frightening, but why was it not imposing at all? The weight on both his arms reminded him of the first time he wielded the Overlord's colossal sword. He gritted his teeth and concentrated his strength on his arms, then began to swing the scarlet greatsword around. The moment he started swinging, the aura became imposing, as though it was a raging ocean's waves banging heavily onto shore. The burst of the sword was as deafening as a thunder strike. One could only imagine the destructive power of being hit by the sword. Wah, 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 so fun, 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 whewa, why do I feel dizzy? The immense weight did not cause Xianxia to retreat, but instead made him even more excited. Even the increasingly intense vibrations were thrown to the back of his mind. Only when the excited sound of the little girl rang did his motion stop, reminding him that this sword was transformed from the little girl. Quick, drop your blood onto the sword, a drop is sufficient. Jasmine's voice suddenly sounded, and it was using the sole transmission that no one else could hear. Although he did not know why Jasmine's shout sounded serious, Xianxia did not ask too much and immediately condensed a drop of blood from the tip of his finger, dropping it onto the scarlet greatsword. The moment the drop of blood touched the scarlet greatsword, Jasmine, who was behind Xianxia, immediately stacked her hands together and displayed a weird hand seal. In the palm of her hand, a deep blood-like red glow flashed. At the same instant, the blood that was dripping down the sword stopped, entered the core of the sword, and completely disappeared. Jasmine's actions completely avoided Xianxia's vision and spiritual sense, causing him to not detect anything. He only felt a weird energy fluctuation for an instant. Hey, why do I feel so weird? The girl sounded slightly confused. The scarlet greatsword on Xianxia's hand flashed with a red light and disappeared. The red-haired, red-clothed young girl reappeared, and when she landed, she did not immediately acknowledge Xianxia. Instead, she held her face and bit her finger unintentionally, seemingly thinking very hard about something. The scarlet greatsword disappeared, but the heavy feeling still lingered on his arm. His heart was unable to calm down from his excitement. Although wielding this scarlet greatsword was still slightly straining for him, when he was able to fully wield it, with this sword in hand, his explosive power would be far beyond that of Dragon Fault. If this was only a heavy sword, Xianxia would do whatever it took to get it. But this sword was actually not a sword. Little girl, you're really very strong. Xianxia changed from his angry and wild expression to a more gentle one and said. He suddenly felt that it was important for him to build a good relationship with the girl. The girl looked up at him with a muddled expression before tilting her head. Why do I feel weird? Where do you feel weird? Xianxia asked. I don't know, I just feel weird. She looked at Xianxia and said with a serious expression, I seem to like you more. Being liked by a super beauty like me, do you feel happy? Little girl, Xianxia touched his face, speaking in a more serious tone than her. In my previous life, I already knew my charms. From the innocent little lowlies to the invincible old virgins, liking me is a very, very normal thing. Therefore, you don't have to think that it's weird at all. Little lowly. Old virgin, what are those? The girl seemed confused before she suddenly shook her head. I forbid you from calling me little girl. It's not nice sounding at all. What should I call you then? Call me little beauty. You really don't remember your name? Of course not, I already said I don't. Then, how about I give you a name? Name me. The girl's eyes sparkled as she grew excited. Okay, but it must be a nice and cute name that I like. Xianxia looked at the girl's red clothes, red hair, red eyes. Even her favorite color was red. He thought for a while and said, "Then I'll call you Hunger." "Hunger, Hunger, Hunger, Hunger." The girl repeated the name several times. Her eyes sparkled even more as she replied in high spirits. "Then call me Hunger next time, hee, I have a name. Hunger, Hunger, next time don't call me little girl or little brat, not even little beauty. You can only call me Hunger." Seeing how unusually excited she became, it was obvious to see that she was very satisfied with the name. In regards to the name Hunger, it was simple and rolled off the tongue, not to mention that it really suited this little brat. Seeing her satisfied look, Xianxia naturally felt very satisfied in his heart as well. Just a moment ago, he was still regretting that he saved this abandoned child who ate his dragon fault. But now, after he had witnessed that scarlet greatsword and had seen her current expression, he seemingly had the urge to drool. However, wielding a dead sword was easy, but wielding a sword that was alive, like this one to be more precise. This was a living person. It was basically a completely different concept. Just as he was beginning to think of how he was going to have this little brat listen to him obediently, with a heavy tone, Jasmine suddenly said, "Hurry and plant a subjugation profound imprint on her, the same subjugation profound imprint used to form a subjugation contract with a profound beast." "Amen?" Xianxia blanked. "What do you mean?" "It's very simple. You only have to plant a seal of contract on her body, similar to forming a contract with a profound beast, and you will be able to form a master-slave contract with her, with you as the master," Jasmine lightly said. "This," Xianxia was surprised in his heart. "But that's a method to subdue profound beasts. She's human, not a profound beast. So how could a contract be formed this way?" "HMPH, she's not a mere human," Jasmine coldly said. "If you were to directly cast a seal of contract, even if she doesn't resist, it would still be completely effective. But just now, the blood you sprinkled on the sword has already been imprinted within her soul. Now, if you were to set the contracted profound seal, the contracted profound seal will quickly merge with the blood that you have left in her soul, and it will be imprinted within her soul forever. Unless you remove it on your own accord, she will never be able to escape from this contract." Hearing Jasmine's words, Xianxia's mind was in a complete mess. How could the blood which he had sprinkled onto the scarlet greatsword, according to Jasmine's instructions, be imprinted onto Hunger's soul, and it could even correspondingly merge with the contracted profound seal? The contracted profound seal, which was used to form a contract with profound beasts, could be effective on humans as well. What's up with all that? Do it according to my instructions this instant. Jasmine did not have the slightest intention of joking around. Currently, she has lost all of her memories, so the concept of a contracted profound seal is completely foreign to her. When she woke up, the first person she saw was you as well, so in her subconsciousness, she's extremely close to you, and is completely defenseless against you. Hence, as long as you provide a little guidance, she shouldn't resist you. This is a heavenly opportunity that's hard to come by even in 1,000,000 years. If her memories were to suddenly return, and you wish to form a master-slave contract with her, then that will be a completely impossible matter. Xianxia finally understood Jasmine's words. His heart was greatly stirred, but he still hesitantly said, "This isn't really a good idea, right? Right now, she doesn't have her memories. If I were to take this opportunity and it really succeeds, it seemed to be a little too unfair to her." "HMPH, isn't tricking girls the thing you do the most? But now you're actually beginning to act like a gentleman," Jasmine said with a cold smile. These few words, which Jasmine casually mentioned, had completely shattered the morals which had finally managed to sprout in Xianxia. Jasmine would often say several shocking things that overturned his understanding and knowledge, however. She had never lied to him either. If Hunger could really be subjugated just like a contracted beast like she had said, amen. Hunger wasn't the key point. The key point was that she could change into that sword. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Hunger tiptoed, raised her little white, tender hands, and shook them in front of his eyes. Xianxia regained his senses at that moment. Bending down, he said with a smile, "Hunger, let's discuss something, all right?" "Discuss something?" Hunger tilted her head. "Just now you ate my dragon fault, and then you said that you will pay me back, right?" Xianxia still carried that smile on his face. Hunger nodded. However, looking at her expression, she had evidently raised her guard. Since Hunger nodded, she had made it easier for him to say the following words. Xianxia then slowly continued. "Dragon fault is my weapon. Since dragon fault has been eaten by you, I no longer have any weapons that I can use. Since you said that you will pay me back, then in the future, when I need to use a weapon, you have to transform into that sword earlier. Is this agreeable?" Hunger is a beautiful young lady. And a beautiful young lady must keep her words. Hunger blinked and pondered very deeply for a moment. Then she actually nodded. It's that easy. She's actually so obedient. Hunger agreed to it too simply, which caused Xianxia to instead feel a little speechless. At this moment, Hunger said out very loudly, "Although just now it was really fun in that form, I don't want to just listen to your words for nothing, unless you promise me 3 conditions." Conditions. This little brat, who looked absolutely naive and completely schemeless, actually wanted to talk conditions with him. What conditions, this time? It was Xianxia who raised his guard. "They're really simple." Hunger raised her little face and stretched out a white, tender finger. 1, you must play with me often, you can't ignore me. 2, you must find me various tasty food every day. You're not allowed to make me hungry, nor are you allowed to be petty. 3, you can't throw me aside and run away like what happened earlier. Nor are you allowed to scold me. Xianxia was instantly speechless. These 3 conditions were clear, straight to the point and easily understood. Everything in regards to food and fun were all covered. This little brat totally wasn't as dense and stupid as she looked. Right. Xianxia acted as though he was hesitant for a moment, before he nodded in agreement. Really? You really agree to everything and will keep to your promises? Seeing Xianxia nodding, Hunger's eyes sparkled. Her tender lips opened and instantly shouted out in excitement. "Of course, I keep to my promises, but you must be obedient as well. When I want you to turn into a sword, you definitely mustn't not listen to me," Xianxia said very sternly. "Yay!" Hunger happily cheered and then nodded like a little chick pecking for rice. "Amen, amen, amen. Amen, as long as I get to play and eat many tasty food, then I will definitely be the most obedient. Woo, Hunger placed her pair of hands on her cheeks and her eyes flashed with sparkles. "Right now. I'm hungry again. That thing called Farmer Faulty earlier, there still seems to be half of it. Can I eat it now?" "It's Dragon Fault." Xianxia took out the lower half of Dragon Fault, and his heart still ached from looking at the bite marks on it. Thinking back, Dragon Fault was unimaginably imposing in his own hands. They, 1 person and 1 sword, obtained the top position in the Blue Wind ranking tournament, exterminated Fen Moli, Fen Yiju, shook Frozen Cloud Asgard, destroyed the entire Burning Heaven clan, defeated Ling Tianyi, and furthermore, in the 7-nation ranking tournament, they swept across a crowd of mighty foes. Shaking the entire world, they were basically beyond awe-inspiring. He could put aside the fact that it had broken, but it had actually turned into this little brat's food. "Old friend, it has been hard on you. In any case, your other half has already entered her stomach. Just take it as though I'm sending you into her stomach in order to reunite you." Xianxia groaned in his heart. He did not give to her immediately. Instead, he hid it behind his back and said, "I can give you the other half now, but you have to fulfill a small promise for me as well." Seeing the other half of Dragon Fault and smelling its aura, Hunger's saliva instantly flowed down. As she forcefully gulped her saliva, she anxiously said, "What is it? What is it? Close your eyes, and in the next 20 seconds, no matter what I do to you, you're not allowed to resist. Simple, right?" Xianxia bent his waist, revealed a smiling face, and said with incomparable gentleness, 20 seconds and I'm not allowed to resist, eh?" Hunger's tender and small body shrank back, and her little hands grabbed onto the corner of her skirt as she gave a vigilant look. "Could it be you're trying to molest me?" No, no, no. I'm a little beautiful lady with the purest body. I don't want to be molested at all." "Molest? This brat actually knows about molestation. Who said I wanted to molest you?" Sweat constantly dripped down from Xianxia's forehead. "I simply want to touch the center of your forehead with my hand, and that's it." "Ah," Hunger looked doubtful, as she stretched her hand and touched the center of her forehead. "Why do you want to touch this spot?" "Because I love touching that spot of other people the most, especially when it belongs to a cute, beautiful little lady," Xianxia said with great difficulty. "Is that so?" Hunger pondered for a moment, being touched at the center of the forehead, and then being able to eat the delicious Dragon Fault right after. No matter how she thought about it, it was a really great deal. "Okay, but after touching it, you have to let me eat Farmer Faulty. You definitely mustn't go back on your words." "It's Dragon Fault," Xianxia roared out in his heart. Since Hunger had agreed to it, then it was much easier to handle. He nodded, and slowly said, "All right, first close your eyes, that's right, you're not allowed to open them. A moment later, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to resist. Don't worry, other than the center of your forehead, I will not touch anywhere else. Nor will I molest you." Hunger stood in front of Xianxia and closed her eyes according to his instructions. It was unknown if it was because she was too naive, or she did not have any defense against Xianxia in her subconsciousness. But not only did she not feel disturbed, she instead carried curiosity and expectation on her face. Xianxia took a small breath, condensed a pearl of blood at the tip of his finger, and then gently tapped on the center of Honger's forehead. In an instant, a small-scaled, contracted, profound seal appeared at the center of her forehead. The entire process was completely the same as forming a contract with a completely subjugated, profound beast. Did it really succeed? Although he had always trusted Jasmine the most, he still carried a deep doubt in his subconsciousness after all. This was simply a little too outrageous. With the appearance of the contracted, profound seal, as long as Honger carried the slightest of will to resist it, the contracted, profound seal would be instantly expelled by her. Even if this contracted, profound seal was really effective against human lives, then, as long as one person sensed that the other party had cast such a contracted, profound seal on him, he would definitely expel it with incomparable force, because no one would be willing to become dependent on others like a profound beast. However, this conclusion did not happen on Honger. After the profound, contracted seal that came from Xianxia rotated 3 times at the center of Honger's forehead, carrying his drop of blood, it entered the center of Honger's forehead with incomparable success until it completely disappeared. In that short moment, a form of spiritual connection with Honger had also appeared with incomparable clarity within his soul. This form of spiritual connection seemed to be the same as the spiritual connection he had with the snow phoenix in the past. It succeeded. It actually succeeded for real. The back of Xianxia's left hand flashed with a red light as an inch-long red profound imprint slowly appeared. And the shape of this profound mark was clearly a miniature size of that scarlet greatsword. After this profound imprint appeared, it once again slowly dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Alishu, Honger equals Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter equals red Chinese letter equals an endearment. Honger felt the abnormality and opened her eyes, which widened in confusion. It seems like something weird is happening. Xianxia looked at Honger and focused his spirit, testing out the command to withdraw. Suddenly, the sword-shaped profound seal on the back of his hand flashed. Honger let out a cry, and her entire person morphed into a red beam of light which flew into the profound seal. Xianxia raised his arm and looked at the sword-shaped profound seal on the back of his hand and stood there, dazed. It actually really worked. "Honger!" he shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, the profound seal flashed once more, and the beam of red light was released and transformed back into Honger's body. Her mouth gaped open, and she tried to strongly blink her eyes as she was obviously still in a muddled state. Become a sword? As his will was transmitted, Honger's body flared up with light once more, and her small and delicate body morphed into a huge scarlet heavy sword. Xianxia extended his palm, and he reached out with his mind once more, causing the scarlet greatsword to autonomously fly into his grasp. He used both hands to grasp the scarlet greatsword, and he could feel a shocking heaviness. His heart echoed the words he had just chanted to himself. It actually really worked. But this time, the scarlet greatsword in his hand suddenly started to struggle against his grip, and as the sword swung itself, it forcefully escaped from his grasp. The red light flashed once again, and the sword once more turned back into the little girl Honger. Xianxia stood in amazement. What had happened? She could struggle herself free. You mean she wasn't like a normal, contracted, profound beast that was completely under the owner's control? She could rebel. Once Honger materialized, she began to examine her own body in a rushed and haphazard manner. Once she discovered that there were no abnormalities, she crooked her head and said with uncertainty, "It's so strange. It seems like my body isn't listening to me. Big brother, did you do anything to me?" As Xianxia was about to explain the situation to her, she instead twinkled her eyes in joy and said with a laugh, "But it's really, really fun. Big brother, won't you please play with me again?" Without waiting for Xianxia's reply, she followed up with a self-serving demand. "Hey, no, this isn't right. Delicious food. There is still delicious food. Hurry and give Farmer Faulty to me to eat. You already promised me. You can't go back on your word." Being able to plant a contracted, profound seal on her, and being able to withdraw her into the seal, summon her, then make her transform into a sword. If this had happened to a normal person, it would be enough to scare said person out of his wits. But Honger only experienced a short daze, and even said that it was fun. Not only that, she promptly threw these experiences to the back of her mind. What exactly were her nerves made of? Xianxia took out Dragon Fault and said with a strange expression on his face, "You can take it to eat." "Wah, wah." Honger received Dragon Fault and began dancing excitedly. She had eaten the other half of Dragon Fault while being chased around by Xianxia, so she had to swallow it whole. But this time, she could eat with no pressure at all. Naturally, her eating speed slowed by a lot. Her small and delicate soft pink lips and delicate and pearly white teeth easily gobbled up Dragon Fault, which was more resilient than profound iron. This picture caused Xianxia's spirit to receive an unimaginable impact. Rumble, the tremors in space began to strengthen, and a tiny dimensional tear had already begun to form in the air. The primordial profound arc's repulsion field had arrived. Hurry and keep her in the profound seal. Because of her unique physique, she might not be affected by the primordial profound arc's repulsion field, Jasmine said hurriedly. Xianxia furrowed his brows and quickly sent a mental order for Honger to return to the profound seal. Honger, who had been happily eating, let out a dissatisfied cry. Then she, along with the other half of Dragon Fault, morphed into the red light and returned to the profound seal. At practically the same time, a strong and irresistible force carried Xianxia up and threw him into the dimensional vortex which had appeared out of nowhere. After suffering a full 18 months within the spatial turbulence, a mere dimensional vortex was not even worth mentioning to Xianxia. He closed his eyes and let himself be moved by the dimensional vortex with a heart full of apprehensiveness. What kind of world would he be brought to exactly? Profound sky continent, Blue Wind Nation. The Divine Phoenix Empire had launched a massive invasion without warning, setting all four corners of the Blue Wind Nation ablaze with war. New Moon City was the central region's hub. Once news of its occupation had spread, the citizens of Blue Wind Nation descended into a greater state of panic. Navy Tide, Sunflower Dew, Divine Incense, Grand Usura, and Black Fiend coalition of 5 nations kept receiving request after request for help from Blue Wind Nation. However, they all kept silent. It was unknown whether they had forgotten the simple concept of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, and the 6 nations' interdependence on one another, or if they were simply too scared of any possible reprisal from the Divine Phoenix Empire. And 90% of the large, profound sects within Blue Wind Nation had chosen to defect, because any resistance would only end in their total destruction. Even though surrendering was shameful, they could at least preserve the foundations that had been laid for hundreds of years. Those sects which rose up in resistance or joined the army were actually those smaller and weaker ones, the sects without any famous background or influence. The strongest sect, the only one which the Divine Phoenix Empire would fear, Heavenly Sword Villa, had instead chosen to seal their doors and lock themselves in when Blue Wind Nation was in such a predicament. This war had brutally exposed the naked selfishness of humanity. Facing the overwhelming strong Divine Phoenix Empire without any assistance from outside or from the profound world, there was no possibility that Blue Wind Nation could muster any form of resistance. Under the command of Blue Wind Empress, who withstood the Divine Phoenix Empire without backing down or compromising, Blue Wind Nation had managed to endure thus far. This was already a deeply astonishing miracle to all 7 nations. Even though every single Blue Wind citizen could smell the dying embers of their nation, Empress Kang Yue had become the brightest moon in their dark sky, and she had earned their boundless respect. Even though she might soon become the ruler of a conquered nation, she would forever have a place in the annals of the profound sky continent. At the western frontier of Blue Wind Nation, a location already engulfed in the flames of war, a young man with shoulder-length hair dressed in pitch-black clothes came striding through the flames. His steps were ponderous, his gait stiff and heavy, the expression on his face incomparably cold and hard. This coldness was especially prominent in his eyes. It was as sharp and cold as a cold blade of the 9 hells. If anyone glanced at his eyes, chills would be sent down their spine. And if anyone peered into his eyes, they would discover that his pupils stirred with an aberrant black light. This was a place that had been baptized by the fires of battle. It was a desolate plain, and even the odd building that was still standing was completely ruined. There were a few travelers, all of whom bore a face etched with despair and hopelessness. War should not harm the common people, but Divine Phoenix Empire had attacked with an unbecoming haste, and their great army swept through the land, completely disregarding the safety of these helpless civilians. The black-clothed youth's every movement was possessed of an unparalleled uniformity, and his entire journey thus far had, astonishingly, been traveled in a completely straight line. When people saw him, they would unconsciously shrink away from him and maintain the furthest distance possible. After walking for a long while, he finally chanced on an inn which was still in reasonable condition. His steps slowly came to a halt, and he entered the inn. There was already famine everywhere, with refugees being forced to leave. Thus, there was no more customers for the inn to receive, and the inn was not going to be able to operate for much longer. The innkeeper sat listlessly at the shop counter, his sighs unceasing. But all of a sudden, his body felt an intense cold which came out of nowhere, and his heart suddenly tightened up. He raised his head and saw the black-clothed youth who had entered the inn. Someone who opened an inn would naturally be worldly and knowledgeable. The unprecedented fear invoked by the black-clothed youth immediately informed the innkeeper that this young man was definitely one terrifying character. He hurriedly strode out from behind his counter and took the initiative to welcome the young man. He said in the calmest voice possible, "Will this young master be staying here? Where is Xianxia?" The black-clothed youth did not look at him directly and spat out words which were as cold and still as stagnant water. Xianxia," the innkeeper said in a careful voice, trying to keep his fear in check. "Which Xianxia?" "Of course it is the Xianxia that destroyed the burning Heaven clan," the black-clothed youth said in a voice that suddenly became even colder. "Ah, well." The innkeeper looked at him with shock and suspicion, but hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "I do not understand this esteemed customer's question. Prince Consort Xianxia, isn't he already dead?" The name Xianxia was naturally known to all within the Blue Wind Nation. 2 years ago, the 7-nation ranking tournament had caused his name to send shockwaves throughout the profound Sky 7 nations. But swiftly following this illustrious news was the information that he had been buried within the primordial profound arc. "What did you say?" The innkeeper's words caused the unstirring young man to explode like a sudden peal of thunder. He grabbed the collar of the innkeeper with one hand and easily lifted up the innkeeper's body, which weighed over 200 kilograms. His dark eyes let out a fiendish light as he shouted, "You said he is dead! You said Xianxia is dead!" The innkeeper felt as if he had been dropped into ice, and he nearly pissed his pants in fright right there. Esteemed customer, please do not be angry. Prince Consort Yun has indeed died. He had already died 2 years ago, this matter. The entire continent knows of it. Esteemed customer, please spare my life. Please spare my life." The black-clothed youth's hands shook, and his face distorted in an incomparably terrifying way. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Dead? How can he possibly be dead? Tell me. How did he die? How did he die?" He died in the Divine Phoenix Empire, 7-nation ranking tournament, primordial profound arc. I heard that it was to save the Divine Phoenix Empire's Princess Snow. He was buried in the primordial profound arc." The innkeeper had been badly startled, his whole body convulsed, and his speech became incoherent. "Ah!" The black-clothed youth let out a furious yell, then sent the innkeeper flying with a wave of his arm. The innkeeper's body flew through the wall, and there was no sign of movement after that. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. "Dead, dead, dead, dead. He is actually dead. Ha 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 ha. Dead." The black-clothed youth's entire body spasmed as he kept repeating those words to himself. His entire demeanor was in disarray, and he started to howl with laughter. After the laughter, his expression transformed into one filled with pain. It was as if he had suddenly turned insane. Why is he actually dead?" The black-clothed youth raised his head and howled in agony. "After 3 years of rending flesh and tearing the soul and enduring countless hellish purgatories, I had finally awaited for this day to arrive, but why is he dead? Dead? Who will I take revenge on then?" "Ah!" The black-clothed youth let out a huge roar, and all of a sudden, a column of pitch-black smoke rose from his body. Within the smoke, the wooden table near his feet soundlessly rotted away. The white bowl on the table turned pitch black, and afterwards dissolved into a black powder which was carried away by the wind. After his roar had subsided and he regained his sense, one name appeared within his mind. "Floating Cloud City. Floating Cloud City," the black-clothed youth muttered in a low and deep voice. "Xianxia, you exterminated my entire clan. This grudge will last for an eternity. Since I can't kill you anymore, then I will simply slaughter all the people in your clan." The black-clothed youth started flying as he broke through the roof of the inn, shooting out like a black arrow in the direction of the east, making his way directly to Floating Cloud City. "Where is this?" Honger nibbled the food in her hand while curiously assessing the surroundings of the world, which was a vast expanse of white. "This is the world of the Sky Poison Pearl." Jasmine appeared in front of her, looking indifferently at Honger, who just appeared in that world. "Sky Poison Pearl?" Honger took another big bite off Dragon Fault and said indistinctly while chewing, Sky Poison Pearl, what a weird name, why would I appear here? That's because the Sky Poison Pearl and the Profound Seal Space are both worlds which exist within his body. When your Profound Seal Space was created, both of them were merged into one. Jasmine explained unenthusiastically. Oh, even though I don't understand at all, it seems very amazing. Hongers opened her mouth wide and put the last piece of dragon fault into her mouth, then swallowed it completely, like she had just swallowed a soft, delicious piece of bread. Ma, I'm done, so full. A peculiar red glow shined in Honger's scarlet eyes, who had finished eating dragon fault, yet it quickly vanished. She sized up Jasmine, then said while giggling, That's right, little big sis, what's your name? Jasmine. Jas, mine, I've got it. Little big sister, you have to play with me frequently from now on, I really like to play. Honger yelled adorably, being familiar on her own accord at Jasmine, who emanated an indifferent aura from her entire being. She stretched lazily, her eyelids suddenly drooping. I suddenly feel so tired after eating, I really want to take a nap. Honger lightly rubbed her eyes, then yawned. I'm really tired, little big sis. I'll go take a nap first, good night. With that, Honger directly curled into a ball like a cat on the ground, closed her eyes, and in the next moment she fell asleep with shocking speed. Jasmine's line of sight never left Honger for a moment. After she fell soundly asleep, her eyes flashed and she said coldly, Come out! The moment her voice landed, a strand of colorless radiance rose from Honger's body. It then slowly revealed a misty silhouette. And this silhouette was actually the remnant spirit which had encountered in the primordial profound arc that already dissipated. Only that this remnant spirit was evidently more frail than the one that Yun Qi had initially seen. It was inconsistent to the point that it could completely vanish at any point. She said with an ancient and heavy voice, Who exactly are you? How could you actually know the Star God Imperial families, Soul Star Relegation? You actually know about Soul Star Relegation? Jasmine squinted. So that really was Soul Star Relegation? Jasmine's words were a confirmation. The remnant spirit was evidently shaken. You are from the Star God Imperial family? No. The 12 star gods have already been destroyed. You are someone who has inherited the strength of one of the star gods. That's right, Jasmine acknowledged without trying to hide anything at all. Is it not better to relieve yourself earlier? Why did you still leave a remnant spirit on her body? Without seeing my little mistress get rescued and recover, how could I leave peacefully? I did not expect that when little mistress got healed from the devilish poison and awoke, she would be put under the Soul Star Relegation and be attached to an ordinary person. The remnant spirit's voice was filled with deep indigence. Who would have expected that you would be such despicable and malicious people? So, would you rather that she continue sleeping in the coffin of eternity, to forever be fast asleep and be a living dead? Jasmine laughed coldly. In the entire world, only the Sky Poison Pearl can save her, and you have just witnessed it. The Sky Poison Pearl has already merged into his body. In the entire world, he is the only one who can save your little mistress. Your little mistress is able to see daylight again, yet you cannot even accept such a small price. How laughable. The remnant spirit remained silent for a long time, as if it had trouble retorting. I am, after all, not a real ancient star god, and am unable to employ the complete Soul Star Relegation. On top of that, I am unable to casually use my full power. The power of the Soul Star Relegation is much less than it is supposed to be. If your little mistress had resisted a little, it would not have succeeded. Yet you have witnessed that she subconsciously had not even the least bit of vigilance or resistance towards him, and accepted such an outcome on her own accord, and was not forced into it. Little mistress has totally lost her memories. Her soul is completely blank and is not vigilant against anyone, and thus got taken advantage of by you. If not, how could she be plotted against? Little mistress is the miracle and hope left behind after my sect's destruction, yet now she is attached to a mere human. Even though my soul has been scattered, I have let down my king, the remnant spirit said indignantly. A mere human, Jasmine laughed coldly. Though I cannot confirm exactly which primordial clan you are from, however, do you really think that your little mistress being attached to him is a loss? In my view, this is clearly the biggest favor that the heavens have done for your little mistress and your clan. Ridiculous, the remnant spirit twisted with rage. How honorable is the little mistress status? She currently has yet to grow up, but she has unlimited potential. When she has completely matured, she would be able to surpass my king and conquer the whole world. A mere human is limited to just the divine, profound realm. Compared to my little mistress, he is a petty and lowly individual. Facing the more and more agitated remnant spirit, Jasmine, however, maintained a calm expression and asked calmly, "A mere human. Since you know about the soul star relegation, then you should also know, even for the true star god back then, the soul star relegation could only be used once. Yet I used this once in a lifetime ability of the soul star relegation on him. If he is just a mere human, as you said, would he have the qualifications to make me unhesitantly employ a skill which can only be used once?" Remnant spirit. A few years ago, I had also thought that he was just an ordinary human. No, at that time, he could not even be counted as ordinary at that time. His profound veins were crippled. Even among the humans, he was just a piece of trash. At that time when I complied to him, it was just simply because I wanted to make use of the sky poison pearl on his body to remove the devilish poison from my body. However, I quickly found out that I had completely misjudged this person. Since you are from a primordial clan, you are aware of the realm of gods. After the death of the gods, there has continuously been humans ascending into the realm of gods, frantically searching for bloodlines, strengths, and legacies left behind by the deceased gods. After countless years, countless astral planes were set up in the realm of gods, causing the domain of the gods to become a domain to obtain godly bloodlines and legacies. The realm of gods is incomparably huge. Up until today, there are still countless of people searching for legacies left behind by the ancient true gods. Jasmine shifted her gaze and said, "I've said all these just to tell you that the current realm of gods has been searched by people for several thousand years, tens of thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and even several hundreds of tens of thousands of years. Yet no new true god's bloodline nor legacy has been found. More than 99% of them only possess a single type of godly strength, and they are legacies from astral planes. In the entire realm of gods, the number of godly strengths is at most only 3. This is because new true god legacies are getting harder to find. In addition, the strength of gods are proud. With even a single godly power in the body, the entry of another would easily face rejection. For 3 godly powers to coexist in the current realm of gods is already enough to shock the entire world. They are the peak of existence. But do you know how many types he has on his body? The evil god's indestructible blood, the rage god's divine art, the heavenly wolf's divine art, the phoenix's divine blood, divine soul, and divine art, the primordial azure dragon's dragon blood, dragon soul, and dragon marrow, 5 types of godly strengths coexisting in a single body. You are currently existing in a space inside his body. If you concentrate your soul and feel, you will be able to feel the existence of the 5 godly strengths coexisting." Jasmine said heavily, "With such numerous legacies left behind by true gods in the realm of gods, countless people have searched bitterly for hundreds of thousands of years for new godly powers. Yet he, an ordinary person, moreover in the most lowest level world, obtained an entire 5 godly strengths, and in just a span of 3 years. The remnant soul was severely moved. Jasmine continued, "Of these 5 types of godly powers, 3 originated from me, but I am unable to wield them. Back then, I exhausted time and effort to seize the evil god's indestructible blood, and even thus got struck by devilish poison, almost getting destroyed. Yet I found out in the end that once the evil god's indestructible blood melded with the body, the profound veins would be reconstructed, causing one to lose their original power. And back then, his profound veins were coincidentally crippled. For me to completely recover, he had to have sufficient strength. Thus, the evil god's indestructible blood, which I used half of my life to exchange for, was eventually given to him, giving him the one and only evil god's profound veins in the whole world. My elder brother once got extremely lucky and found the divine arts left behind by the primordial rage god. However, he had not cultivated to great completion before his body and soul started to fall apart. My power and the rage gods repel each other, so I am unable to cultivate. However, to not let the power which my elder brother bitterly searched for to disappear, I imprinted the rage god's divine arts into my soul once. Because his silhouette looked like my brother's, I impulsively taught him the rage god's divine arts. But I didn't expect that he would actually comprehend it in such a short time. After that, he repeatedly broke through with shocking speed. My elder brother bore the strength of star god Sirius, and by coincidence, he obtained the Sirius divine arts, which specialized in heavy swords. While watching older brother practice, I subconsciously memorized a small portion of it, but I couldn't cultivate it. However, his weapon was coincidentally a heavy sword. I accorded the basics of serious divine arts to him, and he used not more than 3 months to master it. In regards to the Phoenix and Dragon God, he found them himself and subsequently obtained their highest approval. 5 types of divine bloodlines and strengths coexist within his body, never once experiencing the least bit of rejection. I have been attached to his life for many years, yet have not been able to find out the reason. Jasmine moved her gaze to the remnant spirit, who was evidently in shock. Apart from this, not only has the sky poison pearl, which you have been bitterly searching for countless of years, is with him, it has completely merged with his body. I can even tell you that apart from the sky poison pearl, he has on himself another heavenly profound treasure. Do you now still believe that he is just a mere human? The remnant spirit stayed silent for a very, very long time, then slowly said, "Heavenly luck. That's right, he seems to have an extremely strong luck. Even back then when he was crippled, it was also due to luck. If not, I would never have granted him the evil god's indestructible blood." Jasmine said unenthusiastically, "Also, his perception and rate of growth are astonishing. If his luck continues to persist, then his future achievements are immeasurable. Your little mistress, as she follows him, will also be affected by his luck. Who knows, she might even have a future far better than what you hoped for." The remnant spirit said unhurriedly, "Such a thing like luck is simply an illusory existence. Everyone will have periods of good luck and eventually meet times of bad luck. With his current state, you can comment about his luck, however. What I have seen is something else in the 2 years on the profound arc. I have been monitoring him, 18 months of spatial turbulence. That is bad luck which a normal person would not face in 100 years. Yet he faced it, and if he was not able to take it on, he would have undoubtedly died. All of the so-called good luck is summed to nothing. What I am willing to believe is that whatever he possesses today is because he is willing to do his utmost and has enough willpower. Luck possibly exists, or it could a made-up name who can even quantify luck. Who can quantify the heavenly laws? Jasmine. Sigh. The remnant spirit sighed. Forget it, the soul star relegation has been done, things have reached such a state and cannot be changed. I too have no power to change anything. Me calling him a mere human is merely just out of a moment of anger. I have been monitoring him for 2 years. Compared to this so-called luck, his willpower is even stronger, greatly shocking me. Little mistress has already awoken. Even though she was attached, she did not reject it or feel sad, and even likes him, smiling and laughing like back then. I can see that he will not bully or humiliate little mistress. Perhaps there is nothing for me to worry or be angry about. Before you leave, can you tell me the name of your race? Jasmine said as she looked straight at the spirit. But in her heart, she could more or less guess what the answer would be. The remnant spirit kept silent for a while and then faintly sighed. Well, I guess there is no harm in telling you. Perhaps you have heard of the name, or perhaps it has long been forgotten. The race I belong to is called the Sword Spirit God Clan. Ah, so it was really the case, Jasmine said as her eyebrows quivered. But the little mistress, she is not one of us. The spirit continued. Oh, Jasmine's eyes flashed in shock. If she is not a member of the Sword Spirit clan, then why do you address her as Little Mistress? And she can obviously transform into a sword. In the records, the ancient race which could transform into swords was only the Sword Spirit God clan. Back then, this was a secret within my Sword Spirit God clan, and only 4 people in the entire clan, including myself, knew of this secret. All the other clansmen thought that she was the daughter of our king. But the truth is, the little mistress was someone our king picked up by accident, and he let it be known that she was his daughter. As to why my king did the things he did, or where my little mistress came from, all of this knowledge was lost once my king died. However, while the little mistress' ability to transform into a sword is the same as our clan, the sword she transforms into is entirely different. Because when my clansmen become swords, they have always been light and agile blades. But when my little mistress transforms into a sword, she becomes a heavy sword that is exceedingly difficult to control. My king had never told anybody the origins of our little mistress, but he had always doted and cared for her in an extravagant manner. In those days, both my king and my little mistress had been struck by the devilish poison, and my king would rather die so we could use the coffin of eternity to protect our little mistress. My king definitely had his reasons for placing such great importance on her. And all these years that I have been bitterly guarding my little mistress and searching for the sky poison pearl have finally borne fruit. Whatever fates lie in store for my little mistress, I no longer have the ability to see it through or protect her from. So please, no matter what happens, please treat her kindly. Besides the Sword Spirit God clan, what other race could transform into swords? Jasmine mused to herself silently. Our Sword Spirit clan are of the celestial spirit race. Once we are born, we innately possess the energy of heaven and earth. Of course, we still have to cultivate, and the stronger our profound power, the stronger the sword we transform into becomes. But the little mistress does not need to cultivate. Instead, she consumes swords as food. Every time she eats a sword, she will absorb a portion of its sword strength and sword spirit, and her strength will increase by a bit. The stronger the sword she consumes, the more she will grow. In those years, my king sought the most famous swords under heaven to be food for our little mistress, and this resulted in immense growth for her. But after she was struck by the devilish poison, all of her sword strength was consumed to depletion. If you want to cultivate her strength, find all kinds of strong swords for her. The stronger the sword, the more my mistress would desire to eat it. There was actually a person who could rely on eating swords to strengthen herself. Jasmine looked deeply at Hunger. She rummaged through her memory banks, but she could not recall coming across such a record or rumor. I have already answered your question now. Can you answer mine? Which star god do you derive your strength from? The lingering spirit asked Jasmine. Heaven Slaughter Star God, Jasmine said expressionlessly. Among the 12 star gods, the heavenly chief has the disposition of a king, the heavenly wolf is the strongest, and the heavenly slaughter is the evilest, feared by all. You have inherited her power, but your mindset does not seem to have been influenced much. That is good, the spirit said slowly. What? Jasmine laughed coldly. HMPH, don't assume things. Even though I have only inherited the Heaven Slaughter Star God's power for less than 10 years, the amount of people I have killed in that time span is more than 100 times the number of people you have killed in your entire life. The amount of people you have killed has nothing to do with the evil in your heart. The spirit faintly said. You have a spirit body. I am also a spirit, whether you are good or evil. I naturally have my way to judge it, but I have one more question. You seem to place great importance on this human, to the point where you would not hesitate to use the ability, Soul Star Relegation, which you can only use once in your lifetime. So why did you not help him leave the primordial profound arc after he had been trapped? And the 18 months he spent braving the spatial turbulence, existing at the border of life and death, suffering an agony that surpasses that of the agony of 100 generations combined. Why did you seem to turn a deaf ear to it? Looks like you aren't that clever after all. The corner of Jasmine's mouth curved slightly, and she gave a cold laugh. In the 2 years from when I first met him, I had used my powers to save him from certain death countless of times. At that time, the devilish poison in my body was incomparably intense, and the power I could use was much weaker than what I can use now. And whenever I used that power, I would have difficulty suppressing the resurgence of the devilish poison afterwards. I did not want him to rely on my power, and neither did he. But as long as my existence and power remained, this reliance would never fade, even if he tried to reject it. When he faced a bleak situation, his subconscious would forever have the concept that, as long as Jasmine is here, I can never die. And this would lead him to never being able to exhaust his determination in those dire situations. So 3 years ago, I faked the sealing of my powers and caused him to be unable to rely on my strength. Like when we were in the primordial profound arc, he would have relied on my power to aid him in killing Yi Xinghen who was chasing him. When the spatial turbulence came, he would have relied on my power to leave the primordial profound arc, and when it started its attack, he would have first thought of using my power to resist it. Even if he had wanted to use his own strength, he would not have used all his strength and willpower to endure and go through the countless exceeding of his own limits that had happened in this period. In the years that I had persisted in maintaining the perception that my strength was sealed, his growth became exceedingly fast in the period where he could not rely on my power, and he used his own strength and willpower to brave countless hopeless situations, and all this time, I have not raised a single finger to assist him. To the contrary, I even specially increased the intensity of the spatial turbulence within the primordial profound arc, and the final result had far exceeded my wildest expectations. Half of the devilish poison in my body has been purged in these years, and the remaining half has already been stabilized and is under control. Jasmine had said this very evenly, but if Yun-Chi had heard it, he would have been struck dumb. In the years where Jasmine faked the sealing of her powers, Yun-Chi's growth had far outstripped his previous growth, and it was precisely because he could not rely on Jasmine subconsciously that he could decide to fight to death when he was buried beneath the sword management terrace, why he could continuously evolve as he faced first the burning Heaven clan, then the divine Phoenix Empire, and why he could keep on making breakthroughs time and again, even though he kept facing life-and-death situations in the primordial profound arc. Without the slightest exaggeration, if Jasmine had not sealed her powers, Xianxia would never be able to climb to such great heights. As Jasmine had said, as long as her power existed, that reliance would never fade. What existed in one's subconscious could not be overcome through sheer willpower. I hoped that he could become stronger at a much faster rate, because it is only if he is sufficiently strong that I can have a chance of attaining a new body. And I can only be his guide as he walks the path of the strong, because he needs to walk every step of that road by himself. Any obstacles he faces along that road, he needs to shatter by himself. Any cliffs he faces needs to be crossed using his own strength as well. If not, he will never become truly strong. Jasmine closed her eyes and said those words slowly. Even though her appearance was that of a 13-year-old girl, her words and demeanor was that of a wise master. However, if he had encountered an inescapable dead end at the moment right before his death, I would have naturally intervened. Jasmine said casually in an even voice. So it's like this. The remnant spirit lightly nodded her head, her ethereal voice carrying both trepidation and admiration. With you as a guide, his future will definitely not be a common one. With the little mistress in your care, I am much more relieved. Even though she is not of our race, but she has indeed received all the remaining hopes and wonders of our clan and my king. I do not dare ask for much, but I can only hope that you will always treat her kindly. Or if she does not mature, this lowly position would allow her to live every day free of worry or care. And that could also said to be a happy ending for one such as her. Even though that would differ from my expectations greatly. You are, after all, the ones who saved my little mistress, and I am merely a lingering spirit, unable to make you do anything. This profound arc can be my compensation towards you, only that it is a pity that its power has just been completely depleted. The spirit's voice and silhouette slowly vanished from the sky-poisoned pearl, never to appear again. Xianxia, who had been floating in the midst of the dimensional vortex for a good long while, finally saw an exit. Following a flash of white light, he felt himself being fiercely thrown out of the dimensional vortex. What he did not expect was that the exit of the dimensional vortex would be so near to the ground. Before he had any time to react, he had already hit the ground violently. With a muffled thud, half of Xianxia's body sank into the soft dirt. Xianxia did a quick flip and bounced off the ground while spitting out the mud in his mouth. As he brushed off the dirt from his hair and his body, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no observers in the vicinity, he finally let down his guard, but his face had a greenish cast to it. He was the overlord of Blue Wind, the royal prince consort, a person who had rocked the entire profound sky continent. However, he had arrived in this new world face first in the dirt. What kind of misfortune was this? Xianxia calmed down and began observing his surroundings once more. This place was half grasslands and half jungle, with weeds running wild and short trees growing in a thicket. As Xianxia surveyed the scenery, he could not feel the presence of, or see any trace of any living beings nearby. The climate was warm and comfortable, and the smell of the air was almost identical to that of the profound sky continent. Jasmine, the elemental laws in this place do not seem to differ at all from the profound sky continent, Xianxia said in a cautious voice. Jasmine's reply came extremely quickly. Unless we have landed on a different plane, the elemental laws are basically always the same. This place is definitely not the profound sky continent, but it is definitely a plane close to the profound sky continent. Slowly explore this place by yourself. However, what you need to do now is not to think of a method to return to the profound sky continent, and instead stabilize your footing in this world to continue to grow quickly. If you want to return to the profound sky continent, the only method is to become sufficiently strong. Xianxia did not ask any further. Instead, he concentrated on surveying his surroundings as he made his way forward with caution. He did not know what kind of world he had landed in, or what kind of living creatures existed here, and if there were even any humans among these living creatures. After he had walked a few kilometers, Xianxia suddenly felt the presence of living creatures. His brows twitched and his steps slowed. As he neared the presences he felt, he soundlessly parted a cluster of high grass. His gaze shot across the grass. In the middle of a small, dark swamp, he spied two mottled pythons that were 2 meters long and about as thick as the mouth of a bowl. But these were not ordinary pythons, because they were releasing the aura of the earth profound realm from their bodies. The two mottled pythons were floating in the swamp and staring at each other intently as a feeling of deep enmity spread through the rotting air. Two earth-profound beasts naturally would not arouse too much interest in Xianxia, but just as he was about to leave, suddenly, he heard both of the Earth Realm mottled pythons conversing, and they were even talking in the speech of humans. "What you staring at? Staring at you bane a fool? Why ha try doing it again? Yeah, I'm gonna do it again, what's it to ya?" After this, both mottled pythons started fighting. Xianxia just stood there staring. Profound beasts which had reached a high level of cultivation would have a sufficiently high intelligence and could mimic human language. But they would have to be at least at later stages of the sky profound realm, and they had to be long-lived and high-class profound beasts. The snow phoenix that Xianxia used to own was a sky profound beast, but it did not have the ability to speak human words. However, these two pythons, which were only at the initial stage of the earth profound realm, could actually speak, and they even spoke with such fluency. If Xianxia had not witnessed it himself, and only heard the sounds of their voices, he would have thought it was two humans who had spoken. The two mottled pythons fought for a long while and flipped the originally not-so-big swamp into a complete mess. After they tired from their fighting, they mutually parted, separately leaving toward the meadows on different sides of the swamp. Then with a flash, the two pythons actually transformed into two speckled attired young men. Xianxia was stunned yet again. It was already abnormal for two earth-profound pythons to be able to talk, but they actually could transform into humans. Of the two young men, one had a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks, the other had a big face and a round waist. No matter if it was their body or facial features, they were all genuinely human. One of them hooted, "Lil bastard, if you got guts, don't leave. This daddy'll go get people." The other showed no weakness as he retorted, "You're the bastard, your entire family are all bastards. You think only ya and call for people. Let's see who and call for or." The two fought with fierce words, then the two mottled pythons scuttled away, one to the left and the other to the right. Soon enough, they disappeared from Xianxia's line of sight. This little brother, two men fighting each other isn't really interesting to watch, you know. Just as Xianxia was stunned by those two pythons, a velvety voice suddenly came from behind him, and it was even a teasing woman's voice. Xianxia quickly turned around. There was only a not-so-lush but especially vast floral meadow. At a glance, it seemed boundless, and there was not a short tree in sight within more than 300 meters. With such a wide open field of view, he still couldn't see half of anyone's shadow. Under his bewilderment, not even 10 steps in front of him, an especially gorgeous blooming crabapple tree suddenly emitted a hazy red radiance. Within the light, the crabapple tree quickly transformed into a rose-red attired beautiful woman who wore crabapple blossoms in her hair. She charmingly stood there in front of him with her rose-red lips curled into a smile as her narrow phoenix eyes touchingly twinkled with charm. Xianxia's mouth gaped open, and only after a full 3 breaths did he manage to close it with difficulty. His brain had already begun to go haywire. Two pythons had a quarrel in human speech and could transform into humans. Then even a crabapple tree had become human as well. What kind of weird world was this? The crabapple woman totally would never think that Xianxia's somewhat dull expression was one of amazement, but she felt that the young man's stupid expression was cute. She pursed her lips into a smile and gracefully walked toward Xianxia. As she continued to smile while looking at him, her eyes had become even more attractive. "Little brother, this one didn't suddenly call out to scare you. It's just that little brother looks so charming, and this one fell for you at first sight. Little brother, how about you stay here and play with me for a while?" The crabapple woman's voice was soft and velvety. As she spoke, she stroked her shoulder and slowly caressed down her collarbone, directly down to her nearly exposed erect chest. Her long, delicate fingers just happened to lay between the grooves of snow. Her voice and posture were attractive to the extreme. Gulp! Xianxia fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, but it was definitely not because he had been caught in this crabapple woman's enticement. Let's not mention Xia Qingyu or Feng Zuer. Any one of Frozen Cloud's 7 fairies would effortless outshine this crabapple woman. Xianxia, who had never lacked beautiful women in his life, would never all of a sudden fall into a panic due to this woman's bewitchment. What he was shocked about was that this charming woman was actually a crabapple tree transformed. This one's the leader of all 10,000 flowers within 50 kilometers, you know," the crabapple woman said prettily. "Little brother, you won't be able to find someone even prettier than me within 50 kilometers. This one has been here for many years, and this is the first time I've taken the initiative to talk with a man. Who told little brother to be so likable, huh?" As she spoke, the crabapple woman did something that Xianxia totally did not expect. With an enchanting smile, she reached out to the rose-red robe covering her chest and slowly pulled downwards. Immediately afterwards, two round, incomparably snow-white, and ample breasts bounced out, quivering within Xianxia's line of sight. The crabapple woman didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, her soul-sucking, charming eyes stared unblinkingly at Xianxia. This world's people and the way they did things thoroughly toppled Xianxia's three views in life. If this was the profound sky continent, if such a good-looking woman were to take the initiative to seduce him, he might have readily taken the bait and played for a while. It wasn't as if he was going to come out with a disadvantage. But in this completely abnormal, unknown world, he only wanted some peace and quiet to think. I still have things to do. I'll play next time, Xianxia waved as he retreated. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran quite a distance away, leaving the crabapple woman alone there with a face full of hidden bitterness. Heh. The giggling of women came from the large expanse of flowers that the crabapple woman had come from. The first time that crabapple sis took action, she'd actually failed. A dandelion that looked bigger than normal gently swayed as it laughed in glee. That human is so strange, he'd actually run away. Crabapple sis' charm is obviously really great. Crabapple sis, are you sure that's really a human? Not only was it the first time you took action, you even tried really hard to seduce him. Yeah, the crabapple woman was full of regrets. That little brother's aura should be that of a pure human being. If I can find a pure human, the children that I reproduce would be able to go to a much bigger world, not like us, unable to leave this area for life. It's a pity that pure humans are becoming lesser and lesser. I can't believe that the one we had finally managed to find had escaped. Was I too anxious? Or am I not pretty enough? The crabapple woman touched her own face before muttering. Looks like I need to drink more beauty-nourishing morning dew from now onwards. In an instant, Xianxia covered several kilometers before he recomposed himself a little. Wait, why am I running away? What a rare sight. A woman took the initiative to strip in front of you, but the super pervert in you actually did not release your perverted nature, and instead escaped hastily, Jasmine said in a weird tone. Ever since he forcefully hugged Jasmine once within the primordial profound arc, her frequency of using super pervert increased tremendously. Xianxia would basically hear it several times each day. Not long after, he had actually gotten used to it. The problem is, don't you think this is all too creepy? That woman is actually transformed from a crabapple. Xianxia stared widely and said. Jasmine, however, replied in a scornful manner. From your reaction, have you never seen a demon before? Demon? Heard of it, but I've never seen it. Wait. Xianxia's brows moved. You mean that the woman that the crabapple turned into is actually a demon? According to the fragmented legends, this world actually had many races. Other than humans, there were beasts. Other races that forcefully separated themselves from the beasts, such as the sea race, the demons, the spirits, elves, and from ancient folklore, devils, gods, etc. The races that once existed, or still exist, far exceed this amount. Some of them were already exterminated since ancient times before being forgotten as time passed. Others hid away at some unknown location, living on independently, in the profound sky continent and azure cloud continent. Humans and beasts were in the majority, and item spirits and sword spirits could barely be considered low-class spirits. Other races such as demons and elves were commonly talked about, yet rarely appeared. At least, Xianxia had not seen it in the two previous continents he was in. The reason why demons and elves were mentioned in profound sky continent was not because of the continent itself, but because of the secretive and remote illusory demon realm that had several scores to settle with the profound sky continent. From the bits and pieces of rumors, not only did elves and demons exist within illusory demon realm, they were the majority of the population there. Of course it's a demon. If Xianxia could see Jasmine's face now, he would be able to see her expression of contempt for a country bumpkin who had not seen the world. The two snakes that you saw and that woman are all demons. Just now around you, there were also several demons that were not in their human form looking at you. You should have detected that as well. What are the unique features of these demons? Their ability to turn into humans? Xianxia asked. Even though it sounds simple and straightforward, what you said is basically correct. Demons are classified as demonic beasts and demonic spirits. The two snakes you saw previously were demonic beasts. The origins of demonic beasts are beasts, and they can transform into humans. Their intelligence are equal, if not surpasses, that of most human beings. These are the differences between demonic beasts and normal beasts. The woman just now was a demonic spirit. Flowers and plants, trees and wood, the boundless spirits and animals that exist in this world gain spiritual insight upon a lucky opportunity which then allow them to become demons, and such demonic powers could be passed on through inheritance. A normal beast that wants to become a demonic beast requires a long time in cultivation and a lucky opportunity. Thereafter, their descendants would be born with complete demonic powers. Therefore, after countless years of reproduction and an inheritance that would not be lost, within the chaotic dimensions, demons became a massive race that was no smaller than the human race. In these many worlds, there isn't much of a difference between demons and humans. Your biological parents are from the illusory demon realm, so you might even be of demonic lineage. As for whether you're from demonic spirits or demonic beasts, you can only verify that after you find your birth parents. Xianxia gradually understood. Then, thinking of his previous reaction, he was a little depressed. This means that this is a world of demons, Xianxia asked in a soft voice. Don't waste your time here, Jasmine said. You did not come here for a holiday. There are no dangers or high-leveled spirits within the area, hence not suitable for you to stay here, eh? What happened? Towards the north, Jasmine replied. 350 kilometers away, there seems to be a concentration of a high-grade aura there. The level of that aura, HMPH, it would not pale in comparison to those so-called sacred grounds in the profound sky continent. Would not pale in comparison to the sacred grounds? Xianxia's mind shook. In the profound sky continent, the four great sacred grounds were called sacred grounds because they represented the pinnacle that existed in the whole continent. Jasmine had so casually found an aura that did not pale in comparison to the four great sacred grounds, which meant that the levels of the people here would not be beneath the profound sky continent. Xianxia went towards the north, sprinting to the position that Jasmine had mentioned. On the way, he passed by many small towns and naturally met many humans and demons, which made him even more certain that this was indeed a world where humans and demons coexisted. After meeting more demons, Xianxia quickly learned how to tell whether one was a human or demon from their aura. Although the number of demons present was not less than humans, what Xianxia saw were mainly human forms. After all, in the boundless universe, the human figure was the most perfect form. The pure humans and demons in human figures all interacted normally, at least from what Xianxia saw. There was not one bit of division, and furthermore, many of the married couples he saw were human-demon pairs. As expected in the boundless universe, nothing is inconceivable. Perhaps it wouldn't be wrong to say that within each world, there are unique and different existences. Everything about this world would undoubtedly shock anyone from the profound sky continent, and the reverse must be true as well. In the profound sky continent, where demons are extremely rare existences that are ostracized by normal humans, would that be abnormal to the people here? Xianxia, who was tired from flying, sat on an ancient tree and sighed. The complexity of the boundless universe is not something you are able to comprehend. No matter if it is the profound sky continent or this world, they are but a small grain of sand within the boundless universe, unable to represent anything. Jasmine coldly said. Then she suddenly changed her tone and continued. You'd better come into the sky poison pearl for a while. Eh? Xianxia was stunned. Then he closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the sky poison pearl. Once inside, he heard the munch-munch sound of eating. Jasmine hovered in midair with both arms folded in front of her chest. She was expressionless as she looked forward, and in front of her, Xianxia was shocked to find Hunger. Hunger, Xianxia stared widely. What is she doing here? Sky poison pearl and the profound seal space all exist within your body and are therefore connected. There's nothing weird about that, Jasmine calmly stated. But before, when the snow phoenix was still here, it wasn't able to enter this place. Furthermore, the internal space of the sky poison pearl is very special. Even if its space is within my body, it wouldn't merge with other spaces. Who knows? Jasmine pursed her lips. Her face seemed to express that she couldn't be bothered to explain. Furthermore, the space within the sky poison pearl obviously cannot store humans or any living beings. How can she? Xianxia seemed very confused. Because she's not a living being. I already explained that she's very likely the already extinct celestial spirit, or you could think that she's just a sword, Jasmine coldly said. Sword? Yes, she's just a sword. You only need to think about it this way and everything will make sense. Besides, the truth is basically like that. Jasmine's gaze slightly flickered as she continued playfully. Instead of worrying about all this now, do you not notice what she's eating? Hunger sat on the ground in a very ungraceful manner. Her cheeks puffed greatly as her mouth chewed in a hardworking manner, producing clear biting noises which sounded like she was eating jelly beans. After she finished eating, she quickly popped another piece into her mouth. Xianxia could clearly see that the item she was eating was giving off a deep purple glow. The purple glow caused Xianxia to be so shocked he nearly knelt down. Purple-veined heaven crystal. Hunger, stop, you can't eat that. Xianxia howled loudly as he pounced towards her. Seeing his actions, Hunger screamed and immediately ran, causing Xianxia to grab nothing. Before Xianxia could catch up to her, Hunger had already repeatedly chewed the item in her mouth, producing several crunching sounds. With a gulp, she swallowed whatever was in her mouth. She then spread her hands open and giggled. I finished eating, Xianxia. Xianxia's hands trembled as he bellowed in rage. Hunger, do you know what you just ate? Nope, but it was very delicious. Hunger licked her lips happily. Master, do you have more? I still want more. Of course not. Xianxia's heart tightened. That's a purple-veined heaven crystal. It's a priceless treasure. In my whole life, I've only obtained 2 pieces in total. How can there be more, master? That's right. Hunger tilted her head and replied happily. Little big sis Jasmine said that master is younger than me, so I can't call you big brother and should call you master. And if I call you master, I will get many delicious food every day. Aya, I've already called you master so many times. What is master going to give me to eat? Xianxia's brows trembled agitatedly. This was definitely not an act, since what Hunger ate was undoubtedly the actual purple-veined heaven crystal. One piece came from Xiao sect's branch sect, and the other came from Xianxia. As what he had said before with his level, he merely obtained 2 pieces and could never bear to use them. However, it was actually eaten by Hunger, and she even found it delicious. Not even considering the price of a purple-veined heaven crystal, they were rare energy crystals that only paled in comparison to purple-veined divine crystals. It was extremely tough, and with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to damage it at all even if he used his full strength. At the same time, purple-veined heaven crystals possess very dense natural energies. Cultivating using its energy would allow a person to move 500 kilometers in a day. Using it to maintain one's life force and vitality would allow one to stay alive for a long period of time, and allow one's body to be rebuilt. If used luxuriously, it could activate profound arcs. A small piece of purple-veined heaven crystal would be able to power up a several 100-ton profound arc for several thousand kilometers of flight. No one would ever imagine what the effects of eating a heaven crystal that possessed such dense energy would be, because no one would actually consume this heavenly treasure. Not only did Hunger eat it, she actually chewed it. Her teeth felt that an ordinary biscuit was tough, but could bite into Dragon Fault and purple-veined heaven crystal as though they were tofu. The title master is so much more harmonious, isn't it? Jasmine said with her eyes half closed. Anyways, the purple-veined heaven crystals are not the only things she had eaten. She has already consumed all your yellow profound crystals, cyan profound crystals, purple profound crystals, yellow profound jade, cyan profound jade, purple profound jade, and the purple crystal jade marrows you bought in Divine Phoenix Empire. Heh. Hunger's little face looked up and laughed. Beside her lips were 2 sparkling little canines. It was uncertain whether she was laughing embarrassingly or proudly. Xianxia was now feeling very unwell. After a quick count of what he had left, he realized that other than the lowest grade impure profound stones, profound crystals, and profound jade, all his energy crystals, and even the precious purple crystal jade marrow were all eaten. Not one bit was left behind. All the various energy crystals he amassed all these years that he couldn't bear to use were obviously kept in the safest place on Earth, even safer than a massive portable space he could open, yet everything was swept in one night. Xianxia scratched his scalp, covering his face, and asked with tearless grief, Jasmine, why did you not stop her? I'm your master, not your servant. Jasmine replied in disdain. Xianxia, Jasmine's tone changed as she continued, Don't worry, Hunger won't eat your things for free. Her entire being is now contracted to you. She is both your person and your sword. Even though what she eats is special, it will bring your great benefits. Bring me great benefits? Can't you feel a little of Dragon Fault's aura from her body? Jasmine asked. Dragon Fault's aura? Xianxia stared at Hunger, concentrated his senses, and was instantly shocked. Even though it was very slight, her original body that didn't have any aura was now giving off Dragon Fault's aura. If it was simply just Dragon Fault's aura, he would be able to think that it was from her having not completely digested it. However, this was the aura from when Dragon Fault had not been broken yet, and still possessed low-grade spiritual intelligence. He asked in shock, how can this be? Very simple. After she ate Dragon Fault, its powers were digested and absorbed by her body, becoming her strength. Not only does she possess the slight aura of Dragon Fault, the sword that she turned into has become bigger and more powerful. Jasmine turned and looked at Xianxia, who was in shock. Which means to say, every time she eats a sword, her own strength will increase accordingly, and the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword that she transforms into becomes stronger as well. She is not only Hunger, but your sword as well. If you want your sword to become stronger, you need to find various strong swords for her, and it would be best if they were all heavy swords. To Hunger, swords are the best food, and at the same time, she would also become a massive aid for you. Xianxia was indeed secretly amazed. When Hunger ate Dragon Fault, he had already found it unbelievable. But now he found out that she was able to absorb the strength of the sword she eats, then make herself, and the sword she transforms into grow stronger. There was actually such a bizarre existence in this word. After his shock, he was suddenly thrown into elation. The heaven-smiting devil slayer sword was already powerful by itself, at least 10 times stronger than Dragon Fault. If it could grow using such methods, then to him it would be the ultimate assistance. Its power would not be lower than those legendary heavenly profound treasures. It will work as long as I find various swords to feed her. Xianxia looked at Hunger. His anger from her eating the purple-veined heaven crystals and purple crystal jade marrows dissipated immediately as his eyes glittered. That doesn't seem to work. Jasmine pointed at the area on the left. Because towards swords that are below the sky profound realm, she has no interest in them at all. Looking at where Jasmine pointed, Xianxia saw his other swords that were in the sky poison pearl, the Overlord's colossal sword, Tiger Soul sword, and the few hundred other swords that he obtained from the Xiao sect branch sect's treasury. Seeing Hunger's greedy attitude, she could give up her morals just so she could eat, yet the swords laid there untouched. This meant that Hunger did not eat just any sword. The swords she would be willing to eat had to be at least Sky Profound, or even Emperor Profound. Sky Profound swords were limited. As for Emperor Profound swords, within the entire Profound Sky continent, how few were they? In regards artifacts above the Emperor Profound, Xianxia had only seen Yi Xinghan's Sun-Moon Calamity. As for swords above Emperor Profound, he had never seen them before. Where exactly could he find weapons for her that were above the Sky Profound realm? All right, I understand. Xianxia nodded. Even though a Sky Profound weapon was extremely difficult to find, if it could help Hunger strengthen after eating, it was undoubtedly good news. But then he became a little low-spirited and said, She's now my person and my sword, but why does she not listen to me at all? Not only is she able to escape from the contracted space by herself, she can come out by herself as well. The worst part is that she can ignore my control. When he was chasing Hunger previously, she ran extremely quickly. Even though both were similarly restricted by contract, the Snow Phoenix could not disobey any of his orders he issued. Oh, Xianxia's words caused Jasmine to reveal a face of shock for an instant. Then, she coldly replied in annoyance. She's not a profound beast, moreover. She's a celestial spirit at a much higher level than you. It would be weird if you could completely control her. Even though she looks innocent, she is much smarter than you think. As long as you treat her nicely, not only will she listen to you, even if you cancel the contract next time to let her leave, she wouldn't want to leave you. Oh, Xianxia could only nod and sigh in his heart. Treat her nicely? Wouldn't that mean I have to please her? Damn, am I the master or is she the master? Then the crystals she eats, will they increase her strength as well? Xianxia asked. No, Jasmine shook her head decisively, then said to Hunger, Hunger, show your master the profound arc. Profound arc. Hunger blinked with her misty red eyes before her eyes sparkled. Oh, that thing? As she spoke, she stretched out her little hand and a red glow flashed past. Instantly, a palm-sized, dark red miniature profound arc sat in the palm of her hand. This is... The small, dark red arc in Hunger's hand gave Xianxia a strangely familiar feeling. I don't know either, I just suddenly have it. Master, do you want to play with it? Hunger offered the tiny profound arc to Xianxia. The words master came out exceptionally smooth. Xianxia had no idea how Jasmine had managed to educate Hunger in this manner. You can't recognize it? This is the primordial profound arc that you were trapped in for 2 years, Jasmine said. What? Xianxia's brows furrowed together. But on the very day we entered the primordial profound arc, I told you that the interior of the arc had formed its own world, and that this internal world was much bigger than the arc's outer appearance. However, the reality of the situation was much more exaggerated than I had originally determined. This profound arc's interior does indeed have an internal world, but it can also change size at will. And no matter how the exterior changes, the interior world is not affected in the least. Jasmine stared at the profound arc in Hunger's hand with a serious expression. There was a rumor circulating about in the profound sky continent concerning the primordial profound arc. Every time the Divine Phoenix Empire discovered the profound primordial arc, it was followed by the signal of the appearance of an extremely high-class treasure. And this treasure is not within the profound arc, but should actually be the primordial profound arc itself. The primordial profound arc itself is a rare and unparalleled dimensional treasure. Things with its own internal worlds, I have seen many of those, but an item which can have such a huge internal world while being able to shrink down to such an extent. Even I have never seen such a thing. This is indeed worthy to be called a primordial artifact, and only a true god with the strongest ability to control dimensional power would be able to create such a profound arc. You mean this thing? It's really that primordial profound arc? But didn't it disappear? Xianxia asked in disbelief. That primordial profound arc, with an interior so vast that the profound sky continent spent countless years exploring, but could not finish doing so, was actually the little arc in Hunger's hand. Even though it was Jasmine who had personally said it, he still had difficulty accepting this fact. And when he had escaped the primordial profound arc, he personally witnessed it disappear into thin air. After you have taken a hold of it yourself, you will naturally find out. Jasmine said these mysterious words. Xianxia complied with Jasmine's words and took the little arc from Hunger's hands. The moment his fingers touched the little arc, a ball of weak white light suddenly flashed forth. Xianxia's movements froze in place, and pieces of soul fragments entered his heart, suddenly filling his head with some strange memories, while establishing some form of spiritual link with the tiny, profound arc. Observing Xianxia's situation, Jasmine said in a timely manner, "Do you remember the lingering spirit at the time we discovered Hunger? She didn't completely disappear at that time. She imparted the last vestiges of her spirit to Hunger. It was only once you left the profound primordial arc that she truly disappeared. And this primordial profound arc was left to you. Consider it your repayment for rescuing Hunger." She handed over the primary control over the profound arc to Hunger, while the secondary controls were passed to you. Those were the soul fragments that you received just now. However, following the dissipation of the spirit, this profound arc has completely exhausted its energy. Not only is it unable to move, it is also unable to support its internal world, and it has been sealed completely. The kind of energy it requires to move is the same as that of a normal profound arc, Xianxia muttered in a low voice. The soul fragments had established a clean spiritual link between him and the primordial profound arc, and accompanying this link came memories which clearly instructed him on the primordial profound arc's power source and some basic controls. It did not, however, tell him anything about the origin of the arc. Its power source was basically the same as a normal profound arc, and it could fly in the air just like a normal profound arc. At the same time, it also possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, which normal profound arcs definitely could not do. And if one wanted to use its ability to transverse dimensions, the amount of energy required would be incomparably large. Even if you gathered up all the energy crystals within the profound sky continent, it would only be enough to power it for several jumps. The primary control of this profound arc laid in Hunger's hands. At the same time, it had established an extremely strange connection with her, because the method to power up the arc was actually by feeding Hunger. Xianxia did not even know how to describe Hunger's existence, which was bizarre to the point of being heaven-breaking. The interior of the profound arc was boundless, but once he held it in his hand, he could not feel any heaviness whatsoever. Xianxia gripped the profound arc tightly and said in a low voice, "This means that if I can give it enough energy to move, I can use it to traverse the dimensions and return to the profound sky continent." "HMPH, you are too naive," Jasmine said, bluntly pouring cold water over his idea. Let's not even mention the obscene amount of energy required to traverse dimensions, even if you could use that ability. Do you know where the profound sky continent is located? Do you know how far it is from this world? Xianxia. Even though you have obtained this primordial profound arc at the moment, it is not something you can take into consideration. First, you must understand the world that you have landed in right now. Right, Xianxia crisply nodded his head. This was his second day in this world, and he had been slowly understanding the living creatures that made up this world on his journey. But he had yet to inquire about where he was in this world, or even what this world was called in the first place. After all, if he asked this question, there would be the risk that people would suspect he was not right in the head. Xianxia's consciousness left the sky poison pearl. He soared into the sky and continued towards the west. Xianxia was about 400 kilometers away from Jasmine's indicated target location. Xianxia's speed was not fast at all. In a day, he could roughly travel 100 to 150 kilometers, and every time he reached a town, he would stop there for half a day, then would quietly observe the communication of the people around him to glean more information about this world. He could distinctly feel that as he ventured westward, the people, demons, and beasts he met grew stronger and stronger in profound strength. On the third day, in a relatively small town, he merely walked down a street that was not longer than 1.5 kilometers, and he had already felt the presence of 20 or more thrones in the vicinity. On the afternoon of the third day, he finally reached the area that Jasmine had indicated. Xianxia flew more than 300 meters into the air and faced the west. He saw an exceptionally large gray-white city. This city was still at least 50 kilometers away, but it was huge to the point that he could not see the other side of the city. The whole city was covered in a stagnant gray-white color, and even the sky above the city seemed to have an additional mantle of gloominess. What a big city! It's at least 3 times bigger than Divine Phoenix City, Xianxia said. The demonic energy is exceptionally thick. Jasmine said in a low voice. From its scale and the power levels present, this city should be the center of this entire world. The population seems roughly half human and half demon. Your real trials in this world should begin from this city. HMPH, you better be careful. Do not die too quickly. Xianxia slowed down his speed as he drew nearer to the gray-white city. At this time, the sounds of a fiercely violent fight emerged from the area to the front of Xianxia. And as he grew nearer to that spot, bursts of profound energy storms flew from a very far distance to heavily impact his surroundings. Xianxia's brows jumped violently. Amongst the people who were fighting in front of him, every single one of them emitted an exceedingly strong aura. In terms of profound strength and levels, they were far above him. 2 half a step into the Tyrant Profound realm, 3 others at the first level of the Tyrant Profound realm, Jasmine said dully. Xianxia halted his movements and hesitated for a moment. But he chose to continue flying forward, and he quickly reached the scene of the battle. He had arrived at a forest which was not too thickly enshrouded. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, several hundred meters of the area had already been leveled into a flat surface. Not even a blade of grass could be seen, much less trees. In the center of the area, 3 people were clothed in black, and they wore pitch-black hoods. They were wrapped up in cloth from head to toe, only showing their hands and eyes. And the 3 people were surrounding a couple. The couple looked extremely young, approximately 20 years of age. The couple stood back to back. The man had a physique that was similar to Xianxia. His face was uncommonly handsome and elegant. He was dressed in all white, holding a longsword completely stained in blood, with a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Even though his wounds were not light, his eyes emitted a ferocious and unyielding light. The girl was dressed in a light green, tight-fitting bodysuit. Her face was delicate and pretty while also having an heroic aura which would not lose to men. But what surprised Xianxia was that there were 2 especially long, pointed ears on the side of her head, and on her back stretched a pair of semi-transparent, butterfly-shaped, diaphanous wings. They were very beautiful. Her weapon was also very special. It was actually an oddly shaped emerald bow broader than her entire body. On the strings of her tautly drawn bow were 3 streaks profound energy sword rays. But the power of the profound energy rays seemed to have grown weak. Ah, the elven race actually exists on this world, Jasmine said in surprise. Because on their way here, they had seen many different humans and demons, but they had yet to come across fairies. Elf, that girl is one of those legendary fae? Xianxia's gaze fell on the girl. He had heard many legends of the elven race, but this was the first time he had seen real-life elf. The special features of the elven race are immediately obvious. You do not need probe their aura, you can tell it with a glance. Elves may be far outnumbered by humankind, but their average potential far outstrips that of humanity. Not only do they find it easier to absorb elemental profound energy, but they are natural-born marksmen. A bow is the weapon most suited to them. "Who are you people?" the young man shouted as he gnashed his teeth. "You despicable, shady villains. I have already sent a sound transmission to Big Brother. He will arrive very soon, and at that time you will all die a dog's death," the elf girl furiously shouted. The couple was very young, but they were already half-step overlords, and it was hard to find equals at their age. But the three people surrounding them were genuine overlords. Even though half-step overlords were only just half a tier lower than true overlords, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. A practitioner at the first level of the Tyrant Profound realm could easily beat both of them. Even if they combined forces, he could even beat three of such opponents. When they heard the elf girl mention the two words Big Brother, the pupils of the three men in black contracted slightly. They were obviously extremely afraid of this Big Brother. But immediately after, the leader of the black-clad trio laughed sinisterly. "Ah, but it's too bad that even if he arrives, he will not be able to see you alive one last time. However, young man, you can relax. We only want this girl's life. We won't kill you. At most, we will let you suffer a bit. Do thank us, your lords, for sparing your life, ha-ha-ha. If you want to kill my seventh sizer, you'll need to step over my dead corpse first." The young man did not display the slightest joy and instead roared harshly. But just as those words fell, he spat out a huge amount of blood. Under the combined attacks of three overlords, he had long ago sustained serious internal injuries. At this time, Yun-Chi had been sensed by their spiritual perception. As they suddenly noticed someone drawing near, the faces of the trio in black went cold. While the young man and the elf girl were overjoyed, however, once they had perceived that the person who was approaching was only in the sky profound realm, the black-clothed men laughed in disdain and completely let down their guards. The couple's newly arisen hope was also swiftly and brutally snuffed out. Yun-Chi descended until he flew just above their heads. The three men in black paid him no attention at all. As overlords, why would they even bother to consider a lowly sky profound realm practitioner? Yun-Chi looked down mutely as he swiftly flew past without stopping. At this moment, Jasmine said, "Aren't you going to meddle in their affairs?" "Forget it." Yun-Chi shook his head. "The two people who have been surrounded are around my age, but they are already half-step overlords. They cannot be of ordinary birth, and the forces that oppose them has the ability to dispatch three overlords to deal with them. That kind of power is not to be trifled with. I have just reached this place, and I haven't even figured out the most basic situation yet. It would be better if I do not meddle." The young couple was surrounded by three overlords and were heavily injured. They had reached an absolute, inescapable dead end. The leader of the black-clad trio gave a cold laugh as he stretched out his hand, all 5 fingers making a grabbing motion towards the elf girl. "Heh, I will definitely not let you harm my 7th sister." The young man's face turned scarlet, his arms swelling with all the power he could muster within himself. He let out a terrible shout, and he stood in front of the elf girl, both arms reaching out towards the black-clothed man. "Stop overestimating yourself." The black-clothed man coldly laughed, and it was at this moment that the young man's body suddenly turned, as he used his back to receive the black-clothed man's attack. The arms which were supposed to receive the attack had instead fallen heavily on the elf girl's body. At this moment, all those who were present were taken by complete surprise. Even the Yun-Chi who had flown away was distracted. Under the strike of this unexpected blow, the elf girl's body flew extremely far away, escaping the encirclement of the black-clad trio. "7th sister, hurry up and run!" As he used all his remaining energy to yell those words, his back had already received the black-clothed man's attack. His entire body flew out, and a bloody hole the size of a fist appeared on his back. "This young punk is looking for death." The black-clothed man hastily withdrew his attack, but the remaining energy was already enough to take this young man's life. Their mission was to kill the elf girl. If they accidentally killed the boy as well, the result would be greatly lessened. "Damn it! Do you think this is enough to save her life? Such foolish naivete!" The other 2 black-clothed men flew out at the same time, bearing down on the elf girl who had flown more than 30 meters away like a pair of great birds. But they did not even need to give chase, as the elf girl came running back. She had thrown away her weapon as she looked at the young man who had fallen on the ground covered in blood. Her eyes filled with tears, and she said in heartbreaking voice, Brother Yun, I won't run away. If you have to die, then we can die together. Seventh sister. The boy lying on the ground had difficulty raising his head as he uttered those words in a weak voice. Yun Chi's body froze, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed all the way back. Damn it. This kind of scene is something I can't tolerate seeing. And moreover, that kid is also named Yun. We might have even been relatives many eons ago. I'm going to save him. Yun Chi suddenly moved back, straight into the air above the five. He pushed out both his hands, and 3 phoenix brakes flew towards the black-clad trio. This young punk is looking for death. When Yun Chi had passed by before, they paid him absolutely no mind. For an overlord to squash a sky profound was as simple as squashing an ant. They did not expect that the sky profound punk would actually come back and extend his hands towards them. A look of extreme disdain flitted across the eyes of the black-clad trio, and they turned a blind eye to the 3 blasts of flame, not even making a single movement to block. The fire of a practitioner at the sky profound realm could not even harm a single hair on their heads. But all of a sudden, the scarlet flame, which was tens of meters away, was bearing down on their bodies, its speed far surpassing their expectations. As the flames neared, they could feel a horrifying heat, as well as an extremely dangerous aura that caused their hearts to suddenly tighten. The black-clad trio stopped their attack on the elf girl as they turned around with the swiftest of speeds, extending their hands to receive the onrushing flames. But once their palms came into contact with the flames, their bodies shuddered, as their internal organs were thrown into disarray. They could not afford to remain shocked. They thrust their hands outwards and used all their strength to resist the blow. 3 explosions resounded in the air, and the flames flew apart. But at the same time, the black-clad trio had been forced to retreat many steps, as their arms were numb and their bodies shivered. The weakest of the trio had both his palms charred black. "Who are you?" the black-clothed man said harshly. Even though he sounded harsh, his eyes were filled with a deep fear, and what he shouted merely sounded fierce. He could only feel the aura of the sky profound realm from Yun Chi's body, but his burnt hands and the numbness in his arms were not a lie. Moreover, this person had fired an attack at 3 of them at the same time. Yun Chi stepped through the air as he leisurely walked over, looking down on his audience. He coldly laughed. 3 stately overlords would actually band together to bully 2 juniors, and they would even hide their appearances while doing so. Surely you have brought honor to your ancestors. Friend, please, you must leave. The young man who laid on the ground, with his aura being exceptionally weak, raised his head and used his loudest voice to yell. Thank you for extending your hand towards us in help, but this matter does not concern you. Please, you must leave now. Even though he saw the 3 columns of flames, the ones who endured the fire was the black-clad trio. He was naturally unaware of the embarrassment the 3 men had suffered under those 3 columns of flames. In his eyes, a single sky-profound realm had offended 3 overlords. That was no different from courting death. He and the elf girl were destined for death today, and there was no need to implicate an innocent. Yun Chi gave him a single look but did not respond. This person, who was also named Yun, obviously had an extremely good personality. Even though he was on the brink of death, he was still thinking about others. This had at least made it worthwhile for him to be a busybody and save them. Hey, punk, I would advise you to stick your nose out of this. Meddlesome people often have short lives, the black-clothed man on the left said in a deep voice. HMPH, young people are often hot-blooded and impetuous and like to meddle where they don't belong. That is understandable. But there are many affairs in this world that you do not have the capability to meddle in, the black-clothed man in the middle said with the same deep and low voice. Their voices all sounded hoarse, and it was obvious they were using faking a voice so as to not allow people to recognize their original voice. If you leave now, we will treat what had just happened as nothing, and maybe we can even be friends. However, if you do not appreciate, HMPH, if you spoil our plans one more time, then you can't blame us for the consequences. Once the black-clothed man had said his piece, the young man lying on the ground became dumbstruck. Because even though the man sounded harsh, they were 3 overlords against a mere sky profound who had impeded their actions. Yet here they were, trying to use words to intimidate the other party, rather than just exterminating him outright. And even though their voices were harsh, the words used were not fierce in the least. Even the phrase, "if you do not appreciate our kindness," was not fully voiced out. It was as if they actually feared this young man. The black-clad trio were genuine overlords. To be able to reach this level, you could not be a fool. Even though the aura Xianxia exuded was that of a sky-profound practitioner, the previous fire attack had filled their hearts with shock. And despite them announcing their status as overlords, he still dared to attack them. It was simply too unusual. Heh, but it's too bad that I'm feeling good today. So in regards to this affair, I am definitely going to be a meddler. Xianxia crossed his arms over his chest as he let out a short bark of laughter. But I have always been a compassionate and kind man. Regarding the act of killing, I have always been unwilling, so either the three of you leave now, or I will send you down to meet the King of Hell. Xianxia's words were arrogant to the extreme, since he had already made his move and decided to save these two. He was fated to offend these three men and the hidden power behind them. Since this was unchangeable, he might as well be as offend them even more. The gazes of the three men in black sank, and the one in the middle strode forward, speaking in an overcast voice. Looks like even though we show you respect, you still act so brazenly. Even though we tried to let you off the hook, you deliberately want to court death. If that's the case, then this daddy will kill you as well. As his voice fell, the black-clothed man rushed into the sky. At the same time, a pitch-black iron spear 8 feet long appeared in his hands. This spear was only an earth-profound weapon. As an overlord, his personal weapon naturally would not be a mere earth-profound weapon. It was obvious that the black-clothed man did not want to reveal any trace of his identity, including weapons. That the black-clothed man would immediately use his weapon showed the fear he had towards Xianxia. His black spear thrust forward, and with a low shout, it was accompanied by a violent blast of energy which swept towards Xianxia's neck. "Watch out!" The young man lying in a pool of his own blood saw the black-clothed man make his move, and he yelled out in shock. Facing the black-clothed man's attack, Xianxia's face revealed a weird expression. It seemed to be an expression of surprise or confusion, as he steadily stretched out his hands and tried to grab the body of the spear which was streaking towards him. Courting death, the black-clothed man saw that Xianxia was not trying to dodge and did not summon a weapon. It was not even in the correct posture to block the blow. Instead, he was trying to use his bare hands to receive his weapon, and Xianxia's movement seemed exceptionally lackadaisical. He laughed coldly in his heart, and the profound energy within his arm surged once more, as if he couldn't wait to destroy this arrogant youth in a single strike. In the next instant, Xianxia's extended palm caught the spear with unerring accuracy. Suddenly, the incomparably fierce, profound energy wave seemed to meet a boundless mountain wall and immediately disappeared into nothingness. All that was left was a weak ripple of energy that ruffled Xianxia's hair. Without waiting for the black-clothed man to show an expression of surprise, Xianxia's palm lightly flipped, and with a light, delicate touch, he stole the spear from the man. Once again his palm flipped, and with a swing of his arm, the spear fiercely thrust towards the waist of the black-clothed man. Bang! A distorted spatial ripple distinctly appeared on the path the spear traveled. In an instant, the spear had snapped. One half remained in Xianxia's hands, the other half shot out like a black meteor, and no one knew how far it flew. At the same time, the other thing that was fractured was the black-clothed man's body. The instant the black spear landed on his body had literally been snapped in half, breaking into 2 pieces, with both pieces flying and landing in 2 different locations. Thump, when the 2 parts of the black-clothed man's body fell, 2 fountains of fresh blood spouted out from the parts which had been severed. The eyes of the black-clothed man was still wide, and his expression was filled with endless horror, shock, and disbelief. His death glare was still affixed to Xianxia, his mouth spitting out a "you" in a voice that was hoarse with shock. After that, he stopped moving. Even if he was an overlord, if his body had been snapped in half, there was no way he could survive. Xianxia extending his hand, his defensive strength, his stealing of the spear and his counter-attack, all of this happened in an instant akin to the flash of a spark. The people below saw the black-clothed man sweep his spear towards Xianxia, and before anyone could react, they saw the man's body snap in half midair. The 4 below were all stunned into lifelessness, and no one breathed. All 4 people could not believe what had just transpired before their very eyes. It was just an instant, an instant. The black-clothed man died an ignominious death at the hands of this young man. He used the spear that he had instantly snatched from the opponent, that earth-profound spear, to snap an overlord's body in half. That was a genuine overlord, a peerless, strong being whose body was 100 times tougher than stone. Xianxia, who was still in the air, looked at the splintered spear in his hand, and he himself was rendered dumbfounded. After enduring the spatial turbulence within the primordial profound arc for 2 whole years, going through a tempering that was fiercer than any purgatory, his body and his profound energy all received an explosive boost. He was convinced that his current strength far exceeded the strength he had before he entered the primordial profound arc. But he did not actually know how strong he had actually grown, because in the last 2 years, only Jasmine had been by his side, and he had not crossed hands with anyone, so he could not ascertain the level of his current strength. But just now, when he faced 3 overlords, he did not feel any pressure at all. That already surprised him greatly. Facing the attack of an overlord, his expression was relaxed, but in reality his heart was filled with caution. After all, before he had entered the primordial profound arc, an overlord was an unconquerable existence for him. So when he delivered his counter-attack with the spear, he had used 90% of his power. Not to mention, he had not opened any of the evil god's gates. He naturally did not even think that the counter-attack he delivered without even entering the state of burning heart could actually snap the body of an overlord in half. Even though it was only a level 1 overlord, it was still a genuine tyrant profound individual. So my strength has actually grown by this much. Xianxia mused in shock as he stared at his arm. HMPH, what did you think? Jasmine said disdainfully. You thickened your dragon god's bloodline by tens of times, and you reached the 4th stage of the great way of the Buddha. Do you think all of this is for fun? If you had opened Purgatory's gate, your strength would have risen by 10 times, and your last attack would not have left a single bone on that person's body intact. Xianxia. So it turns out that I'm already this powerful. Damn, I thought that the lack of pressure I felt from them was a misconception on my part. Xianxia threw away the broken spear in his hand, after which his body blurred and suddenly he had landed on the ground. He looked at the 2 black-clothed men who had been frightened out of their wits, smiled, and said, How about the both of you? How do you want to leave? You. The man on the left retreated several steps, both legs trembling, and when he spoke, his teeth chattered violently, making it hard for him to even complete his sentence. Let's go. The man on the right pulled him along, and using the greatest speed, madly fleeing away from the scene. They passed by the splintered body, and one of the black-clothed men stopped to swiftly pick it up. After seeing Xianxia not having any intention to stop them from fleeing, he plucked up his courage and scooted over to pick up the other part of the body. After doing so, he fled away from Xianxia as though he had gone mad. Not going to silence them? Jasmine asked coldly. If I silence them, then where are my enemies going to come from? If I don't have strong enough enemies, how can this be considered a real trial? Xianxia asked matter-of-factly. HMPH, this is totally in line with your death-seeking personality. Jasmine laughed coldly, but she did not attempt to restrain him in the slightest. The young man and the elf girl had initially completely given up, resigning themselves to death, but they never expected that a savior would suddenly descend from heavens. In the blink of an eye, among the 3 black-clothed men, 2 ran away and 1 died. The young man stared at Xianxia for a while, and he nearly forgot about his injuries in his shock. Only when Xianxia neared did he start struggling to stand. Within his pained voice was deep gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. I thank Senior for saving us. The elf girl followed up with his gratitude and replied thankfully. Senior. The edge of Xianxia's mouth moved, not explaining anything. He moved forward and slowly supported the young man, replying, Don't talk for now, calm down and stabilize your injuries. I'll help you. Xianxia placed his hand above the injury on the young man's back, gradually transferring profound energy over. His profound energy possessed the attributes of the dragon god and the phoenix god, along with highly concentrated pure natural energy. Using it to treat injuries would immensely improve the rate of recovery. The young man did not argue as he stopped speaking and closed his eyes. Just as he intended to start utilizing the remaining profound energy within him, he suddenly felt a warm and majestic, no, it was more accurately a nearly boundless form of profound energy that entered into his body from his back. The strength of the profound energy was obviously only of the sky profound realm, yet it was unbelievably dense. He had also only slowly climbed his way from the sky profound realm. If it was said that his profound energy when he was in the sky profound realm was like smoke, then the current profound energy entering his body was like lava. It was even more intense and concentrated than his, even though he was half-step into the tyrant profound. How could this be the profound energy from the sky profound realm? No, it must be a senior whose profound realm is too high. With my cultivation, I'm unable to detect it at all, thought the young man. As Yun Qi started to transfer his profound energy, the young man's expression moved again. It was not only because he felt the density of his profound energy. Rather, he felt that it actually contained a mysterious power that caused all the veins in his body to bulge up. Even the damaged veins were quickly recovering their vitality. His most severe external injury was on his back, and his internal injuries were not light. However, following the flow of the profound energy, he could clearly feel that both his external and internal injuries were recovering at an unbelievably quick rate. He was fairly certain that even if the oldest great elder in his family used all his abilities, he would not be able to let him recover this quickly. This essentially transcended all common sense. This speed of recovery was unheard of. This senior is no doubt an extremely frightening expert, which caused the young man to be even more certain of his guess, causing him to admire Yun Qi even more. He gave up on trying to utilize his own profound energy and began to concentrate on absorbing and utilizing the profound energy that was entering his body. With the presence of this boundless form of profound energy, even if he utilized all the remaining profound energy within him, it would not even compare. When he tried to further feel the profound energy, he discovered that its profound laws were very mysterious, more accurately, weird. His half-step overlord self, who had cultivated profound energy for nearly 20 years, wasn't able to comprehend it, and he felt inexplicably surprised. "Let me help too." Even though the elf girl was injured as well, her injuries were relatively light compared to the young man. She felt relieved for the man as she withdrew her weapon back into her spatial ring, placing both her hands on the man's chest. Her palm let out a jade green glow. Instantly, Yun Qi felt an energy that was like cooling water surge into the man's body. And when Yun Qi came in contact with this energy, even he felt a sense of rejuvenation. The elven race's profound energy possess innate natural energy. Not only is it beneficial for self-recovery, when treating others, it is far superior than any humans. Solely because of this, the elven race is well liked by other races. Furthermore, because of the nature energy, the males of the elven race are handsome while the females are beautiful. Considering their unique talent, most races desire to find a partner from the elven race. Jasmine casually commented as she glanced at the young man, then coldly continued. "This brat is a pure human, yet is favored by this elf girl. His luck's not that bad." Under the cooperation of Yun Qi and the elf girl, the young man's severe injuries were stabilized quickly. When Yun Qi removed his palm, the young man's back looked worrisome, but was actually already fine. The bleeding has already stopped as well, and he would be able to recover within half a month just relying on his own profound energy. The young man stood up with the aid of the elf girl and bowed respectfully to Yun Qi. "Not only did Senior save me and Seventh Sister, you personally helped treat my injuries. Junior will definitely keep such a great kindness in mind. I hope Senior can tell me his name." "You called me Senior," Yun Qi grinned and asked. "Do I look very old?" The young man was embarrassed by what Yun Qi had said and did not know how to answer him for a while. The elf girl eyed him from top to bottom before serious speaking. "You're so strong, so you must be a great senior who reverted to a younger age." "I'm only 22 this year," Yun Qi laughed, directly announcing his age. "Are you sure you want to call me senior?" "Ah, 22? The two of them looked at Yun Qi and cried out in shock at the same time. Yun Qi had casually instantly killed a level 1 overlord, his frightening strength causing them to guess that he was definitely an elderly expert who had trained for a long time. Furthermore, at the Tyrant Profound realm, even a 200-year-old could look like a 20-year-old. For a 20-odd-year-old to instantly kill an overlord was not a realistic idea. Even within the whole continent, there were not more than 5 who were able to do that, and each of them were renowned in the world. Yun Qi, however, was a fresh face that they had never seen before, and they would never have expected that he was only 22. The young man's face looked awkward as he embarrassingly replied, This benefactor is so strong that we thought you were an expert who purposely kept himself young." As he spoke, his eyes brightened, continuing, "Benefactor is so young yet so strong you must be famous. Can I know your name?" "Yun Qi," Yun Qi replied without hesitation. In a foreign world, his name would be unknown, and there was no need to hide it. "Yun Qi." The two of them uttered the name at the same time as their eyes looked lost. A mere 22-year-old that was able to instantly kill an overlord would by right be famous within the entire continent. However, this was the first time they heard his name. The young man quickly replied, Oh, benefactor's surname is also Yun. What a coincidence. Oh, that means your surname is Yun as well. Hearing the elf girl call the man previously, Yun Chi had already known that his surname was Yun as he replied with a smile. Just call me Yun Chi. The word benefactor is too awkward. Right, how do I address you too? The young man hastily replied. All right, then I'll call you Big Brother Yun from now on. My surname is Yun and my name is. Just as he was about to say his name, the elf girl beside him tugged at him. Brother Yun, the young man shook his head and replied seriously. Seventh sister, he is our benefactor. If it wasn't for him, we would already have died here. It's just a name. Why do we have to hide it from our benefactor? My name is Yun Zio, 21 years and 10 months old, younger than Big Brother Yun by a few months. This is seventh sister, who is 2 years younger than me. Big Brother Yun can just call me seventh sister. The elf girl nodded gently, her demeanor appearing a little awkward. My name is a mouthful. I'm afraid Big Brother Yun would laugh and won't say it. Please just call me seventh sister. Amen. Yun Chi nodded. He was only casually asking for their names. However, this Yun Zio's name and age caused him to be somewhat surprised. Even though he said that he was 22, his actual age was probably 21 and 10 months as well, exactly the same as him. Furthermore, his name was Yun Zio. Yun was his surname now, and Zio was his surname from when he was 16. This was quite a peculiar coincidence. After Yun Zio announced his name, Yun Chi's reaction was unusually calm, causing the two to feel shock. The elf girl could not hold back and asked, Big Brother Yun, could it be that you've never heard the name Yun Zio before? Oh. Yun Chi glanced again at Yun Zio, whose expression was a bit unusual, and instantly understood. He calmly replied, Is Brother Yun's name renowned in this area? It must be, so young and already a half-step overlord. You must be a world-shaking genius whom even the heavens are jealous of. No, with Big Brother Yun here, I don't dare. Yun Zio waved it off. If it was someone else praising him like that, he would definitely accept it. But comparing to someone who far exceeded him and was similar to him in age, he really could not accept those compliments. He scratched his head and replied, I do have a slight reputation in Demon Imperial City. Oh, that's right, Big Brother Yun is not someone from Demon Imperial City. Demon Imperial City. Could it be that grayish-white city? Yun Chi shook his head. I come from a faraway place, and it's my first time coming to Demon Imperial City. So that's it. Both of them instantly understood, but the elf girl was still confused. Could Big Brother Yun be from the southern borders? Other than Demon Imperial City, only the southern borders could produce someone as strong as Big Brother Yun. No, if the southern borders produced someone as strong as Big Brother Yun, and I would have already known. The elf girl considered carefully. It was obvious that she was unable to let it go that he was someone who had an unfamiliar appearance and name, yet had strength to instantly kill an overlord at the age of 22. Yun Chi laughed and replied, I come from a place far further than what you imagine, and I've never come here before. I've come this time only for training, and you guys not knowing my name is normal. Yun Chi nodded towards them and continued, You two are still injured. The ones trying to assassinate you might come back. You should leave soon. As he finished speaking, Yun Chi began rising as he prepared to leave. Big Brother Yun, wait. Yun Zio hurriedly moved forward and hastily replied, Big Brother Yun, that direction, are you going to Demon Imperial City? That's right. Yun Chi nodded. Being named Imperial must mean that it was the capital city of the continent, which meant that the gray-white city giving off a very strong aura must be it. This little brother and seventh sister are citizens of Demon Imperial City. If this is Big Brother Yun's first time, you probably do not have a place to stay. How about coming to my Yun house to stay for a while? I can explain to you the current situation of the city, and when I recover, I can bring you around Demon Imperial City. I wonder if that is fine with Big Brother Yun? Yun Zio's voice and eyes were exceptionally sincere, and he was even afraid that Yun Chi was not fine with it. Yun Chi's body stopped in midair as he nodded slightly, smiling. That's fine, then I'll be under Brother Yun's care. Yun Chi knew nothing about the Demon Imperial City in front of him, nor did he know anything about this entire continent. Having someone to guide him was undoubtedly the greatly beneficial. Seeing Yun Chi's consent, Yun Zio was all smiles. No, compared to Big Brother Yun saving our lives, this is nothing at all. My elf clan will also welcome Big Brother Yun as a guest at any time. My clan will definitely repay Big Brother Yun for saving Brother Yun and me, the elf girl said sincerely. Suddenly, Jasmine's grim voice rang in Xianxia's head. An expert is coming here. He's in the 8th level of the Tyrant Profound realm. If it's an enemy, you better prepare to run. Xianxia frowned as the profound energy within his body surged. However, Jasmine's voice suddenly sounded again. Looks like there's no need to run, it's an elf. Just as Jasmine finished speaking, a fierce gust swept over from the north, and Xianxia only felt a green figure flash past. A huge man's figure appeared into his vision from out of nowhere. The man was dressed in green and was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were masculine, his ears 30% larger than the elf girl, and he gave off an overbearing aura. Even his pair of transparent wings vibrated intensely with profound strength. Upon seeing the elf girl, he descended in a flash and landed beside her. "Old Seven, you're injured. Big brother, you're finally here." Once she saw the tall man appear, the elf girl was finally relieved. "My injuries aren't serious, but Brother Yun suffered serious injuries." "HMPH?" Seeing that his sister was all right, the muscular man let out a sigh of relief. Then he grunted coldly, turned around, and glared coldly at Xianxia, anger rising within him. "Yun brat, I knew it must be you. Luckily old Seven is all right this time, otherwise I will personally cripple you." Xianxia opened his mouth but did not rebuke. Instead, he looked down in shame. "Big brother, don't talk to him like that." The elf girl frantically grabbed his hand. "It's not Brother Yun's fault, and he was only so severely injured in order to save me. It's enough that you don't thank Brother Yun, but you're actually acting so fierce toward him." "Thank HMPH," the muscular man looked down. "Wasn't it him who asked you out this time?" "I know. It wasn't. It was me who secretly asked Brother Yun out. If you want to blame someone, then blame me," the elf girl answered as she puffed her cheeks. It was obvious she was not good at lying, and her wavering eyes and peak attitude had already betrayed her. "It's not Seventh Sister's fault. It's all my fault." Xianxia's head hung downwards with a face of guilt and unease. "Since you know it's your fault, you better stay further away from old Seven from now on," the muscular man coldly said. "If there's a next time, I will personally cripple your hands and legs. I do what I say. Old Seven is not someone you are worthy of HMPH. Who knows which bastard child you are? Do you really think you're the young master of the Yun family? Big brother." The muscular man's words caused the elf girl's face to change drastically as she looked worryingly at Xianxia and said angrily, "How can you say such words to Brother Yun? If you continue, I'll ignore you from now on." "Old Seven, I forget it, HMPH." The muscular man was spurred by anger, and now felt he was a little overboard as well. He turned around and stopped talking. Xianxia's face blackened as he bit his lips. Then he smiled bleakly, shook his head, and said, "Seventh Sister, don't blame Big Brother. What he said is true, but..." Xianxia looked up and said with resolve, "But no matter what, even if you cripple my legs, I will never give up on Seventh Sister. It is undoubtedly my fault that Seventh Sister was nearly assassinated this time. I will definitely train hard, and next time I won't allow anyone to bully Seventh Sister anymore. Then, you and Uncle will be at ease when you pass Seventh Sister on to me." "Brother Yun," the elf girl looked on tenderly as her eyes filled with tears. The muscular man looked over with disdain, but when he saw the elf girl, he quickly changed to a caring and serious look. "About the matters concerning you two, we will discuss them back in the city, Old Seven. What happened here? You sound transmitted over that you were attacked by 3 overlords. Where are they now?" The elf girl turned and looked at Xianxia. "Me and Brother Yun nearly died in their hands. It was this Big Brother Yun who saved us. If not for Big Brother Yun, if you came now, you would probably only see our corpses. You should thank him." "You..." The muscular man turned and looked at Xianxia with suspicion. He saw Xianxia when he arrived, but chose to ignore him as he was only in the Sky Profound realm and was a stranger. Xianxia smiled slightly. "I am Xianxia," the elf girl continued. "Big Brother Yun and Brother Yun are the same age. But he's amazing. He killed a black-clothed man in one move. Scaring the 2 others away, he really only used one move. The 3 black-clothed men were all overlords. Me and Brother Yun cooperated but couldn't even defeat one." The muscular man's eyes swept across Xianxia and he gradually frowned. From what he sensed, Xianxia's profound strength was only at the 10th level of the Sky Profound realm. At this level, he could only be considered a weakling within Demon Imperial City. How could he kill overlords and, furthermore, defeat them instantly? Under his forceful gaze, he realized that Xianxia, who was in front of him, was unperturbed and completely unaffected by the pressure of his aura. He was slightly shocked in his heart. Then, He stepped forward without uttering a single word and pushed out a palm at Xianxia. The casual palm caused a huge and dangerous-looking spiral to appear in the space between him and Xianxia, following which, the huge spiral suddenly dispersed into 99 separate small spatial whirlpools, then converged again and smashed towards Xianxia. Wind attribute profound energy? This was a blow from a high-level overlord, perhaps the most frightening attack Xianxia had ever received since birth. However, he did not panic, nor did he retreat or even move. He stretched his hand out, and a ball of phoenix flames burned in his hand, going head-on against the savage. Oncoming profound energy cyclone. Boom! The savage wind profound energy and the fire profound energy collided against each other without any trickery. Even though it was only a simple test between the two, space was still violently torn apart in that instant. The savage storm tore apart the flames, and the torn-apart flames burned the savage storm. The surrounding 10 meters of air were violently disrupted by the collision of wind and fire. Xianxia collided against the muscular man in the midst of the collision between the storm and the flames and was forced back by 3 steps. They looked at each other, their gaze now completely different from before as their hearts echoed the same words. So strong. Xianxia possessed strong arm strength gifted by the dragon god's bloodline and natural strength. Hence, when they collided, he should have had the advantage. Despite that, he did not gain an advantage from that straightforward exchange. This was also not knowing how much strength his opponent had used. The muscular man's shock was even greater than Xianxia's, because the Xianxia in front of him was obviously only in the sky profound realm. And from what he had heard from Old Seven, he was probably only in his early 20s. What exactly was this person's background? Why had he never seen him before? Big brother, what are you doing? The elf girl chided. Big brother Yun is our benefactor. Not only did you not thank him, you attacked him. You've gone too far. Ha 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 ha, the muscular man laughed, cupped his fists at Xianxia and said sincerely, Brother, please do not misunderstand. Even though I am a member of the elven race, I love battles. When I see a strong opponent, I cannot help myself. I am number 1 under heaven. I thank Brother Yun for saving Old Seven's life. Your kindness, my clan will definitely repay you. Xianxia opened his mouth but did not speak. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone so arrogant that he proclaimed himself to be the number 1 under heaven. Even though he was strong, he couldn't be the number 1 under heaven. Right, even if you are the number 1 under heaven, would you die if you were a little more humble? Seeing Xianxia's expression, the muscular man knew what he was thinking and laughed bitterly. Brother Yun, do not misunderstand. I'm not such a conceited and arrogant person, but my surname is under heaven and my name is number 1. My father named me this way and I too am helpless. Surname under heaven, name number 1, how great is he at naming? Even though Xianxia tried his best to control himself, his brows still twitched intensely twice as he eyed the elf girl. He said with a nod, So that's why, then your sister's name is? Oh, my sister is the 7th child in the family, so she's named number 7 under heaven? Don't say it. Ugh. The elf girl tried to stop her brother, but it was already too late. She could only hold her face in embarrassment. It's all Dad's fault. Giving me such a stupid name, just call me 7th sister, 7th sister. Xianxia used an immense amount of determination to stop himself from laughing out loud. It was no wonder 7th sister refused to mention her name just now. The eldest was number 1 under heaven, and the 7th eldest was number 7 under heaven. One could guess with their toes what the 2nd eldest to the 6th eldest were respectively called. Number 2 under heaven, number 3 under heaven, number 6 under heaven. Who knows whether there were any number 8 under heaven, number 9 under heaven. That also meant that the titles of the top few people in this world belonged to their family. Brother Yun looks very foreign. Could this be your first time coming here? When number 1 under heaven said his name, Xianxia's reaction caused him to believe that Xianxia was definitely not from Demon Imperial City. Furthermore, at his age, having such a profound strength level was frightening. If he belonged to Demon Imperial City or its surrounding places, he would not be so unfamiliar. That's right, Xianxia nodded. In my entire life, I've never actually entered Demon Imperial City before. No wonder. The number 1 under heaven nodded before honestly continuing. Old 7 is my under heaven family's most important treasure, since you've saved her life. You are a great benefactor of my under heaven clan. If you don't mind, how about coming to our under heaven clan to stay for a while? I also happen to have some free time now and can bring Brother Yun around the city. Yun Zio and number 7 under heaven revealed faces of shock. They knew fully well of number one under heaven's status and position, and since he was young, he had never took the initiative to get to know someone. However, as they thought of Xianxia's age and abilities, they could understand why. With such skills at his age, even within the entire demon imperial city, he could be considered an elite. Even though the Under Heaven clan's power within the demon imperial city was considered massive, making such a friend would only bring benefits. Xianxia smiled and replied, I appreciate Brother Under Heaven's intentions, but Brother Xianxia and I have the same surname. It must be fate. So I've already agreed to go to the Yun family for a while. However, when I'm more familiar with Demon Imperial City and know where Brother Under Heaven lives, I will definitely go pay a visit. Number one Under Heaven glanced at Xianxia before gradually nodding. Since that's the case, I shall not ask any more. That Yun brat knows where my Under Heaven family lives. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to handle, you can come find me at any time. Although my Under Heaven family is not huge, within Demon Imperial City, and perhaps even the entire illusory demon realm, we still have some reputation. Xianxia raised his hand. Since that's the case, I shall thank Brother Under. Xianxia's words were suddenly cut off as he stared forwards, stunned for a moment. Illusory demon realm, illusory demon realm? Alishu, like Chinese letter, old Chinese letter, is sometimes used as an endearment as well. Illusory demon realm, illusory demon realm? Xianxia's mind burst into disorder. It had already been 3 days since he arrived at this world, and in this time he didn't intentionally ask around for the name of this world. After all, this was a completely unfamiliar, strange world, and the name of this world was basically unimportant to him. Furthermore, asking other people for the name of this world held the risk of him being seen as a crazy idiot. The name of this world was unexpectedly illusory demon realm. Impossible. It definitely couldn't be the illusory demon realm he knew of. It must only be a lucky coincidence the names were the same. The primordial profound arc had gone through 18 months of space travel. It was space travel, not simple flight. And even if it was the most basic of flight in an entire span of 18 months, it was enough for Xianxia to travel across who knows how many continents with his speed. So with 18 months of space travel, who knew which corner of the boundless universe he would arrive at? The distance across the profound sky continent must be an incomparably frightening astronomical distance. And the illusory demon realm he knew of was actually on the same star as the profound sky continent and azure cloud continent. 18 months of shuttling through space, how could he still be on Blue Pole star? Furthermore, enmity between the illusory demon realm and profound sky continent had always existed. The people from the illusory demon realm even had some means to reach profound sky continent, and perhaps people from profound sky continent had also once entered the illusory demon realm. Between the two, some news must be known about each side. If the primordial profound arc also appeared in the illusory demon realm every 300 years, over the millenniums, and possibly even tens of millenniums of history, it was extremely likely that the profound sky continent knew something. However, when he was at the Divine Phoenix sect, he hadn't heard the least bit of news regarding this. That's not right. It must only be a coincidence. Xianxia thought long and hard about this, but at the same time, other than the name, the illusory demon realm was a world where man and demon coexisted, and this place was the same. The ruler of the illusory demon realm was known as the Demon Emperor, and the main city in front of him was known as the Demon Imperial City. Is it truly a coincidence? Or is it? Or is it? Brother Yun, are you all right? Seeing Xianxia's sudden daze and rapidly fluctuating expression, number one Under Heaven questioned. Xianxia slowly raised his head, his expression appearing imposing and misty. Brother Under Heaven, Xianxia, seventh sister, have you all heard of a place known as Profound Sky Continent? Having said the 3 words, Profound Sky Continent, a slight trill appeared in Xianxia's voice. This was because that place which he had left for 2 years was land that was truly a part of him, and contained many people he cared for with all his heart. If this place was truly the illusory demon realm he knew about, returning to profound sky continent wouldn't be that unattainable. And he clearly noticed, when he brought up the words profound sky continent, the expressions on number one Under Heaven and the others were not of confusion, but of a slight change. Not only have I heard of it, it is as clear as lightning penetrating one's ear. Number one Under Heaven replied without hesitation. Brother Yun possesses such strength at such a young age. It looks like you truly submerged yourself in cultivation, and paid very little attention to happenings in the outside world. 100 years ago, the name Profound Sky Continent was indeed very strange in my illusory demon realm, and only a select few knew of it. However, in these 100 years, in the entire illusory demon realm, there are few people that do not know of the name Profound Sky Continent. This is because our illusory demon realm's demon emperor and little demon emperor died under the hands of those contemptible vile people from Profound Sky Continent in these last 100 years. Even Lord Demon King, #1 under heaven's gaze swept Xianxia intentionally, has landed in the hands of those contemptible Profound Sky villains, and it is unclear whether he is alive or dead. The name Profound Sky Continent, to our 12 guardian families, not only have we heard of it, it is a name we must engrave into our hearts until death. Brother Yun says he is from a remote place, and it looks like it is your first time traveling to obtain experience. It's understandable that you don't know about this. Xianxia hurriedly explained to Yun-Chi. Yun-Chi stood blankly there and didn't speak for a long time. Profound Sky Continent, Demon Emperor, Little Demon Emperor, Demon King, 100 years ago resentment, 12 guardian families, the name Illusory Demon Realm could be a coincidence, but all this, could they all be coincidences too? Yet how could they all be coincidences? The world he currently resided in, this continent known as the Illusory Demon Realm, was actually the Illusory Demon Realm he knew of. The world located on the same star as Profound Sky Continent, which possessed tremendous hate and intersection. Jasmine, what's going on? Yun-Chi shook his head, then asked Jasmine. The primordial profound arc traveled for such a long time. How could it have stopped at the Illusory Demon Realm, which is located in the same world as Profound Sky Continent? Profound Sky Continent has also never had any information about the primordial profound arc appearing in the Illusory Demon Realm. How would I know? Jasmine replied lightly, but in her heart, she felt some unease. 2 years ago, in order to intensify the spatial storm and allow Yun-Chi to go through more difficult experiences, she had forcefully pushed the speed in which the primordial profound arc traveled, which certainly affected the trajectory of its travel to some extent. Even she completely didn't think that her own interference actually caused the primordial profound arc, in its 18 months of travel, to return to the blue pole star once again, and stop above the illusory demon realm. This was also the only explanation. However, she was naturally incapable of informing Yun-Chi about this reason. At this time, Yun-Chi suddenly turned his head and stared fixedly at Yun-Zio 12 guardian families. Yun families, young master, a bastard child that had been picked up, and the name Yun-Zio, one after another. Words that he had only heard casually, and hadn't paid the least bit of attention to began to weave incomparably violently within his mind, forming a possibility he was unable to be calm about under the piercing gaze of his eyes. Yun-Zio suddenly felt his entire body shudder. He forcefully gulped a mouthful of saliva and said with some apprehension, "Brother, Yun, why are you looking at me like this, Yun-Chi took a step forward, grabbed Yun-Zio's shoulder, and asked with an incomparably imposing tone, "Yun-Zio, tell me your family. Is it the Yun family from the 12 guardian families?" "Ah." Yun-Chi's sudden violent reaction caused Yun-Zio to be bewildered for a moment. He used a pleading gaze to look at #1 under heaven and said very cautiously, "Brother Yun, could it be your family or school has some grudge with the Yun family? Why you? Please calm down for a moment. No matter what misunderstanding there is, it can be resolved." Yun-Chi's abnormal reaction also caused #1 under heaven and #7 under heaven to reveal gazes of astonishment. But the life experiences of #1 under heaven far surpassed that of Yun-Zio. Although Yun-Chi's mood seemed a bit unusual, he didn't actually display any hostility when facing Yun-Zio. After a short pause, he said, "I guess I'll respond for this brat. He is indeed someone from the Yun family of the 12 guardian families. Moreover, he is the family head's sole son. Only, HMPH, they have long been unworthy of the name 12 guardian families. After the unknown living state of the Demon King 100 years ago, the Yun family has been filled with turmoil and unrest for a long while. 25 years ago, Patriarch Yun charged into the Profound Sky Continent. Although he made it back alive 3 years later, both him and his wife sustained extremely heavy injuries, becoming nearly handicapped, and also lost the most important treasure of the demon royal families. This caused the entire Yun family to bear great sin. In these short 100 years, the core characters in the Yun family have fallen in succession. In addition to the family's internal unrest, the Yun family's strength has plummeted. The Yun family was indeed the head of the 12 guardian families once. But as of now, the Yun family's strength is without a doubt in its last moments. It has even gradually lost the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 11 guardian families, and with the addition of the crime of losing countless valuable treasures. Perhaps in a few years, the 12 guardian families will become the 11 guardian families. Number 1 under heaven glanced at Yun Xiao indifferently for a moment. With the current situation this son of the Yun family was in, every word he spoke didn't save him the least bit of face, and also portrayed the Yun family's current steep decline. Furthermore, what he said really wasn't a secret between the 12 families. Basically, everyone in the illusory demon realm knew of this, so he said all of this without much apprehension. Yun Xiao bit his lips. His face revealed slight unwillingness, yet didn't say anything. Yun Qi's chest heaved violently for a moment, because number 1 under heaven's words provided even more evidence that this illusory demon realm was the one that he knew of. The current patriarch of Yun family, crippled 22 years ago. This time period made it unable for him to think of another explanation. The word, crippled, further caused his heart to twitch for a moment. What is the name of the current Yun family's patriarch? Yun Qi maintained his calm with great effort. Is he your father? Your father and mother, what are their names? Are they Yun Qingheng and Mu Yuru? Yun Xiao opened his eyes wide and nodded somewhat callously. They are indeed my parents. Could it be that my parents have had some interaction with your sect? Yun Qi's expression froze. Then his 2 hands grasping Yun Xiao's shoulder slowly loosened. He stood there, unable to speak for a long time. Your father is named Yun Qingheng. Even though I am already a few hundred years old, I only have one son, which is your father. His talents are not too bad, and he had awakened the same Saiyan profound handle I have. Your mother is named Mu Yuru, and is also from a guardian family of the Demon Emperor, and is the daughter of Mu family's patriarch. The 12 guardian families exist to protect the Demon Emperor, and there are no estrangements between them. The relationship between our Yun family and Mu family have always been the best, and your father and mother were childhood friends who grew up together. 100 years ago, when I left the illusory demon realm alone, they had just gotten married. Yun Kanghai's words sounded within his mind, each word striking like the evening drum and the morning bell. At that time, each time grandfather Yun Kanghai spoke about the Yun family, his face would fill with pride, speaking the words, head of the 12 guardian families, loftily. Yet, from the information he had just heard from number 1 under heaven, the Yun family had actually been on rapid decline over these 100 years. Yun Kanghai had been locked up for 100 years, and was completely unaware the position of the Yun family had dropped 1,000 miles in one fall. If he had known of this, he would definitely be turning in his grave right now, Yun Qingheng, that the name of his biological father his grandfather had mentioned. Mu Yuru, that was his biological mother's name. And the Yun Xiao in front of him, could it be? He was Jasmine. Number 1 under heaven furrowed his brow. Could it be you've really had some interaction with the Yun family before? After a long period of silence, Yun Qi regained his calm. He nodded slowly and smiled lightly. Of course I don't. Only, as my surname is also Yun, I have always possessed a deep reverence towards Demon King Yun Kanghai from back then, and the current head of the Yun family, Yun Qingheng. So because I suddenly discovered Yun Xiao was actually the son of the head of Yun family's patriarch, I was a little stirred up. You all have seen me embarrass myself. Ah, so it's like this? Yun Xiao's expression relaxed. He patted his chest and let out a long breath of air. You scared me to death. I really believed my savior had some trouble with my family. Hey, sure enough, I was overthinking. That's true too. My parents are such gentle people. How could they have any animosity with others? So that's how it is. Number 1 under heaven naturally wasn't as innocent as Yun Xiao. He felt that Yun Qi was speaking with tongue in cheek, yet didn't question or pursue the matter. He only nodded slowly. If that's the case, then you two really must have been brought together by destiny. Number 7 under heaven clearly became a lot happier. Brother Yun can bring Big Brother Yun to meet Uncle. Not only is Big Brother Yun powerful, he also saved Brother Yun and also has the surname Yun. Uncle Yun will definitely be very grateful and fond of Big Brother Yun. Number 7 under heaven laughed happily. Even the 12 guardian families didn't have many that received the approval of her big brother number 1 under heaven. If Yun Xiao could become good friends with this kind of person, She was certainly extremely willing to see it happen. Right. Yunzio hurriedly followed suit and nodded. My father is a very gentle person. He will definitely be fond of Brother Yun. Yun-Chi glanced at Yunzio deeply, sighing to himself in his heart. No matter how much the Yun family declined, it was still part of the 12 guardian families and possessed the highest level of family strength in the illusory demon realm. Yunzio was the Yun family head's only son, and his status was nothing less than respectable. However, Yunzio didn't possess the least bit of arrogance or willfulness, and when he was doing something or speaking, he was especially gentle and humble, perhaps even cautious and forbearing. As for number one under heaven's all kinds of savage words, he didn't flare up or rebut in any way since the very start. In regards to Yun-Chi agreeing to visiting his house, he showed not only cordiality, but happiness as well. This told Yun-Chi that this Yunzio, who had a highly respectable status, an extremely good temperament and cultivation, seemed to not have many friends. It seemed like a completely isolated feeling. I also really want to meet the senior Yun I have revered for a long time. Since this is so, we should travel to Demon Imperial City. This is my first time visiting Demon Imperial City, moreover. I might stay for a relatively long time, so I'll have to trouble everyone to take care of me. Yun-Chi said as he nodded. Haha, don't be polite, you saved my little sister's life. Our elven race always repays favors. If you need us for anything, just speak up about it. I, number one under heaven, will definitely not wrinkle my brow at all. Number one under heaven said candidly. After speaking, he probed number 7 under heaven's wounds once again. Old 7, can you fly back by yourself? You're wounded, so you must not push yourself. I've said before, I only suffered a few light injuries. Flying a few dozen rounds isn't a problem. Number 7 under heaven looked at Yunzio with concern and supported his arm. Brother Yun's wounds are actually heavy. HMPH. This brat invited trouble upon himself, serves him right if he dies. He's lucky he didn't implicate you. Otherwise, I would strike him to death with one palm. Number 1 under heaven glared at Yunzio for a moment as he spoke with a seemingly dour mood. It wasn't because his anger hadn't disappeared, but because it had gathered over time. In regards to number 7 under heaven and Yunzio's matter, there was nearly no one that didn't disapprove. Number 7 under heaven's willowy brow straightened, but just as she was about to flip out on number 1 under heaven, she was held back by Yunzio. Yunzio was long accustomed to number 1 under heaven's mockery and ridicule. He shook his head at number 7 under heaven and said, Seventh sis, don't be angry at your brother. This time it was indeed my fault. If I hadn't secretly asked you out, today's affair wouldn't have happened. If we hadn't run into Brother Yun, I simply cannot bear to think of the consequences. Just let Big Brother scold me. This way, my heart will feel a little better. Number 7 under heaven looked at him painfully, then turned around and glared at number 1 under heaven fiercely for a moment. Afterwards, she didn't look at him anymore and held Yunzio's hand. HMPH, ignore him. Brother Yun, let's go. You're not allowed to carry him, let him fly by himself. Number 1 under heaven smiled coldly and said ruthlessly, Big Brother, you're being too excessive. Number 7 under heaven's eyes burned with rage. Brother Yun suffered such serious injuries in order to protect me. His injuries just stabilized, and activating his profound energy recklessly is very dangerous. How can you be this excessive? HMPH, even he admitted that it was his own fault. Number 1 under heaven looked away. He suffered a few light injuries and he needs the support of a woman. What kind of man is that? If he's a man, even if he can't fly, he should crawl if he had to. Allow me. Seeing that the situation had become tense, Yun-Chi couldn't stay silent. He walked up to support Yunzio and said, Brother under heaven, Yunzio has indeed suffered heavy injuries and isn't fit to activate his profound energy recklessly. If he walked back, it would be a waste of time. Since I want to follow him to pay my respects to Senior Yun, I'll just bring him along as well. Facing Yun-Chi, number 1 under heaven naturally didn't have anything to say and nodded. I naturally have no objections to Brother Yun's words. Old 7, let's go. The 4 people soared high into the air. With their strength, they would be able to traverse the 300-meter distance very quickly. Seeing the rapidly nearing Demon Imperial City in his line of sight, Yun-Chi's heart began to throb unceasingly. He had arrived in this world without any preparation, and also met these people without any preparation. Before this time, the primordial profound arc's travel was undoubtedly a great calamity, and it was a miracle that he had survived. But now, he wasn't sure whether he was supposed to rejoice. Because if the primordial profound arc disaster hadn't occurred, he wasn't sure in what year or what month he would have been able to arrive at this place. Demon Imperial City grew closer and closer. When they were still several meters away from the city gates, 3 people flew over from in front of them with speed as quick as lightning. Seeing people approach from the front, number 1 under heaven and number 7 under heaven stopped, and number 7 under heaven called out happily, "Third brother, 6th brother," and "Ah, Dad." The 3 people that were approaching also stopped. They were 3 male elves. The stature and age of the 2 elves on the side were similar to that of number 1 under heaven, and although their profound energy auras weren't as great as number 1 under heaven's, they were still astonishingly rich. What caused Xianxia to stare fixedly was the elf in the middle. He looked as if he was 30 years old, but an unfathomable precipitate of age condensed between his brow. Furthermore, the aura on his body was as vast as the universe, causing Xianxia to be unable to probe it in any way. He was even unable to make sense of its very limits, and even the existence of a profound energy aura was barely discernible. Xianxia had only felt this kind of feeling from Gu Kang's body before. But at that time, his profound strength was only at the Earth profound realm, and his current state was completely incomparable to that of the past, which also signified that the strength of the middle-aged elf in front of him far surpassed that of Gu Kang. Gu Kang was a genuine monarch powerhouse, the highest level existence in profound sky continent. And this person in front of him was undoubtedly the peak of the peak, a genuine absolute peak existence that could disdain anything. It's unexpected to have actually met a monarch so quickly. The sound of Jasmine muttering came from within Xianxia's mind. The 3 people saw that number 7 under heaven was safe and sound, and the grim expressions on their faces relaxed. The elf on the right said, "Old 7, you're all right. Your 3rd brother was so scared my heart almost stopped." "Of course I'm all right. Big brother already came. Why did you guys, Dad, why did you personally come?" Number 7 under heaven glanced at Xianxia stealthily, and her heart filled with unease. Xianxia faced forward and anxiously said, "Junior Xianxia pays respect to Uncle under heaven." "HMPH?" Facing Xianxia's junior etiquette greeting, the elven male only snorted indifferently, then didn't pay him another glance. He directly walked in front of number 7 under heaven and quickly inspected her aura and injuries, then finally relaxed. "I heard from your big brother that you encountered a secret attack from 3 overlords. How could I sit still? Dad only has 1 daughter, if you really met some kind of unexpected accident." Having spoken to this point, his anger suddenly rose to the air, and he turned around abruptly to look at Xianxia. How could the pressure from an angry monarch be insignificant? It caused the originally heavily injured Xianxia's face to pale. If Xianxia hadn't swiftly used his profound energy to stabilize his injuries, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. "You little bastard from Yun family. If something really bad really happened to our 7th treasure this time, greatest ambition under heaven, would tear down your Yun family no matter what." "Uncle under heaven, Xianxia timidly opened his mouth. "Shut up," greatest ambition under heaven reprimanded him with glaring eyes. "I don't want to hear even half a word from you anymore. If it wasn't for the Demon King and your father's face, I would have definitely crippled you today. Get out of my sight right now. If you try to get near my daughter in the future, I'll snap your legs in 2. Xianxia's ears buzzed from greatest ambition under heaven's booming voice. Previously, he had thought number 1 under heaven's attitude towards Xianxia was too vile, but after seeing greatest ambition under heaven's attitude, he began to feel number 1 under heaven was simply too kind and gentle. "Dad," number 7 under heaven hurriedly stood in front of greatest ambition under heaven. "Why are you so mean to Brother Yun? This issue didn't even involve him. It was I who wanted to leave. Furthermore, those 3 black-clothed men only wanted to kill me. They didn't plan on attacking Brother Yun at all. If Brother Yun didn't stake his life to protect me, I wouldn't have been able to see Dad ever again." "HMPH. You don't have to speak for him." Greatest ambition under heaven waved his hand. "Your 6th brother already confessed. He personally heard that it was this bastard who sent you the sound transmission, inviting you to meet 200 meters outside of the city. This is truly preposterous." Number 7 was at a loss for words. After she looked at the young elven male to the left, which was her 6th brother. Number 6 under heaven turned his head, and his face was filled with an innocent expression. "In short, this doesn't have to do with Brother Yun," number 7 under heaven said annoyedly. "You also shut up," greatest ambition under heaven bellowed. He had 6 sons, yet only had 1 daughter. Because he usually treasured her dearly, he was never willing to scold her. So him yelling this time scared all 4 brothers and sister present. Evidently, greatest ambition under heaven was truly angry. After all, this was a major event that had almost cost number 7 under heaven her life. How could he remain undisturbed? He looked straight at Xianxia, who was already too afraid to speak, and said with a grim voice, "I'll say it one more time. Get the fuck out of my sight. Tomorrow I'll go find Yun Kinghang. His son almost caused my daughter to lose her life. I want to see what kind of explanation he'll give me." Dad, number 7 under heaven tugged greatest ambition under heaven's hand tightly, extremely fearful that he would attack Xianxia. Facing the furious greatest ambition under heaven, she was also at her wit's end. Cough, cough. At this time, Yun-Chi, an outsider from head to tail, actually walked beside Xianxia and said, "Senior under heaven, you're very protective of your daughter and is angry because of that. This is only natural and completely understandable. Only, would Senior under heaven please calm down for a moment and hear out a few of this junior's words?" Greatest ambition under heaven cast a sidelong glance at him and said lightly, "And who are you?" Number 1 under heaven said, "Father, this is brother Yun-Chi. He comes from the southern border and this is his first time journeying for experience. The one who saved old 7 wasn't this son but him. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid old 7 really would have." "Oh." Once number 1 under heaven said this, the gazes of greatest ambition under heaven, number 3 under heaven, and number 6 under heaven held towards Yun-Chi naturally became entirely different. Yet his profound energy aura actually caused the 3 to wrinkle their brows simultaneously. Number 1 under heaven knew what they were thinking and said in a very low voice, "Father, old 3, old 6, you mustn't underestimate him. His aptitude is frighteningly good. Although his profound strength is only at the sky profound realm, he can destroy a level 1 overlord in one strike. I also probed his strength previously. His strength can compare to a level 4 overlord. It may even be higher." "What?" Number 1 under heaven's words caused monarch realm greatest ambition under heaven to reveal an expression of alarm on his face. Peak of the sky profound can beat a mid-stage overlord. If number 1 under heaven hadn't personally said this, with greatest ambition under heaven's extensive knowledge, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. "It turns out brother Yun saved little sis. We were truly lacking in manners. This one is number 3 under heaven, and I thank brother Yun for your life-saving favor." Number 3 under heaven said while cupping his fist towards Yun-Chi. "This one is number 6 under heaven. You saved little sister's life, which is equal to saving my life. This great favor must be repaid." Number 6 under heaven also said gratefully. Greatest ambition under heaven's complexion eased up. He nodded at Yun-Chi and said with praise, "It turns out you were the one that saved my daughter's life. My elven race always repays favors, let alone this great favor. If you want to say something, do speak. If you have any request, do not hesitate to bring it up as well." "I don't dare make any requests. Junior only has a few humble opinions." Yun-Chi gave a slight smile, then said slowly, "Before this Junior saved Yun-Zio and 7th sister. I heard the 3 black-clothed men personally yell that they only wanted 7th sister's life and wouldn't kill Yun-Zio. Moreover, when one of the black-clothed men attacked Yun-Zio, he promptly restrained his strength, as if he was afraid of injuring him. Perhaps Senior and under heaven brothers could come up with a reason." "Right, they really did say that." Number 7 under heaven immediately nodded and said, "From the very beginning, they only wanted my life and let brother Yun leave immediately, but brother Yun didn't go and even protected me with his life. They were afraid of mistakenly killing brother Yun, so their hands and legs were tied when they were fighting me." The 4 people all furrowed their brows. Number 3 under heaven said in a low voice, "Could it be those 3 black-clothed men were Yun family's people? That's not right. They shouldn't have a reason to do such a thing. Of course, this couldn't have been the Yun family." Yun-Chi said unhurriedly, "Although this is Junior's first time adventuring and is extremely unfamiliar about the 12 guardian families. If I didn't guess incorrectly, your elven race and the Yun family shouldn't have a hostile relationship, right? Perhaps you're even somewhat friendly with each other." "This is indeed true." Number 1 under heaven nodded. "My father owes a great favor to Senior Demon King Yun Kanghai, so my clan and the Yun family has always been friendly. 100 years ago, when the Demon King's life or death was unclear, Yun family went into disorder. Our relationship with the Yun family has cooled off year after year, but we've never been enemies before." Then, Yun-Chi's expression became more cautious. If this time, seventh sister truly suffered an evil scheme and Yun Zio was safe and sound, how would your relationship with the Yun family change? Yun Qi's statement was like a sudden burst of thunder sounding beside everyone's ears, causing them to sink into thought for a moment, and everyone's expressions changed completely. Yun Qi nodded and continued speaking. That's right. If seventh sister and Yun Zio both suffered the evil scheme, then you all and the Yun family would unite against a common enemy and search for the murderers together. However, if only seventh sister suffered the evil scheme and Yun Zio was unharmed, in addition to the fact that Yun Zio had invited seventh sister, then, before searching for the murderers, with the extent that Senior Under Heaven and the Under Heaven brothers love seventh sister, you all would definitely thoroughly take your anger out on the Yun family. Perhaps this would even create great enmity, which would lead to conflict, and conflict would only allow the enmity to spread. In the end, your two families might even end up in a feud that wouldn't end until everyone dies. If the goal of those three black-clothed men was only to take seventh sister's life, then not only would letting Yun Zio keep his life not bring any good, it might actually allow him to discover tiny hints of evidence, which could expose their identities later. However, they would rather risk their identities being discovered to only kill seventh sister and leave Yun Zio. Their true purpose goes without saying. Yun Qi's gaze swept all of them for a moment. Seventh sister is safe and sound, yet Senior Under Heaven is already this angry. If something really happened, one can imagine what would happen. If Senior Under Heaven's anger still doesn't disappear, and personally visits Yun family tomorrow to find Senior Yun, once your feelings intensify, wouldn't that be precisely falling into the trap of the traitors behind the scenes? Of course, this is only Junior's humble opinion and conjecture. I believe Senior Under Heaven should have insights as well. Greatest Ambition Under Heaven naturally wasn't an idiot. His previous anger had peaked, and he hadn't taken too much into consideration. Yun Qi's words were like a bucket of cold water, allowing him to become more clear-headed. His expression sank, and he nodded slowly. What you said is correct. But the danger my daughter encountered today, when you get down to the root of things, it is all because of this punk. Greatest Ambition Under Heaven might have restrained his anger, but his tone was still harsh. If anything had really happened to my daughter, even if I knew it was intentionally instigated by others, I would still cause a great commotion over at Yun Clan. It's a good thing that nothing happened to my daughter, so I can still overlook this matter and not find trouble with Yun Qingheng, but, Yun Brat, I won't take back what I said to you before. You're not allowed to meet my daughter anymore. If you do, I will personally break your legs. Now get out of here. Dad, Number 7 Under Heaven became irritated. You also know me and Brother Yun were plotted against. Why are you still scolding him? That's too excessive. If you keep on acting like this, then I'll really be angry. I'm going overboard. My seventh treasure, even if I disregard today's events, you are still a princess of our elf clan. There are so many young and handsome heroes in Demon Imperial City, and they are all for your choosing, so why do you still insist on liking this? Greatest Ambition Under Heaven pointed at Yun Zio, but he paused for a moment. He did not voice out the remaining unkind words, but he slashed his hand instead. In the past, I could allow you to be willful, but now that this incident has happened, I will definitely not allow you and him to meet anymore. Yun Brat, you better give up all hope. You are not worthy of my daughter. Number 1 Under Heaven, Number 3 Under Heaven, and Number 6 Under Heaven also bore deeply approving expressions on their faces as they heard their father's words. Dad, Number 7 Under Heaven shoved Greatest Ambition Under Heaven, after which she retreated a step and said with a face red with anger, I'll say this one more time, in my lifetime I will only ever like Brother Yun. Besides Brother Yun, I won't marry anyone else. Moreover, this is my personal affair. I don't need the rest of you to butt in. Seventh sister. Yun Zio looked at her and sighed out those words lightly. Both his hands were wound into tight fists, and his face was steadily becoming pale. Greatest Ambition Under Heaven still refused to back down. My seventh treasure, normally whenever you are in want, I will do my best to satisfy your heart's desire. But I definitely will not relent in this case, because not only does this concern your personal feelings, it also concerns your future and your advancement. And to a certain extent, it also concerns our entire Under Heaven clan's reputation and future. Greatest Ambition Under Heaven heavily sighed as he said this, and he adopted a gentler posture. My seventh treasure, you know how much I give in to you. Can't you just give in to me this once? Number 7 Under Heaven bit her lips, and she looked at Xianxia, who also looked back at her, both of them looking at each other with gazes filled with tenderness. The distance between them was only the space of a few steps, yet at the same time, it seemed akin to the distance of an unsurpassable chasm. After a long while, this stubborn elf girl slowly and resolutely shook her head. Dad, big brother, third brother, sixth brother, I know that all of you look down on Brother Yun, and that all of you have always despised him, because of his background. But can Brother Yun be blamed for his background? Background and status, are those things truly so important? I like Brother Yun, and this has absolutely nothing to do with his background. In my eyes, he is more than tens of thousands times better than those conceited and arrogant scions of the other families. All of you should know that because of the current set of circumstances, where we do not know whether the Demon King is dead or alive, where Yun family's patriarch has been crippled while also losing the Demon Emperor's seal and the Demon Emperor's treasure, not only has their reputation greatly declined, they are also seen as great criminals. Because of this, the amount of resources given to them every year has been lessened by several times, and they are not even allowed to enter the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, a place which is regarded as the best place to train and have fortunate encounters. And their family has become rent by internal disorder, which has resulted in Yun family's strength falling far from where it was 100 years ago. But in this kind of environment, with the scarcest of resources, Brother Yun already a half-step overlord today, not losing to the direct scions of the other families by much. This barely passable grade that you have given him as the heir of a family, do you know how hard he had to work to achieve it? The amount of resources Brother Yun had to work with all these years was not even a tenth of what other heirs to the rest of the families received, and it was even less than what the other disciples within his own family received. But Brother Yun has never complained. Instead, he put in 10 times the effort that others did. Other disciples in the Yun clan have profound handles, but not Brother Yun. And once again he exerted several times the effort to bridge this gap, having pitifully few resources and not even having the bloodline or talent of the Yun family. Yet Brother Yun is right now, half a step into the tyrant profound realm when he is not even 22 yet. He will soon break into the realm of overlords. If he could have the same kind of resources, I believe his achievements today would be no less than that of sixth brother, number 6 under heaven. Moreover, Brother Yun has a soft heart, and he is ever so gentle to the point where, even though he is the young master of the Yun family, he has never leaned on his position and become arrogant, and he has never bullied others as well. Instead, when he sees injustice, he will take the initiative to lend a helping hand. I know, all of his good points are not even worth a single glance to any of you. But there is this one point. When I had met danger, Brother Yun willingly used his own life to protect mine. All of Brother Yun's wounds were suffered in the course of protecting me. He could have escaped completely unscathed, but he would rather give his life in order to create an opportunity for me to escape. But despite all of this, he was still scolded and belittled by the rest of you. Number 7 under heaven's chest fiercely rose and fell. Dad, all of these young and handsome heroes that you just mentioned, could a single one of them have done the same thing? For a girl to meet such a man in her lifetime, and to have this feeling of love be mutual, is the most fortunate thing in one's life. Could you bear to destroy the greatest happiness I will ever receive during my entire lifetime? Facing greatest ambition under heaven's resoluteness, number 7 under heaven could not control herself anymore, as she shouted out all the words trapped in her heart without any reservation. But these heartfelt words did not move greatest ambition under heaven at all. He eyed Xianxia dully and gently shook his head. My 7th treasure, what you have said, I definitely understand. Your father was also young once, and I understand what you are thinking. It is only that. You are still the sole princess of our under heaven clan, and you possess innate qualifications that others can never cultivate, and it is because of that some things can never be fully under your control. Please just come back with me first. I'm not going back. Number 7 under heaven retreated several steps. If you will never let me meet with Brother Yun again, I would rather never go back home. You, greatest ambition under heaven, struggled to keep his temper under control as it flared explosively once more. Cough, about that 7th sister, would you be willing to listen to a few of my words? Yun Qi hurriedly interjected before greatest ambition under heaven flew off the handle. He pulled number 7 under heaven over and said in a small voice, 7th sister, return with your father first and stop quarreling with him over this. As for Xianxia, I will return with him to Yun family, and I will not leave his side until all his wounds recover, so you do not need to worry. But number 7 under heaven looked at Xianxia, then said in an indignant and angry tone, "The things they said about Brother Yun, and even barring me from seeing him ever again, But what will your quarreling do in regards to that?" Yun Qi shook his head. "You have just met intense danger, and your father and brothers are still full of anger and resentment towards Xianxia. Moreover, I can also see that they are truly deeply concerned for you. For you to quarrel so fiercely with them over Xianxia, to the point where you are even threatening that you won't return home. This has undoubtedly caused them even more anger and grief, and at the same time, it will increase their distaste and dislike for Xianxia. It will purely have the reverse effect, and it will only cause the relationship between you and Xianxia to become even more uncertain." Number 7 under heaven received a shock. Then what should I do now? Go back with them first, wait for this affair to blow over and take things slowly. Even though your father has decreed that you are not to meet again, both of you live in the demon imperial city and both of you are alive and kicking. If you really want to meet, can they really stop you? Quarreling with your father is completely useless. You should instead approach this using gentle persuasion, or perhaps act more coquettishly. Use various means and ways to demonstrate to him just how good Xianxia is to you once time has passed. He might even unwittingly approve. Number 7 under heaven's eyes lit up slowly. After that, she vigorously nodded her head. "Amen, big brother Yun, I'll listen to you. Brother Yun, please recuperate properly. I will definitely bring my father around. 7th sister, Xianxia, let's get going." Yun Qi said his farewells to greatest ambition under heaven and his family. Without stopping, he picked up Xianxia and flew back towards the demon imperial city. Number 3, bring 7th treasure back first. She suffered some internal injuries, and it would be best to let her rest and recover for a few days. After number 3 under heaven left with number 7 under heaven, greatest ambition under heaven's face gradually grew serious. Number 1, those 3 black-clothed men, were you able to find out anything about their identities? Number 1 under heaven shook his head. By the time I had went, one of them had died while the other 2 had fled. I did not even catch a glimpse of their shadows. If one died, then where is his corpse? Greatest ambition under heaven asked. His corpse was taken by the other 2 men when they fled, and Yun Qi, who had repelled them, did not make a move to stop them. Perhaps he could not even be bothered to make a move. Greatest ambition under heaven gave a deep sigh and said slowly, "Number 1, go and give that location a thorough look. Try and find any trace of evidence they have left behind. Also, even if the corpse was taken away, as long as someone died, there has to be blood present. Go and bring some blood samples back. I might have a way to investigate. HMPH. I really want to know who has such great nerve that they would dare try to assassinate a member of our Under Heaven clan." "Understood." Number 1 under heaven nodded his head. He flew out swiftly, but suddenly stopped and turned to number 6 under heaven and said, "Old 6, after you go back, the first thing I want you to do is to conduct a thorough check on the background of Yun Qi. The more detailed, the better. This person's origins are definitely not ordinary, and remember, he is not an enemy, so when you perform your check, do not agitate him." "I got it." Number 6 under heaven nodded his head. Yun Qi carried Xianxia as they flew towards the demon imperial city at a steady clip. Both of them looked at the ever-nearing city gates, their hearts filled with exceptionally complicated thoughts. "Brother Yun, are you really only 22 years old?" Xianxia asked hurriedly as he looked at him. "I never lie." Yun Qi replied, "Why do you ask?" Xianxia took a breath and said in voice filled with admiration, "We are both 22, but you are so mighty, and even your words are able to grasp the main point in no time at all. It fills people with an involuntary belief. If only I could be like you, then 7th sister's father and older brothers wouldn't hate me so much." Yun Qi shook his head. "I am not as sharp as you make me out to be. But the ones who were ambushed were the both of you. The ones who were interfered with was also the both of you. I am purely an outsider, so I can always keep my cool. The one in the situation is blind, while the onlookers can see things clearly. It should mean something like that." "Ha ha!" Xianxia laughed. "Brother Yun is not only great in many areas, but you are also modest. It makes it hard for one to not admire you, however. I find it strange. I have always on guard towards others, but for some odd reason, when I look at Brother Yun, I feel an unfathomable familiarity with you, and what I am saying is from my heart. He, perhaps it is because Brother Yun's charisma is just too intense." Yun Qi looked at him and laughed lightly. He said with sincerity, "Actually, I feel the same." "Ah," Xianxia was stunned, then said blankly, "Then can we be considered good friends now?" We should be, as long as you don't mind. I won't mind, I definitely won't mind at all. Yun Zio waved his hands hurriedly. Brother Yun is such a great person. If it is someone who should mind, it is you who should mind being friends with me, not the other way around. As the two people spoke, they had already entered the space above Demon Imperial City. My clan is situated in the east of the city. Yun Zio pointed towards the east, the place where the purple energy is rising to the heavens. It was said that 100 years ago, the purple energy of the Yun family covered half of Demon Imperial City's sky, but now, sigh. Yun Qi lifted his head. Somewhere in the northeastern part of the city, there was indeed a purple radiance rushing into the skies. Only that this purple radiance was a little weak. If one did not pay attention to it, one would simply not notice it. What is that purple radiance? Yun Qi asked. Yun Zio's expression darkened slightly and said, That is the radiance of our Yun family's ancestral monument. Our Yun family cultivates lightning attribute profound arts. The profound energy appears as a purple color when released. The stronger the profound strength, the deeper the purple. Also, Brother Yun, have you heard of the profound handle? Yun Qi nodded. Yes, is it the bloodline skill that solely belongs to the Yun family? Amen. While speaking about the profound handle, sadness evidently flashed across Yun Zio's face. He continued, The limit of the profound handle just happens to be purple-colored, and because of that, purple has always been the most sacred of color to the Yun family. In the Yun family, all disciples will release their maximum profound strengths towards the ancestral monument on their birthday, thereby maintaining the eternal purple radiance being released by the ancestral monument. According to Father, hundreds of years ago, during Yun family's flourishing period, the radiance of the ancestral monument would shine upon half of the skies of the Demon Imperial City. Yet now, it's just like what you are seeing, weak to the extent that it is hard to even detect. Accordingly, the weakness of the purple radiance of the ancestral monument directly reflects the great fall in the Yun family's combined strength. The Demon King being dead or alive would affect the Yun family to such a large degree. Yun Qi said in astonishment. If it is simply whether my grandfather is alive or not, it would definitely not be the case. This matter implicates many other issues. Yun Zio's expression dimmed. Yun Qi became silent for some time, slowed down his flight and said, Yun Zio, could you describe to me in detail the reason behind the Yun family's decline? I am after all a Yun and am very curious. Of course, if it is not convenient, then it's all right. Yun Zio shook his head. This is not an issue of convenience, because in the illusory demon realm it is not a secret at all. You can easily inquire about it. If Brother Yun wants to know about it, I have no reason to conceal the truth. Yun Zio raised his head slightly, his expression revealing his sadness. Hundreds of years ago, the Yun family was indeed prominent for a time. Due to the ability to employ profound handles, the position of being head of the 12 guardian families was never threatened. It could be said that in the entire illusory demon realm, apart from the illusory demon royal family, which is the demon emperor's clan that the 12 guardian families protects, the Yun family was the strongest. The Yun family was loyal and devoted to the demon royal family. The illusory demon royal family had always relied heavily on the Yun family, even the illusory demon royal family's most precious treasure. The mirror of samsara was handed over to the Yun family to guard. In grandfather's generation, the relationship between grandfather and the Lord Demon Emperor was not only that of a ruler and subject. They were raised together, experienced much together, and were the closest of friends. They were, without exaggeration, friends who would die for each other. We are people of the Yun family, however. Grandfather was named bestowed the title Demon King by the Demon Emperor. It was evident that the hidden meaning behind was the ability to sit on the same level as the Demon Emperor. It was the greatest honor of our Yun family, a distinction which the other 11 guardian families could not even begin to admire. However, about 200 years ago, a force from another continent appeared. They were from a place called the Profound Sky Continent. They used some sort of method to build a transportation formation which could shuttle between millions of kilometers over the sea and reached the illusory demon realm. Their arrival was not simply to visit. It was to invade us. They also somehow knew that our illusory demon realm's illusory demon royal family possessed a heavenly profound treasure which had an ability that opposed the heavens, thus wanting to steal it. All of them were incredibly strong, and every time they came, they would bring extremely strong escaping devices while invading the demon imperial city, leaving us with no other options. Within 100 years, they had invaded more than 20 times. 100 years ago, the Lord Demon Emperor could no longer take it. After another invasion, he personally pursued them to the area where they employed their escaping formation. He rashly rushed into one of the escaping formations which they could not disengage in time, following the other party into the profound sky continent. Not long after, news of the death of Lord Demon Emperor arrived. There was no news after that. Xianxia. Every one of these invaders were dreadfully strong. Even though Lord Demon Emperor was really strong in the opponent's territory, there was only the possibility of death. Even the Demon Emperor's clan accepted the matter. However, my grandfather still could not believe that the Demon Emperor had died. Afterwards, grandfather used Yun family's secret device to forcibly slice a spatial passage to the profound sky continent. Then, ignoring all advice, he brought the family's 10 strongest grand elders and headed towards the profound sky continent to search for the Demon Emperor. The 10 strongest grand elders? Xianxia was slightly shocked. Xianxia nodded. Along with grandfather, they were the Yun family's 11 strongest seniors at that time. However, after that, none of them returned. Until a few months ago, news came from the profound sky continent, saying that grandfather had been captured alive and imprisoned. The captors wanted our Yun family to exchange the Demon Emperor's treasure, which the Yun family has been guarding for generations, to exchange for grandfather's life. Only the majority believed that grandfather had already died, that those from the profound sky continent saying that grandfather was captured was simply to trick the Yun family into taking the bait. Xianxia. The Yun family had lost its 11 strongest core experts, dropping from the top of the 12 guardian families to being the weakest. The most critical part was that when grandfather headed for the profound sky continent, he had brought along the illusory demon royal family's Demon Emperor seal. To the illusory demon royal family, the Demon Emperor's seal was even more important than the mirror of samsara. It concerned the Demon Emperor's succession ceremony. After that, they all said that not only did grandfather rashly give his own life away, he had also caused illusory demon royal family's most important item to be lost. And this ultimate crime couldn't help but be the burden of the entire Yun family. The Yun family was punished. Not only were the resources they received every year decreased by 5-fold, they also could not enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley within 100 years. The cutting down of resources, and even not being able to enter the area of optimum cultivation and vast fortunes, would not affect the older generation much. However, the effect on the younger generation was incomparably huge. This also caused the strength of Yun family's newer generation of disciples to lose out greatly to the other guardian families. Even the strength of the profound handle could not make up for the loss. Not long after the incident concerning the Demon Emperor and grandfather, the illusory demon royal family had no choice but to appoint a new Demon Emperor. Thus, Lord Demon Emperor's only son succeeded the throne. However, due to the Demon Emperor's seal being missing, the succession ceremony could not proceed. Thus, there was no Golden Crow divine imprint, thereby making him unable to truly become the real Demon Emperor, only being able to be called the Little Demon Emperor. On the second day after succeeding the throne, the Little Demon Emperor married the Little Demon Empress. However, nobody had thought that on the night of the marriage, the Little Demon Emperor did not return to the bridal chamber. He had instead left a note, saying that since his father was still unavenged, he was not fit to complete the marriage, and even said that if he did not return within 3 years, the Little Demon Empress was to be the illusory Demon Emperor. However, not even 10 days after, news came from the profound sky continent that the Little Demon Emperor had died. Xianxia. Within the profound sky continent, the 4 sacred grounds were incomparably divine existences. It was rumored that they guarded the entire profound sky continent, isolating dangers which came from other continents, especially against the covetous and ambitious illusory demon realm. In the rumors from the profound sky continent, the illusory demon realm was dreadful and ferocious, always wanting to conquer the profound sky continent. The people of the illusory demon realm were all labeled as evil demons. Yet whatever Xianxia was hearing actually completely contradicted the rumors within the profound sky continent. The evil one was not the illusory demon realm which was constantly being framed, but the sacred grounds who were treated as holy guardians. After that? Xianxia asked disappointedly. Xianxia continued. After that, the little demon empress succeeded the throne, becoming the new illusory demon emperor. Thereafter, our Yun family experienced another tremendous blow because of news that from the profound sky continent saying that my grandfather was not yet dead, but was imprisoned. 25 years ago, father could not take it anymore and activated the secret device again with mother. They quietly headed towards the profound sky continent to search for grandfather. At that time, I was not born yet. 3 years later, my parents finally came back. Although they were alive, they were severely injured, and due to them fleeing for a long period of time, they did not have the luxury of tending to their wounds, causing the profound veins in their entire bodies to deteriorate. Their profound strengths were basically crippled. As for me, I was unfortunately conceived in the profound sky continent, dragging down my parents as they were attempting to flee. Then, they safely brought me back to the illusory demon realm. Speaking till there, Yun Zio dipped his head, not allowing Yun Qi to see the expression in his eyes. Then he lowered his voice and continued. The number of strong practitioners in the Yun family was originally zilch. After mother's and father's bodies were crippled, it was another huge blow to the Yun family's potential. And the most severe issue was, when mother and father were heading towards the profound sky continent, they had brought along the illusory demon royal family's guarded treasure, the mirror of samsara. Although they had returned to the illusory demon realm, they had lost the mirror of samsara. The Yun family, which had committed the crime of losing the demon emperor's seal, had yet again committed another grave crime, and from that, we suffered an even more severe punishment. The resources received every year lessened again, and we could never enter the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley ever again. The illusory demon royal clan was in such a huge rage that they even wanted to kick our Yun family out of the 12 guardian families. Since it is such an important object, before they headed to the profound sky continent, they would have been aware of the dangers ahead. Why did they bring it with them? Yun Qi asked in puzzlement. This, too, was what he had always been baffled over. Yun Zio became taciturn, hesitating for quite some time before saying in a soft voice, Mother had once secretly told me that it was actually the little demon empress idea. The little demon empress idea? The item known as the Mirror of Samsara had been passed on within the illusory demon royal clan for many years. Even though it is called a heaven-defying treasure, none of the demon emperors had ever found any uses, and no one ever knew what uses it had. Back then, the little demon empress told father, if such a useless treasure could be exchanged for the demon king's life, it would be extremely beneficial for the illusory demon realm. After father returned, unable to bring grandfather back, on top of losing the Mirror of Samsara, he did not mention that bringing along the Mirror of Samsara was the little demon empress idea, and shouldered all the blame. It was because after the little demon empress succeeded the throne, many naysayers existed within the illusory demon royal clan. Father did not want the little demon empress to experience an even greater amount of stress. After that, Yun family's potential dropped by another 10,000 feet. My father's reputation was even. Yun Zio heaved a long sigh. As he thought about his father, his heart ached. Yun Qi slowly digested Yun Zio's words. Some of what he had mentioned matched what Yun Qi had heard from Yun Kanghai. This proved that Yun Zio was recounting the details seriously and was not lying. The two of them were silent for some time, until Yun Qi suddenly said in a soft voice, Yun Zio, your father is currently still the head of the Yun family. His profound strength has been crippled, and he has even shouldered all of the crimes, yet your family hasn't forced him to give up the seat. It's because of my maternal grandfather, Yun Zio said absently. Grandfather is the head of the Mu family. I still have an uncle, who is the Mu family's young master. They have prestigious statuses in the demon imperial city. No matter if it's grandfather or uncle, the both of them treat mother especially well. Grandfather supporting father is one of the reasons. With the fact that our Yun family's potential and statuses have been decreasing, if we still wish to remain part of the 12 guardian families, we cannot lose Mu family's support. Although father still holds the position of the family head, the number of people who listen to him has been decreasing. Sometimes, father's authority doesn't seem to be higher than a slightly high-ranking elder. The grand elders have never accepted father. The only reason they would allow father to remain as the family head is only because of Mu family's might, and the fact that they do not want to lose their support.